Chapter 658. Floating Prison. The rabbit monarch sipped on its tea as a few rabbit demons massaged its shoulders respectfully. "How's it going?" the rabbit monarch asked. "My king, don't worry. I've already spread the news that the newcomer Wang Ku has a huge amount of wealth on him. The leaders of the prisoners have all gone to find trouble with Wang Ku." A rabbit demon said respectfully. "Good. I don't know why Wang Ku is here, but I'm going to avenge my humiliation this time." "Ha! Ha! Wang Ku, you're dead meat now that you're here in the floating prison." The rabbit monarch sneered. "My king, why don't we do it ourselves? That Wang Ku isn't much, right?" a subordinate asked worriedly. The rabbit monarch frowned as its eyes flickered. "Can I tell you that I'm afraid of that lunatic Simon Shunsway? I want to take revenge on Wang Ku, but Wang Ku is now the prince consort of the Great Benevolence and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. What if Simon Shunsway kills him as an example again and sends people to infiltrate the evil dynasty just to capture me? I'll kill with a borrowed knife when I can. Killing Wang Ku will dirty my hands easily. You have to be like me in the future and use your brains more often," the rabbit monarch explained to itself. "My king is wise," a group of rabbit demons exclaimed in admiration. "Are you going to make your move now? Has Wang Ku been robbed of all his wealth?" the rabbit monarch asked. "Let me see." A rabbit demon ran to the other side. "No need. Let's go together." The rabbit monarch stood up. Wang Ku had already circled to the other side of the floating mountain. The rabbit monarch walked over quickly. He saw Wang Ku from afar. However, the scene in front of him was different from what he had imagined. "What are they doing? What are they doing?" The rabbit monarch stared into the distance. The 30 prisoners who were looking for trouble with Wang Ku all knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Then they took off their storage bracelets and gave them all to Wang Ku. Wang Ku looked down and reluctantly accepted everyone's storage bracelets. Didn't they go to steal Wang Ku's money and kill Wang Ku? What were they doing? It was snatched away by Wang Ku? The rabbit monarch asked in astonishment. "We don't know either." The group of rabbit demons stared at him in disbelief. In the distance, Wang Ku checked the storage bracelets and frowned. "Why is there so little money in your storage bracelets? You're the leader of this group of prisoners, but the money in your storage bracelet is less than 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones? You are at the essence soul realm. Do you only have so little savings? Also, you ordinary prisoners only have a few tens of thousands of kilograms of spirit stones in your storage bracelets. Why are you all so miserable?" The group of prisoners' faces froze. "We are prisoners. If we had a lot of money, would we still need to commit crimes? Would we still need to suffer here? All right. Stop crying. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll be merciful and give you a way out." Wang Ku said coldly. "Yes. Thank you, senior sect leader. Thank you, senior sect leader." The group of prisoners said agitatedly. "Now tell me, who sent you to find trouble with me?" Wang Ku said coldly, "It's Boss Rabbit." The leader of the prisoners immediately shouted with grief and indignation. "Boss Rabbit?" Wang Ku frowned. "Boss, over there. Boss Rabbit and the rest are all here. They are watching over there." One of the prisoners suddenly exclaimed. The group of prisoners turned to look. Indeed, the rabbit monarch and 11 others were standing under a tree in the distance. "It's them. Senior, it's them. They lied to us. They said you were a fat sheep and that you were full of money. Senior, we were deceived by them." The leader of the prisoners shouted angrily. "Rabbit monarch? How did he escape from the great kindness heavenly prison? And he's still being imprisoned here?" Wang Ku narrowed his eyes. "Senior, it's them. This bunch of damned rabbits." The leader of the prisoners said angrily. In the distance, the rabbit monarch stared with wide eyes at the group of prisoners kneeling on the ground. He was pointing at himself. "What exactly happened? Can you beat that bunch of rabbits? Wonka asked in a low voice. Of course we can. I know a few other bosses. We can ask them to help you vent your anger, the leader of the prisoners said. Wonka nodded. All right, let's do it then. You can call your friends. Beat up those rabbits until they are severely injured. Tie them up and bring them to me. Yes, Senior will listen to you, the leader of the prisoners said excitedly. As they spoke, the group of prisoners stood up and looked at the rabbit monarch and the rest with ferocious eyes. The rabbit monarch and the rest were taken aback. What were these prisoners looking at? My king, something doesn't seem right, a rabbit demon exclaimed. Nonsense! Of course I can see that something is wrong. What kind of insanity did they have? Even my red eyes demon technique isn't that strange, the rabbit monarch said in surprise. All the bosses hiding in the shadows, you should have seen it. We were all fooled by these rabbits. You know how strong Senior is. If we were just a little bit more, we would have been in trouble. Senior has forgiven us and allowed us to deal with these rabbits. Those who are willing to deal with these rabbits with me, come out together. My good brothers, come out. Don't let these rabbits escape. Once we capture them, we will report back to Senior, the leader of the prisoners yelled. All right. There seemed to be a series of responses coming from all around. Perhaps, after so many years in prison, the prisoners had formed their own networks. Or perhaps the group of prisoners saw how strong Wonku was and wanted to curry favor with him. Immediately, all of them stepped forward eagerly. There were originally only 30 prisoners, but at the leader's yell, nearly 100 of them stepped forward and glared fiercely at the 11 rabbit demons. What's going on? Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? The rabbit monarch exclaimed. Beat him up, the leader of the prisoners roared. Beat him up. Everyone roared in unison. Rumble. A huge battle broke out in the prison. Are you crazy? Why are you beating me up? I'm here to help you find Fat Sheep. I'm the rabbit monarch. That's right, I'm beating you up. Rumble. In an instant, the prison was filled with smoke and dust. A brawl broke out, causing the surrounding array formations to flicker rapidly. The prison guards walked out one after another and looked at the dust-filled battlefield in astonishment. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Why are there so many of them? There are so many essence souls. What's going on? In the past, it was only a small-scale battle. Why are there so many of them this time? Well, the prison wardens were nervous. A prison warden leader shook his head. Don't worry, my lord. Do you think the prison's array formations are for decoration? Let them fight. When this brawl is over, everyone who participated in the brawl will be punished with an additional 50 kilograms of floating stones. Yes, my lord is wise. In the floating prison, because of Wonku's arrival, a chaotic battle broke out. As for Wonku, he kept retreating. Did I go overboard with my acting? I can't take the impact anymore. There are even swords and sabers. What if they cut me? Wonku said gloomily. Soon, Wonku retreated to the edge of the floating mountain. However, for some reason, none of the prisoners were willing to go near the floating mountain. There was too much smoke and dust, so no one saw Wonku's distress. Leaning against a huge, protruding floating rock on the floating mountain, Wonku touched the floating rock and his eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had to be careful of the floating mountain, he now realized that it was not a big deal. It was money. If he plucked this huge piece, it would probably be worth 50 million kilograms of spirit stones, right? A floating rock worth 50 million kilograms of spirit stones? It's right beside me. Should I take it? 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Wonku looked at the huge protruding floating rock and thought for a while. In the end, greed prevailed over reason. However, how should he take it? Chisel it open? No. Although he wanted to take it, the jailer had already revealed that he could not chisel it too big. Otherwise, something would happen. Such a huge floating rock probably weighed more than 500 kilograms, right? If I don't chisel it, why don't I burn it? Anticipation flashed in Wang Ke's eyes. Immediately, Wang Ke drove a large amount of turbid quintessence and poured it into the huge rock. Now that his cultivation was high, his turbid quintessence was large enough. Soon it covered the rock completely. Tisk! He lit a match, and the edge of the rock immediately burned. Soon the stone was burned red, and Wang Ke gently pulled it back. Pa! The rock broke away from the floating mountain. Wang Ke quickly extinguished the flame and looked at the huge floating rock wrapped in turbid quintessence. His eyes were filled with excitement. This is nothing, Wang Ke said excitedly. In his excitement, he quickly put the huge floating rock wrapped in turbid quintessence into his storage bracelet. Wang Ke's heart pounded. I'm rich, I'm rich. A floating rock worth 100 million kilograms of spirit stones fell into my pocket? This was where the money could be made. I'm rich. Wang Ke looked at the floating rocks around him. His eyes flashed red. Should he continue? Ah! Boom! Screams rang out. However, he saw that the battle not far away was coming to an end. The previous prisoner waved his hand, and a gust of wind rolled up all the smoke and dust in the surroundings into the sky. Immediately, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Wang Ke was exposed. Wang Ke's face stiffened. Is there no way to continue? Senior, SSS Senior, why are you standing on the floating mountain? This, the previous prisoner said in shock. What's wrong with me, standing on the floating mountain? Can't I? Wang Ke asked with a puzzled face. The group of prisoners stared at Wang Ke's feet and retreated in horror. Are you crazy? What's with your expressions? Wang Ke glared. Although he was puzzled by the prisoners' expressions, Wang Ke instinctively felt that something was wrong. He slowly walked down from the floating mountain. Seeing Wang Ke leave the floating mountain range, the prisoners sighed in relief. Senior, you're a martial god. You're not afraid of the floating mountain. That's right, we worried too much. How can we compare to your strength? The prisoner said. Wang Ke was stunned. What's with your expressions? This floating mountain is just like a stone mountain. Is it that scary? P.S. First update. Chapter 659. Under a huge tree in the floating prison, Wang Ke sat on a chair and drank some fruit juice. He looked at the rabbit monarch and the rest, who were tied up and beaten until their bodies were swollen. More than 100 prisoners surrounded him and looked at Wang Ke curiously. Don't listen to his nonsense. Wang Ke is only at the nascent soul realm. He's only at the nascent soul realm. He's lying to you. He's lying to you, the rabbit monarch shouted. Smack! The leader of the prisoners slapped the back of the rabbit monarch's head. Ah! The huge force slammed the rabbit monarch's head into the ground, creating a huge crater. Are you saying that my fist is weak and powerless? The leader of the prisoners glared and said angrily, I can't even defeat this senior's pinky with one punch. You're telling me he's only at the nascent soul realm? Who are you trying to fool? It's true. You can ask around. His name is Wang Ke. He's the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daisen dynasty. He only knows how to lie. Everything he says is fake. The rabbit monarch spat out a mouthful of dirt and shouted in frustration. Wang Ke! The prisoners said with a frown. Obviously, the top forces of the various dynasties had their own channels of information about the 100,000 mountains. Ordinary people had never heard of it. Senior, aren't you some sect leader? He said, you're the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daisen dynasty? The leader of the prisoners asked curiously. Oh, you don't believe what I said? Wang Ke put down his fruit juice and said with a frown. No. It's just that the rabbit monarch is still being stubborn. The leader of the prisoners apologized immediately. Of course, the leader of the prisoners was also wondering if he had been lied to. At that moment, a prison guard walked over. You're all here? That's good. The prison guard said that you'll be punished with 50 kilograms of floating stones for fighting recklessly just now. The prison guard said, What? 50 kilograms? The prisoners exclaimed. Including me? Wang Ke asked. Ah, that's not the case. The prison guard frowned. After I talked to Wang Tinfeng and Red Lotus Saint Emissary, I came in. Do they have any messages for me? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. No. The jailer frowned. No. Then forget it. The next time they come to me, tell them that I don't want to go out for the time being. Tell them not to disturb me. I don't have time to see them, Wang Ke said in a deep voice. The jailer had a strange expression on his face. After all, he had seen Wang Ke, Wang Tinfeng, and Red Lotus Sage together. He didn't know their relationship, so he didn't dare to offend them. All right, I'll remember that, the prison guard said with a strange expression. Yes, go. Wang Ke nodded. The prison guard frowned and left with a puzzled look on his face. When the prisoners looked at Wang Ke again, their gazes changed. Lie. Was the rabbit monarch lying, or was Wang Ke lying? Was there a need to analyze this? Fiend Celestial, Wang Tinfeng, and Red Lotus Sage were both in the martial god realm. They were a group of top experts in the central continent. Why would they send a nascent soul realm cultivator to the prison? Wasn't this a **king joke? Rabbit monarch, do you have a death wish? The leader of the prisoners punched the rabbit monarch again. The group of prisoners looked at the group of rabbit demons fiercely. I'm telling the truth. Let me go and I'll prove it to you. He's a nascent soul realm cultivator. You didn't injure him previously because he had some Dharma treasure. You've been deceived. The rabbit monarch roared. Bullsh *T. If Wang Ke is a nascent soul realm cultivator, and according to what you said, he's a benevolent official, why would Wang Tinfeng and Red Lotus Sage send him to the prison? Who are you trying to deceive? The leader of the prisoners said angrily. Wang Ke is lying to you. Perhaps it's a coincidence. Wang Tinfeng and Red Lotus Sage met Wang Ke by coincidence. I can guarantee with my life that they have nothing to do with each other. Wang Ke is just using his connections to intimidate others. He's lying to you. All of you are leaders of various factions. You can't possibly be fooled by him, right? He's rich. He's very rich. He's only at the nascent soul realm. He doesn't have any status or background in the evil dynasty. He only knows how to boast and lie. Don't be fooled by him. He has no background. The rabbit monarch shouted anxiously. The group of prisoners frowned as they looked at Wang Ke. After all, they weren't fools. After their previous impulse, they had calmed down. Wang Ke had only blocked one punch. The rest was based on what he said. Who could prove it? Besides, what the rabbit monarch said made sense. He was friends with Wang Tinfeng and Red Lotus Sage. How could he be sent to the prison? He wanted to be sent to the prison? That didn't make any sense. The group of prisoners frowned as they looked at Wang Ke. All of them looked at him suspiciously. This wasn't the first time Wang Ke had encountered such a situation. How could he be afraid? Wang Ke took a sip of fruit juice and smiled. Oh, right, a friend of mine gave me a token a few days ago. He said that all his subordinates have to listen to my orders. I've brought the token with me. Can you help me take a look and see if this token is real? Wang Ke sat on the chair in a relaxed manner and casually threw out a token. Token! The leader of the prisoners caught the token. Wang Ke, ha ha ha. You think you can fool us with a token that no one has seen before? Dream on, the rabbit monarch said malevolently. At this moment, everyone was suspicious of Wang Ke. What could a token solve? Just as the rabbit monarch was feeling smug, the leader of the prisoners suddenly changed his expression. He almost lost his grip on the token. Boss Chin, Boss Ma, come and take a look, the leader of the prisoners said with a trembling voice. Instantly, the group of leaders gathered around. After examining the token carefully, they looked at each other with pale faces. Is it his? The leader asked. The group of leaders nodded. Pa, pa, pa. His hand shook and he almost lost his grip on the token. Swallowing his saliva, The previous boss carefully walked forward. As senior, please keep the token. There shouldn't be any subordinates of that person in this prison. The leader of the prisoners said. Oh, what a pity. Wong Ke sighed. Boss Pei, what's with your expressions? What's wrong with the token? Wong Ke just took out a random token. How could you recognize it? Who does this token belong to? Why are you so scared? The rabbit monarch asked anxiously. The token of the Black Lotus Messenger. Seeing the token of the Black Lotus Messenger is equivalent to seeing the Black Lotus Messenger. Anyone who offends the token will be deemed as offending the Black Lotus Messenger. Boss Pei said, the token of the Black Lotus Messenger. The rabbit monarch quivered. The token of the Black Lotus Messenger, the prisoners exclaimed in shock. Wong Ke was also shocked. What's going on? Why is my token so powerful? Devil Lord gave me this token, but I have never used it. Today, I just want to confirm your identities so that I can fool you. You don't even want me to fool you? My friend gave me this token. He said that it will allow people to see the token so that they won't misunderstand me. Do you know my friend? Is he very famous? Wong Ke asked curiously. The prisoners had strange looks on their faces. You don't know the Black Lotus Messenger? Boss Pei asked curiously. I want you to tell me. Wong Ke said in a low voice. Yes, the Black Lotus Messenger is the only primordial spirit realm among the 4 sacred envoys. He seems to be the weakest among the 4 sacred envoys, but his primordial spirit realm cultivation is too strange. He has fought countless battles over the years and is no match for him. He has always killed primordial spirit realm cultivators in one move. That's right. The Black Lotus Messenger kills people like flies. Wherever he goes, corpses will be strewn everywhere. The Black Lotus Messenger likes to eliminate the source of trouble. He is ruthless. Previously, an expert scolded the Black Lotus Messenger behind his back, but the Black Lotus Messenger got wind of it and killed him. I heard that there were a few evil officials in that family. None of them escaped. They were all killed. While the prisoners were scolding the Black Lotus Messenger, they looked at Wong Ke in a different light. Wong Ke had dealings with Wong Tin Feng and the Red Lotus Messenger. That was nothing. After all, these 2 experts were high and mighty and rarely dealt with the grudges of low-level experts. However, the Black Lotus Messenger was different. Although he was temperamental, he killed people like flies. Anyone who scolded him behind his back would die. Now that the token of the Black Lotus Messenger was out, Devil Lord is so domineering now. Wong Ke was shocked. Wong Ke did not expect the Devil Lord's name to be more terrifying than Wong Tin Feng and the Red Lotus Messenger. If I had known, I would have taken out the token earlier. Wouldn't I have been fine? No. How did you get the token of the Black Lotus Messenger? How did you get it? The rabbit monarch said in despair. Damn, if you had taken out the token earlier, I wouldn't have had to provoke you. Oh, yes, I heard that the Black Lotus Messenger is also in the demonic spirit city, one of the prisoners said. What? The group of prisoners was shocked. The name of the Black Lotus Messenger was like the name of the Grim Reaper. It was already scary enough. Now that the Grim Reaper was right beside them, who would dare to offend the Black Lotus Messenger? Senior, this has nothing to do with us. The rabbit monarch has been lying to us. We have great respect for the Black Lotus Messenger and you. Senior, let's help you peel off this rabbit king skin and make it into your fur. Senior, do you want to eat rabbit meat? My skills are very good. The group of prisoners immediately tried to curry favor with Wong Ke. However, these words sounded like a death knell to the rabbit monarch and the others. You can't kill me in the floating prison. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The rabbit monarch shouted in horror. However, the prisoners around it did not seem to care. The floating prison had such a rule, but the one who wanted to kill it was Wong Ke. What did it have to do with them? They were just assistants. Besides, with Wong Ke's social circle, Would the floating prison dare to touch him? Wang Ku, I still have a few nests of newborn brats at home. If I die, they will all be finished. Wang Ku, I shouldn't have tempted everyone to go against you. Please spare me. The rabbit monarch looked at Wang Ku in horror. Wang Ku drank his fruit juice and looked at the rabbit monarch and the others. His expression changed. Rabbit monarch, we can be considered old acquaintances. I will give you a chance to follow me. Are you willing? Wang Ku said calmly. Follow you? The rabbit monarch's expression froze. Senior, this rabbit monarch just framed you. Why are you still giving him a chance? One of the prisoners asked in surprise. The rabbit monarch's expression changed. It swallowed its saliva and looked like it was in a difficult position. It's fine. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry, Wang Ku said. As a newcomer, the waters in the demonic god's capital must be very deep. He needed a guide. Although he had used the name of the Devil Lord to suppress the prisoners here, he could not possibly continue making enemies for the Devil Lord, right? This group of prisoners looked extremely obedient, but Wang Ku could tell that the fawning on their faces hid the fear in their eyes. It was a fear of the Devil Lord. From the looks of it, the Devil Lord had enemies all over the world. This group of prisoners might be related to one of the Devil Lord's enemies. If he accepted them casually and used them to harm the Devil Lord, wouldn't he lose more than he gained? Although the rabbit monarch had a grudge with him, it had a clean background. Furthermore, it had taken money from others to resolve their problems. It was considered a man of his word. Of course, there was no need to expect it to be loyal. However, it was fine as long as it was useful and reliable. I'll give you 5 minutes. Wang Ku drank a mouthful of fruit juice and said, Didn't you say you weren't in a hurry? The rabbit monarch exclaimed unwillingly. Wang Ku ignored the rabbit monarch. The rabbit monarch was also anxious. Although the Black Lotus sage had a terrifying reputation, he was also extremely dangerous. If it chose to side with the Black Lotus sage, it would have so many enemies in the future that it would feel despair. The rabbit monarch was anxious. However, the 5 minutes were almost up. Would it be made into a spicy rabbit head? Or would it leave this matter for the future? Time's up. Wang could put down the cup of fruit juice. Boss Wang, I'll listen to you, the rabbit monarch cried out in grief and indignation. Just call me boss. I don't have any organizations, Wang Ku said in satisfaction. Be boss, the rabbit monarch cried out in despair. If it called him boss, it would probably be hunted down by the Black Lotus sage's enemies. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? P.S. Second update. Chapter 660. The rabbit monarch had acknowledged Wang Ku as its boss and would have to follow him in the future. At this moment, it was filled with despair. Release it. Wang Ku looked at the leader of the prisoners. As senior, he might be lying to you. Why are you releasing the rabbit monarch so easily? The leader of the prisoners was shocked. Huh. Wang Ku glared at him. Yes, I spoke out of turn. The leader of the prisoners replied. In an instant, the group of rabbit demons were released from their bindings. The rabbit monarch wasn't happy at all when it was released. Instead, it was filled with despair. When it looked at the leaders of the prisoners again, they didn't smile because of the rabbit monarch's freedom. Instead, they instinctively avoided the rabbit monarch. All right, you guys can go about your own business. Rabbit monarch, you guys can stay behind. Wang Ku said. Huh. All right. The group of prisoners nodded and slowly dispersed with doubtful gazes. The rabbit monarch looked at Wang Ku with intense emotions in its eyes. It really wanted to make a move now. However, when it saw the Black Lotus envoy token in Wang Ku's hand, the rabbit monarch was filled with despair. Make a move? I'll be courting death. If the news reaches the ears of the Black Lotus envoy, I'll be dead even if I escape to the ends of the earth. Rabbit monarch, what's with that expression? Shouldn't you feel honored to follow me? Damn it, look at your lives in the past. The slightest mistake and you'll die. At least you'll be safe if you follow me. Why do you look so disdainful? Wong glared at the rabbit monarch. No, boss, this. The rabbit monarch was filled with bitterness. What do you mean, no? They don't know my background, but you should know. What was my status in the Daesan dynasty? In the evil dynasty, I have the Black Lotus Envoy token. Why? Are you looking down on me? Wong glared at the rabbit monarch. The rabbit monarch was filled with bitterness. Indeed, compared to Wong's status, what right did it have to look down on him? Boss, you don't know. The Black Lotus Envoy, The rabbit monarch was filled with sorrow. Are you worried about following me because of my status as the Black Lotus Envoy? What happened to the Black Lotus Saint Envoy? Can't I protect you? Wong glared. No, it's just that the Black Lotus Envoy is too ferocious. He's so ferocious that even the heavens are angering him. The rabbit monarch said bitterly. Oh. Wong asked curiously. Wherever the Black Lotus emissary goes, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Back then, when he had just inherited the position of Black Lotus Sacred Envoy, all the feudal lords, who were also the aristocratic families under him, had wanted to fight for power with Black Lotus Sacred Envoy. However, Black Lotus Sacred Envoy had killed all of them, from top to bottom. Even when the Black Lotus Human Emperor tried to persuade him, the Black Lotus emissary did not care. Disrespecting the Black Lotus Human Emperor and ignoring the aristocratic clan's subordinates. In the Black Lotus Empire, he is a peerless demon, said the rabbit monarch. So what? Those subordinates wanted to make the Black Lotus emissary a mere figurehead. What's wrong with the Black Lotus emissary getting rid of those disobedient subordinates? Wong glared. You might not know this, but the aristocratic families of the 4 Lotus Empires are all intertwined. Those aristocratic families have been united through marriage for many years and have long spread throughout the 5 great empires. The Black Lotus emissary did not care if their descendants married into other empires. From the Black Lotus Empire to the Red Lotus Empire, from the Red Lotus Empire to the White Lotus Empire, from the White Lotus Empire to the Purple Lotus Empire, and even the Evil Dynasty. Wherever he went, corpses would be strewn everywhere. Wherever he went, blood would flow like rivers. Even if some of the descendants of the aristocratic families were spies of the righteous Tao and wanted to seek protection from the righteous Tao empires, it was useless. The Black Lotus emissary even killed his way into the righteous Tao empires and killed all the descendants of the aristocratic families. Devil Lord, is that ferocious? Wong asked in astonishment. Did you know? Everyone knows that the Black Lotus emissary is ferocious and tyrannical. However, because of this purge, he has enemies all over the world. Now, the various empires do not like him. Although many aristocratic families are afraid of him, they also hate him and wish for him to die without a burial ground. The rabbit monarch said bitterly. Oh, Wang Ku's eyelids twitched. If they can't kill the Black Lotus emissary, those aristocratic families will want to kill the Black Lotus emissary's friends and family. For example, you, the rabbit monarch said. Wang Ku's expression froze. There are no subordinates of the Black Lotus emissary in this prison. That's because they won't be able to survive for long. As for the prisoners around you, they are so afraid of you. However, there might be descendants of these aristocratic families who want your life. The rabbit monarch said, Wang Ku, if I follow the boss, I will be labeled as someone related to the Black Lotus emissary. I'm afraid that countless aristocratic families will target me. Aye. The rabbit monarch's face was filled with despair. I just want to take revenge. Why am I implicated in this? The rabbit monarch's tears fell as it spoke. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A group of rabbit demons consoled the weeping rabbit monarch. Wang Ku's expression froze. Did I make a mistake? This Black Lotus emissary's token can't be exposed to the public? All right, stop crying. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? I'll find a time to bring you to the Black Lotus emissary, and let others know openly that if they want to deal with you, they'll have to consider the Black Lotus emissary's attitude. Wang Ke said with a glare. Ah, the rabbit monarch was stunned. Besides, if you can't survive in the evil dynasty, why don't you go to the Dacian dynasty? Wang Ke said with a glare. But I just escaped from the imperial prison. If I go back, won't I? The rabbit monarch said with a frown. Have you forgotten who I am? The Dacian dynasty? I just need to give you a heads up and you'll be fine. Wang Ke said with a glare. The rabbit monarch wanted to say, Bulsh *T. That's the Dacian dynasty's imperial prison. How can you clear your name after escaping from the imperial prison? However, when it looked at Wang Ke, it seemed that it was not impossible. All right. I'm relieved to hear that, boss. If there's no other way, I'll go to the Dacian dynasty. The rabbit monarch sighed. I haven't asked you yet. Why are you in the floating prison? Wang Ke asked curiously. Some time ago, when you disarmed yourself and escaped from the imperial prison, I followed you out. After we left the benevolent god's capital, we split up. I went straight to the demonic god's capital because my wife and brats are there, so... But news of the assassination of Wang Yuli spread. I was convicted and imprisoned here, the rabbit monarch explained. You were convicted of the assassination of Wang Yuli? Wang Ke frowned. Yes, trying to assassinate Wang Yuli and instigating a war between the benevolent and demonic empires is also a serious crime. Of course, because I failed to assassinate Wang Yuli in the Dacian dynasty, my crime was lighter. In addition, it was the great evil infiltrator's plan to disarm himself, so my crime was lighter. So, I was imprisoned in this prison with my subordinates. Each of them was charged with 500 kilograms of floating stones, the rabbit monarch explained. The demonic god allows fey beasts to live here? Wang Ke asked with a strange expression. I have money. I have money to buy a house, and I can transform into a human. Therefore, the demonic god turned a blind eye to my actions in order to generate revenue. Other than me, there are other fey beasts who like to integrate into human life, the rabbit monarch explained. What's with this floating prison? 500 kilograms of floating stones? You can get out of prison just by chiseling a 500-kilogram floating stone from this floating mountain? Wang Ke asked curiously. Boss, you don't know? The rabbit monarch asked in shock. Know what? Hurry up and tell me. Wang Ke glared at it. This is a floating stone mountain, not an ordinary mountain. Do you see the dark clouds in the sky? The rabbit monarch pointed at the dark clouds above the floating mountain. Dark clouds? Aren't they formed by an array formation? Wang Ke looked at the thick, dark clouds in puzzlement. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within, giving him immense pressure. How is that possible? This is under the supervision of the heavenly Tao, the rabbit monarch said. Under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. Wang Ke asked in surprise. In this world, there are some things that are forbidden to all. They are under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. These things are under the supervision of the heavenly Tao, and no living being is allowed to take them. Otherwise, heavenly punishment will befall, the rabbit monarch said. Are you kidding me? The heavens are supervising these things and not allowing anyone to touch them? Wang Ke glared. It's true. These floating stones are a type of mineral under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. All the floating mountains in this world are under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. Every floating mountain has been locked down by the heavenly Tao, and no one is allowed to touch them, the rabbit monarch said solemnly. Wang Ke had a strange look. Are you kidding me? The heavens are interfering with this? It's true. I heard of a legend in the past. It seems that the items under the supervision of the heavenly Tao can be forged into immortal artifacts. These immortal artifacts can escape the supervision of the heavenly Tao and break through its boundaries to enter the depths of the cosmos. The heavenly Tao does not permit the creation of such immortal artifacts. Therefore, All the materials used to forge such immortal artifacts are under supervision, and no living being is allowed to touch them, the rabbit monarch explained. Wonka looked at the rabbit monarch with a darkened expression. Are you telling me a story? What kind of immortal artifacts can this thing be forged into? It's just hearsay. I'm not sure about the details. However, these materials under the supervision of the heavenly Tao are indeed unique. Didn't you see? As long as the floating stones are refined into a sword bit by bit, the sword can become a flying sword. Similarly, with enough floating stones, one can even refine a flying boat. However, flying boats have their limits as well. They can't fly up after reaching a certain height. I heard that these materials under the supervision of the heavenly Tao can be forged into immortal artifacts that exceed the limits of the heavenly Tao and fly out of the heavenly Tao's control. I also heard that this world of ours is also a planet. The heavenly Tao does not permit living beings to leave this planet. Only immortals and immortal artifacts can bring people out of this planet. This is not permitted by the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao has to regulate it, the rabbit monarch explained. Wonka stared at the rabbit monarch in shock. Do you mean that these floating stones can be used to forge spaceships? Under the supervision of the heavenly Tao, no one is allowed to touch these restricted materials, but here. Wonka looked at the floating stones, not far away. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. These floating stones are too precious. Even if the heavenly Tao regulates them, people will still scramble for them. So what if there's heavenly punishment? It can't stop people's desire for wealth. The evil dynasty controls this mine and is unwilling to let its officials and soldiers take the risk. Therefore, they let the prisoners excavate the mine. When the prisoners excavate the floating stones, they will be punished by the heavenly Tao. In this way, the evil dynasty will obtain the mine and the prisoners will be punished. At the same time, they can redeem themselves, killing many birds with one stone, the rabbit monarch explained. Excavating these floating stones will result in heavenly punishment? You're not joking with me, are you? Wonka frowned. Just now, he had extracted 500 kilograms of floating stones, but nothing happened. Where was the heavenly punishment? P.S. End of third watch. Chapter 661. There will be heavenly punishment for chiseling this floating rock? You're not joking with me, are you? Wonka frowned. He had just removed a 500-kilogram floating rock, but nothing happened. Where was the heavenly punishment? Boss, you don't believe me? Ah, someone is chiseling it over there. Boss, look. Rabbit Monarch pointed not far away. Indeed, a ferocious male prisoner took a deep breath, twisted his body, and walked towards a floating mountain not far away. The moment the prisoner walked out, all the surrounding prisoners suddenly quietened down and looked over. A look of nervousness flashed across their eyes. They saw the prisoner walk to the side of the floating mountain and do some serious calculations. Only then did he raise his saber with a solemn expression. The killing intent in his eyes condensed as he slashed down. Bam! The saber was too fast, and in an instant the floating stone fell. Such a small piece? What is he doing? With such a huge momentum, I thought he was going to get a big piece. It's only the size of 2 fingers, right? Wonka exclaimed. Then, it should be less than half a kilogram. Half a kilogram is a boundary. The heavenly punishment will be different depending on the size of the floating rock removed. Anything less than half a kilogram will be the lowest level of heavenly punishment. Rabbit Monarch explained. Oh! Wonka was taken aback. Indeed, the dark clouds in the sky churned violently, followed by the sound of thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket transformed into a gigantic lightning python that charged ferociously towards the prisoner. Huh! The prisoner shouted as he went on full alert. Bam! The lightning python coiled around the prisoner's body. The prisoner's hair stood on end as his body trembled violently under the stimulation of the lightning python. Ah! 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 The prisoner let out a miserable shriek as the lightning python, coiling around him, suddenly roared and exploded with all of its power. Boom! Ah! The lightning python exploded as the man in the center of the explosion screamed. The man's clothes were burned as his body turned black. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Black smoke was coming out of his mouth. This power? Wang Ke's face darkened. That man is at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Although the lowest level of heavenly punishment is not as powerful as the tribulation of the profound entrances, it's not too far off, said the rabbit monarch. Oh, Wang Ke was surprised. I did it. Haha, I did it. The prisoner got up slowly and excitedly. However, the moment he got up, his foot slipped. Crack! A small stone was broken by the slip of his foot. You broke it? It's not big. It's not as big as the one I just chiseled. It's less than a gene. At most, we can do it again. Wang Ke said. It's over. It's possible to accumulate the number of floating stones chiseled in a day. With this accumulation, he's already over half a kilogram. The rabbit monarch exclaimed in shock. Chiseling floating stones every day can accumulate? The heavenly Tao calculated it so clearly? Wang Ke asked curiously. Boom! Crack! Crack! The dark clouds in the sky churned again. Following that, 9 lightning pythons descended from the sky. They were so fast that they arrived in front of the prisoner in an instant. No, no, no! The prisoner shouted in despair. Boom! The impact was 9 times stronger than before. Smoke and dust rose into the sky from the explosion. The terrifying airflow rushed in all directions, scaring the prisoners into retreating as if they were afraid of being affected. The huge flash of lightning made Wang Ke's heart tremble. Why did the heavens send such a huge disaster after chiseling just over half a kilogram of stone? After the huge explosion, the smoke slowly dissipated. The peak of the nascent soul realm prisoner's body was charred black as if the surface of his skin had been roasted. He lay limp on the ground and twitched from time to time. All that was left was his last breath and the smell of meat. All the prisoners trembled. At that moment, a prison guard walked over. He took 2 small floating stones from the prisoner's hand and weighed them with a small scale. It's good that you're alive. 1 catty and 6 tails. Good. You still owe 765 catties and 4 tails. Keep up the good work. Here's your food, water, and clothes this time. The jailer threw down a pile of things and walked away. The prisoner looked at the food, water, and clothes on the ground and revealed a bitter look of despair. When will this be the end? Half a kilogram? Wang Ke's face stiffened. Yes, the levitating stone mine is controlled by the Heaven Tao. Every single stone is monitored. So long as the heavenly tribulation passes, then the levitating stone mine can be freed from its control. Of course, if the person who dug the stone dies under the heavenly tribulation, then even if he plucks the levitating stone, no one can touch it. This means that the stone will continue to be controlled by the Heaven Tao. Therefore, you can't die. It's impossible to exchange your life for a floating stone, the rabbit monarch explained. Wang Ke swallowed his saliva. It's only half a kilogram, and the heavenly punishment is already so severe? Of course, boss. You don't know this, but the heavenly Tao determines the heavenly punishment based on the number of floating stones chiseled. Every half a kilogram increases the heavenly punishment's level by 1 level. Below half a kilogram is the smallest heavenly punishment. Between half a kilogram and 2 kilograms is the larger one. Between 2 kilograms and 3 kilograms is even more terrifying, and so on, the rabbit monarch explained. Wang Ke stared at the rabbit monarch. Every half a kilogram increases the heavenly punishment's level by 1 level? Then, wouldn't the heavenly punishment from the 500 kilograms of floating stones I secretly hid be apocalyptic if it were to descend? At that moment, Wang Ke suddenly understood why the prisoners were so shocked when they saw him standing on the floating mountain. It wasn't them who were shocked, it was him who was courting death. That's not right. Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. Why am I fine? The heavenly punishment didn't strike me just now. Could it be that the heavens are giving me face? Rabbit Monarch, is it possible that someone chiseled a floating stone and didn't get struck? Wang Ke asked curiously. Yes, when a floating stone leaves its original position, whoever comes into contact with it first will receive the heavenly punishment. It's possible for one person to use airflow spells to attack without touching the floating stone. If another person touches the floating stone, then the other person will receive the heavenly punishment. However, the other person has to survive the heavenly punishment for it to be effective. The Rabbit Monarch said, Can a group of people share the heavenly punishment? Wang Ke asked. No, for a heavenly punishment of the same level. The heavenly Tao will give everyone a heavenly punishment based on the number of people participating. It's impossible to share the heavenly punishment, the Rabbit Monarch explained. Wang Ke fell into deep thought. Why was he fine? Was the heavens giving him face? That was impossible. But he had plucked more than 500 kilograms of floating stones, yet he wasn't struck? Why? Wang Ke's expression flickered. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Turbid true essence. Wang Ke was different from others. He had used his turbid true essence to envelop the floating stone the entire time. Could it be that my turbid true essence can conceal the heavenly Tao? My great solar undying divine technique is a cultivation technique from Earth. My turbid true essence should be different from this world's cultivation techniques. It has the ability to conceal this planet's heavenly Tao. Why didn't the heavenly Tao notice it when it enveloped the floating stone? Wang Ke's expression changed slightly, but in the next moment, Wang Ke's expression froze. Although he had plucked more than 500 kilograms of floating stones, he couldn't use them. As long as he withdrew his turbid true essence, the heavenly Tao would still be able to detect that he had plucked the floating stone. The heavenly Tao could even sense the aura of every cultivator who was about to transcend their tribulations. Once the floating stone was exposed, the heavenly Tao would definitely be able to sense it. When that happens, would there be a world-ending heavenly punishment waiting for me? Did I pluck a hot potato this time? Wang Ke's expression turned ugly. That 500-kilogram floating stone couldn't be used at all. Why did he have to cover it with his turbid true essence? He thought he had struck gold, but in the end he couldn't spend it at all. Boss, do you want to give it a try? The Rabbit Monarch looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke glared at the Rabbit Monarch fiercely. I'm not crazy. Why would I get struck by heavenly punishment for no reason? Wang Ke continued to look at the floating stone. Other than the person who had opened the mine at the beginning, there were others who went to chisel the floating stones one after another. There was no other choice. Although the floating prison didn't restrict everyone's cultivation, everyone had a certain number of floating stones. They could only be released from prison when they had chiseled enough floating stones. Otherwise, they would be locked up forever. People went to chisel the floating stones one after another, and heavenly punishment constantly descended. Most of them chiseled the floating stones, one by one. After all, the lowest level of heavenly punishment was still acceptable. After being struck by lightning every day, they would be mentally refreshed and could continue to develop. Unlike the first person, who wouldn't recover for at least a month, Wang Ke naturally didn't have masochistic tendencies. If he really went to chisel a 500-kilogram spirit stone, how long would it take? He might as well wait for news from Wang Tinfeng. Besides, there wasn't a large amount of smoke and dust to cover it. Wang Ke couldn't secretly steal the floating stones anymore. Just like that, he continued to watch others being struck by lightning until night fell. There were no independent cells in the floating prison. Everyone was at the nascent soul realm, and their cultivation wasn't sealed. There was no need for that. Wang Ke sat under a big tree and spread out his tent. Beside him was a large table filled with delicacies. Boss, there might be a lot of people who want to curry favor with you. They sent you all kinds of delicacies and fine wine. We haven't had such a sumptuous dinner in a long time, the rabbit monarch said in surprise. Don't rabbits eat grass? Wang Ke asked curiously. We eat everything, the rabbit monarch said immediately. All right, let's eat. Remember those bosses who sent us delicacies. We'll return the favor later. Wang Ke said. Yes, the rabbit monarch nodded. Immediately, the rabbit monarch and the 10 rabbit demons ate excitedly. As they ate, they drank the fine wine. Wang Ke also raised his cup and took a sip. At that moment, there seemed to be many prisoners in the dark, looking at the bonfire where Wang Ke was. All kinds of strange lights flashed in their eyes. He drank? He drank. Someone said excitedly in the dark. Wang Ke drank it in one gulp. He poured another cup? Another person said excitedly in the dark. Why is Wang Ke fine? He's still eating the spiced beef? He's fine too? The previous person said in surprise. I don't know either. I poured a lot. The previous person said. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Wang Ke. Wang Ke was eating and drinking in great enjoyment. Crack! Suddenly, a rabbit demon clutched his throat. What's wrong? My stomach, the rabbit monarch suddenly exclaimed. Ka 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 ka. The group of rabbit demons suddenly collapsed to the ground, holding their stomachs and foaming at the mouth. There's poison in the wine. There's poison in the meat. Poison! The group of rabbit demons convulsed on the ground in despair. At the side, Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. Rabbit monarch, what are you doing? Boss, they're here. The enemies of Black Lotus Sage are here. There are indeed enemies of Black Lotus Sage in this floating prison. They're starting to take revenge. Wee. Pooh! Boss, I've been tricked by you. The rabbit monarch foamed in despair with a face full of regret. Poison? It's quite delicious. Wang Ke picked up another cup of untouched wine and drank it in one gulp. The rabbit monarch stared at Wang Ke as he drank another cup of poison wine. Why are you fine? Are you the one who poisoned them? Why? In the distance, many pairs of eyes stared at Wang Ke in the dark. Is there a problem with your poison? I don't know either. Boss Rabbit and the others are poisoned? But what about Wang Ke? Why is he fine? Should we go up and make a move? Do you want to die? If Wang Ke is fine, wouldn't we be courting death? Voices of shock and uncertainty could be heard in the dark. Those who wanted to harm Wang Ke didn't dare to make a move. P.S. First update. Chapter 662. Floating prison. Nighttime. Pairs of eyes stared at the bonfire where Wang Ke was. Have you contacted the outside? That's right. My family joined forces with the other 6 families to find this poison. Even a martial god would lose his strength in a short period of time. Once Wang Ke collapses, we will take action immediately. The poison is acting up. Boss Rabbit and the rest are poisoned. Everyone get ready. Once Wang Ke shows any signs of being poisoned, we will take action immediately. All right. Ow. Pairs of eyes stared intently in the darkness. Beside the bonfire, Rabbit Monarch and the rest were all lying on the ground, convulsing and trembling. Wang Ke's eyelids twitched when he saw Rabbit Monarch and the rest being poisoned. Just how many people has the Demon Lord offended? It hasn't even been a day yet. I've only mentioned the Demon Lord's name, and the Demon Lord's enemies have already extended their hands to this prison? What should I do? Should I complain to the fat prison guard? Wouldn't that be courting death? Why are these Devil Lord's enemies not daring to show themselves? It's because they are intimidated by me. They suspect that I'm a martial god, so they don't dare to show themselves. If I complain to the prison guard, won't I be exposed? What good will come of it? Besides, who could guarantee that none of these prison guards had any enemies of Devil Lord? Now that Rabbit Monarch and the rest were foaming at the mouth, his group was in imminent danger. At this time, as long as he showed a trace of weakness, they would all swarm him. He couldn't show any weakness. He had to act and continue acting. Wang took a deep breath and poured another cup of poison wine. Anyway, he was immune to all poisons and wasn't afraid of poison. Under the watchful eyes of the many pairs of eyes in the darkness, Wang drank another mouthful of poisoned wine. Rabbit Monarch, circulate your energy to expel the poison. I'll watch over here. Don't worry. Wang took a deep breath and said, Ugh. Rabbit Monarch foamed as surprise flashed across its eyes. Eventually, it nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate its energy to expel the poison. Wang sat there, drinking the poison wine and eating the delicious poisoned meat beside him. Hiss! The taste of this poisonous wine is really not bad. It's a pity that Mo Sanshan is dead. Otherwise, the taste of this poisonous wine would be very popular. Wang frowned and said regretfully. Just like that, beside the bonfire, the group of rabbit demons quickly expelled the poison, while Wang ate the poisoned wine and vegetables in a carefree manner. Many pairs of eyes widened in the darkness in the distance. Didn't you say that even martial gods couldn't stand the poison? Why is Wang fine? I don't know either. He's still drinking. Why is he fine? Is it a lie? But Boss Rabbit and the rest are poisoned. Maybe I didn't put enough? What should we do now? Should we go? How? If Wang wasn't poisoned and was in the martial god realm, then we would die if we went up. Do you want to die? The pairs of eyes in the darkness were restless, but they did not dare to make any moves. They could only spend the night in a panic. When dawn broke, Rabbit Monarch and the rest of the demon rabbits had expelled the poison. Boss, why are you fine? Rabbit Monarch asked in astonishment. Rabbit Monarch understood that it was because Wang was fine that it could safely expel the poison. Otherwise, everyone would have died tonight. Although the prison did not allow any deaths, many people had died without evidence. You know the people who delivered the poison yesterday, right? Wang asked. Yes, Rabbit Monarch nodded. Find them one by one. Bring them back as long as they aren't dead. I'll be waiting here. At the same time, take my Black Lotus Sacred Envoy token and show it to those who want to meddle in our business. Anyone who interferes will be my enemy, Wang said in a deep voice. Ah, yes. Rabbit Monarch took the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy token with a look of despair, because from this moment onwards, it would officially be labeled as the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy. There was no turning back now. There was no other way. Since there was no turning back, then there was no turning back. We'll split the loot in the storage bracelets, 30 to 70. I'll take 70% and you guys take 30%, Wang said. The eyes of Rabbit Monarch and the rest lit up. Indeed, money was the eternal motivation. Boss, just you wait. Rabbit Monarch was instantly energized. Under the Rabbit Monarch's lead, the group of rabbit demons immediately walked towards the crowd without any regard for their own kin. At this moment, everyone in the floating prison, be it those who had poisoned or not, had been keeping an eye on it. When they saw Rabbit Monarch's arrival, they turned around and ran. Boss Zhang, help me block them. You owe me 2 favors last time. Let's call it even. How about that? One of the poisoners asked anxiously. Rabbit Monarch quickly raised the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy token. Seeing the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy token is the same as seeing the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy. Whoever dares to block the Black Lotus Sacred Envoy, take a step forward. Rabbit Monarch shouted. Walala! Immediately, the group of prisoners scattered to avoid the poisoners. Boss Zhang, you! One of the poisoners exclaimed. Boss Zhang, you're courting death. Don't drag my entire clan down with you. Stay away from me. I have nothing to do with you. Boss Zhang glared at him and shouted. Beat them up. Rabbit Monarch shouted. Huh. A group of demon rabbits immediately swarmed forward. Smoke and dust rose from the fight as cries of agony filled the air. If it were a group of bosses fighting against Rabbit Monarch would definitely not be able to win. However, it was a piece of cake for Rabbit Monarch to deal with a boss whose subordinates were running away. In the blink of an eye, they were beaten to the brink of death and tied up in front of Wang Ku. Next, Rabbit Monarch shouted and continued to charge towards the poisoners. 4 hours later, under the tree where Wang Ku was, 12 poisoners were all tied up in front of Wang Ku. Haha, boss, we've gained quite a lot this time. There's quite a lot of money in their storage bracelets. Rabbit Monarch said excitedly. Boss Wang, we were also instructed by someone. The group of poisoners immediately said anxiously. Use tents to surround the area and interrogate them. Wang Ku instructed. Okay. Rabbit Monarch replied. Not only did they use tents, but they also used sound barrier arrays and other small arrays. With the dense fog covering the area, no one could see what was happening inside. Some of the prisoners around them pointed and whispered. However, no one dared to step forward. Soon, Wang Ku received a reply. Boss, the situation is not good. The prison guards are actually in cahoots with them. The poison was actually brought in by the prison guards. There are a total of 8 big clans that want to deal with us. Now that we've failed today, there might be more assassinations coming. Rabbit Monarch said with an ugly expression. Not only that, there are definitely enemies of Devil Lord among these 3,000 prisoners. Even prison guards are working with them. Wang Ku's expression turned ugly. Boss, what do we do now? I have a feeling that this is only the first wave. We'll be attacked continuously in the future. This Black Lotus envoy token is going to kill us. Rabbit Monarch said anxiously. Wang Ku frowned and said, Since this floating prison isn't safe, let's break out of it. Huh? Break out of prison? Boss, breaking out of prison is a serious crime. The highest punishment is death. I'll be released after a while. If I break out of prison with you, there's no turning back. Rabbit Monarch's expression changed. No turning back is better than losing your head, right? Wang Ku frowned and said. Rabbit Monarch's expression froze. The assassination attempt last night was only the first wave. If it weren't for Wang Ku scaring off the prisoners, it would probably have died. This is all because of you, Rabbit Monarch said bitterly. If you didn't come, I wouldn't have gotten involved with Black Lotus Envoy. Now I can't escape? Why am I so unlucky? Didn't they say that Black Lotus Envoy came to the demonic god's capital yesterday? Let's break out of prison and find Black Lotus Envoy. Tell me who would dare to capture people in Black Lotus Envoy's territory. Wang Ku asked. Huh, this. Rabbit Monarch raised its eyebrows. That's right. Black Lotus Envoy's notoriety is extremely terrifying. If he wants to protect us, who would dare to find trouble with him? Those big family clans? Are they tired of living? But this floating prison's array formation is extremely powerful, and it's connected to the floating mountain. There's no way we can break it open, and there's no way we can escape from underground either. If we accidentally damage the floating mountain, it'll be a destructive heavenly punishment. We'll all be finished. Who said we're going to break out of prison by force? Don't you know how to use your brain? We have to outsmart them. Wang Ku glared. Outsmart them? Rabbit Monarch was puzzled. That's right. Outsmart them. We have to think carefully. Let me think. Wang Ku said solemnly. Think. What do we have to think about? Boss, I have the rabbit race's red-eye demonic art. I can hypnotize the fat prison guard. Leave it to me. Rabbit Monarch's eyes suddenly lit up. Red-eye demonic art? Hypnosis? Will it work? Wang Ku asked doubtfully. Boss, just wait and see. This is my race's innate talent. Leave it to me. Rabbit Monarch said confidently. Since they were going to break out of prison, Rabbit Monarch didn't need to hide anymore. Wonka still looked at Rabbit Monarch doubtfully, but seeing how confident Rabbit Monarch was in its demonic art, Wonka didn't want to discourage it and nodded. He left it to Rabbit Monarch. At night, under Rabbit Monarch's arrangements, Wonka set up the tent at the foot of the floating mountain and used the sound barrier array and fog array to conceal it. "Boss, watch me," Rabbit Monarch said confidently. Rabbit Monarch immediately made arrangements for its subordinates. Kaboom! A loud sound rang out. A rabbit demon was digging into the floating rock, which attracted the sound of heavenly punishment. Not long after, a fat prison guard walked over while cursing. "It's so late at night. Can't you stop for a while? Why are you digging into the floating rock at this time? Can't you let me rest?" The fat prison guard walked to the foggy area where Wonku was. It seemed like he was looking for the person who had dug into the floating rock and wanted to collect it. Where is he? Who dug the floating rock just now?" The fat prison guard glared at him. At that moment, 2 rabbit demons suddenly appeared behind the fat prison guard and grabbed him, preventing him from moving. Rabbit Monarch instantly jumped in front of him. "Look into my eyes," Rabbit Monarch yelled. "Whoa!" Rabbit Monarch's red-eye demonic art, activated as a hypnotic force, rushed into the depths of the fat prison guard's eyes. That fat prison guard was suddenly stunned. It was as though he was frozen in place. "From now on, you have to listen to me. You have to listen to me. You have to listen to me. You have to listen to me." Rabbit Monarch repeated the hypnosis over and over again. The fat prison guard swayed as though he was dizzy. "Boss, did you see that? He has been hypnotized by me. We can leave the floating prison now." Rabbit Monarch looked at Wonka confidently. "Oh," Wonka said in surprise. The fat prison guard suddenly quivered as his expression changed and he regained consciousness. "How dare you try to hypnotize me? Fortunately, I have a spirit concentration Dharma treasure that can prevent me from being hypnotized. Are you courting death? Someone, come quickly. Someone is trying to escape." The fat prison guard suddenly shouted. Rabbit Monarch's expression froze. Wonka's face darkened. "Is this your F*King hypnosis? We are trying to escape, and you help me spread the news to everyone? P.S. Second update. Chapter 663. How dare you try to hypnotize me? Luckily, I have a spirit concentration treasure that can prevent me from being hypnotized. Do you want to die? Someone come. Someone is trying to break out of prison." The fat prison guard suddenly shouted. The Rabbit Monarch's face froze. Wonka's face darkened. "Is this your hypnosis technique? We're trying to break out of prison, and you're helping me spread the news to everyone? Someone come. Someone is trying to break out of prison." The fat prison guard screamed. Don't shout, don't shout. We're just playing around." The Rabbit Monarch begged for mercy in a fluster. Bullsh*T. Do you think I'm stupid? Someone come. The Rabbit Monarch is trying to break out of prison. Someone come. The fat prison guard continued shouting. At that moment, a long sword was placed against the fat prison guard's neck. "Shout again, and I'll chop off your head." Wonka glared. "Gah." The fat prison guard's shouts stopped immediately. "Monarch?" "Wonku." The fat prison guard's face stiffened. "Do you believe that I can kill you with a single strike?" Wonka glared. Yes, I believe you," the fat prison guard said in shock. "We want to break out of the floating prison. Can you help us?" Wonka asked coldly. "Boss, you're being too direct. They've received professional training. Threatening them is useless," the Rabbit Monarch said worriedly. Yes, I can help you out," the fat prison guard said while trembling. The Rabbit Monarch was speechless. "What the F***? Can't you have some integrity? Where's your professionalism? Do you see that? This is what it means to be outsmarted." What's the point of that red-eye demon technique of yours? It's all fancy and fancy. Wonka glared. The rabbit monarch was speechless. But boss, he shouted so loudly just now. The other prison guards must have heard him. Can we still escape? A rabbit demon asked worriedly. Don't worry. Not only do I have a sound barrier array around me, I can also isolate sound. No one outside heard the fat jailer's shouts. Wonka said, Then why weren't you affected by my hypnosis just now? The rabbit monarch looked at the fat prison guard gloomily. The rabbit monarch wanted an explanation for its red-eyed demon technique. You are a rabbit demon. Your innate demonic arts can hypnotize people. Other cultivators also had some special cultivation techniques that could hypnotize others. In the past, there were people who tried to hypnotize the jailers to break out of the prison. Later, the higher-ups were alerted and understood the importance of the floating prison. They specially refined a batch of magical equipment to prevent hypnosis and gave it to us. So, the fat jailer immediately said, The rabbit monarch. Look at you, fooling around without understanding the situation. If not for my careful planning and backup plans, no one would be able to escape tonight. This matter is going to fall into your hands. Wonka glared. The rabbit monarch's face darkened. Can you blame me for this? I'm innocent. Also, your so-called backup plan was to place a sword on the fat prison guard's neck. How is that a plan? Come, tell me. How are you going to get us out of the floating prison? Wonka asked in a low voice. The floating prison has several defensive checkpoints. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. There are layers of checks to prevent any loopholes. This floating prison is one of the most heavily guarded places in the evil dynasty. The fat prison guard said nervously. So you're saying that you were lying to me? You can't get us out of the prison? Wonka glared at him. Yes. Actually, there's a chance today. The fat prison guard said nervously. What do you mean? Wonka frowned. The floating prison is responsible for mining the floating stones. Once every 3 months, the floating stones that have been mined will be sent to the imperial palace of the demonic gods. The floating stones that have been mined will be sealed in the floating prison. Then they will be escorted to the imperial palace by the army. You can secretly hide in the box of the floating stone mine and leave the floating prison directly, the fat prison guard said. Are you sure? Wonka was taken aback. Was it that easy to get out? It's true. Although I don't have the authority to leave, I'm in charge of packing the floating stones. I can put you inside and you can leave later, the fat prison guard said nervously. Boss, he might be lying to you, the rabbit monarch said with a frown. What's there to lie about? Isn't his idea pretty good? Do you have any other ideas? Wonka glared. The rabbit monarch frowned. But he made it sound too easy. Isn't it easy? The red-eye demon technique you used previously was all fancy and useless. Wonka glared. But the mined floating stones can be placed in storage bracelets. Why do we have to put them in boxes and send them out? This doesn't make sense, the rabbit monarch said anxiously. The fat prison guard's expression changed as though his lie had been exposed. He was anxious. Rabbit monarch, do you not want to leave? Why are you still thinking about logic at a time like this? It's fine as long as we can leave, Wonka said with a glare. The rabbit monarch was speechless. The fat prison guard also stared at Wonka. What do you mean? Are you not suspicious? Don't worry, we'll do as you say. I don't care what method you have. Just get us out. If we can't leave, I'll kill you. Wonka glared at the fat prison guard. All right. Thank you, Senior. The fat prison guard swallowed his saliva and nodded with a smile that was uglier than crying. With the fat prison guard as a spy, everything became much more convenient. At this moment, many prisoners in the prison were also staring at Wonka's location. They saw a fat prison guard walk into the array formation area where Wonka was and didn't come out for a long time. After a long time, the The fat prison guard carried a huge box out and walked back to the prison guard's living quarters. Since it was already dark, there weren't many guards paying attention to him. The fat guard went to his living quarters and entered a large room with no one around. He opened the box, revealing Wang Ku and a group of shrunken rabbit demons. "It's here," the fat prison guard said. "Oh." Wang Ku and the rest stepped out of the box. They saw a huge coffin in front of them. "That's it." Wang Ku looked at the coffin in front of him, suspiciously. "Yes, yes," the fat prison guard said nervously. The rabbit monarch and the rest quickly went forward to check. When they opened the lid, they saw that the interior was filled with floating stones. "Boss, it's true. There are 500 kilograms of floating stones inside. Moreover, this coffin has a restriction that prevents others from using their divine perception to check its interior." The rabbit monarch nodded. Wang Ku looked at the fat prison guard with a strange expression. "Is this how the evil dynasty delivered their goods to the palace? Using a coffin?" "Yes, yes." The fat prison guard nodded nervously. Wang Ku, the rabbit monarch, and the rest looked at each other. What the F***ck was this so strange? "Why don't you hide inside? Bring back someone to transport the coffin, and I'll help you clean up the mess?" The fat prison guard asked expectantly. "What mess?" "You'll enter the coffin with us," Wang Ku said. "What? I can't. This coffin can't hold us," the fat prison guard said anxiously. "What are you afraid of?" "I'll keep the floating stones first," Wang Ku said. With that, Wang Ku stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 500 kilograms of floating stones into his storage bracelet. With that, the coffin became much more spacious. Rabbit monarch, shrink yourselves into little rabbits and stay in the lower half of the coffin with this fat prison guard. I'll lie in the upper half. Hurry up, Wang Ku instructed. Okay, the rabbit monarch answered immediately. I can't go. If I leave, others will suspect me, the fat prison guard shouted nervously. Suspect what? You're only in charge of packing the coffin, not transporting it. We'll hide in the coffin and seal it properly. You just have to leave a letter on the coffin lid. That'll do. Wang Ku glared at him. But, the fat prison guard was anxious. You're not thinking of framing us, are you? Kid, you should know the consequences of framing us. Wang Ku immediately took out his sword and placed it on the fat prison guard's neck. The fat prison guard's face froze. I'll listen to you. Say, that's right. Wang Ku nodded and put away his sword. Immediately, following Wang Ku's instructions, the group of little rabbits and the fat prison guard, whose cultivation was sealed and mouth was gagged, lay in the lower part of the coffin. The rabbit monarch placed a knife on the fat prison guard's neck. In the middle, Wang Ku placed a partition. Wang Ku lay on top of the partition and closed the coffin lid. Ka! There seemed to be a seal on the coffin lid. After the lid was closed, it automatically sealed itself. The group waited patiently. After about 2 hours, footsteps could be heard from the large room. Where's third brother? What's going on? Where is he? A deep voice was heard. Boss, there's a note on the coffin. It's third brother's handwriting. On the note, it says that third brother ate something and got diarrhea. The coffin has been sealed, so we can take it away. What's wrong with third brother? What time was it? Why was she having a stomachache? Is his nascent soul realm fake? F***ck. That's right. Third brother is so careless. The seal isn't even sealed properly. Boss, do you want to open it and see how much is in the coffin today? Stop, are you courting death? Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Don't you know who this is for? If your eyes are deceiving you and you have any greedy thoughts, you will die as long as you make a single move. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't court death. Seal it properly and we won't know anything. But touch it if you want to die. No, I won't look. I'll seal it properly. All right, let's not wait for third brother. He fell into the latrine. Carry the coffin, and let's set off. All right. Suddenly, Wang Ku and the rabbit monarch heard something different from the conversation between the two people outside the coffin. Little fatty, are you lying? Are you lying to us? Do you think I won't kill you right now? The rabbit monarch said fiercely in the fat prison guard's ear. Woo, woo, woo. The fat prison guard's mouth was gagged and he was extremely anxious. Shut up, don't talk. Let's talk after we get out. As long as we can get out, it'll be considered as little fatty's fault. Wang Ke said softly. Humph, consider yourself lucky. The rabbit monarch threatened softly. Everything that followed went rather smoothly. The group of people in the coffin felt like they were being transported away by a carriage. At the same time, the carriage seemed to be escorted by soldiers and traveled for a long time. During this time, no one in the coffin dared to make a sound, until the carriage seemed to have stopped. All right, the coffin is in the yard. You can leave now. An unfamiliar voice came from outside the coffin. All right, Butler Chin. The two people who had delivered the coffin answered. Before long, the area outside the coffin fell into a dead silence. Wang Ku and the rest waited for a while. When they saw that there was no sound coming from outside, they quietly opened the coffin lid. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 664. Wang Ke pushed open the coffin's lid by a sliver. He wasn't in a hurry to get out. Instead, he listened carefully to his surroundings and only opened the coffin completely after confirming that there was no one around. The coffin lid opened to reveal a courtyard in the backyard. It was completely empty with not a single person in sight. Wang Ke jumped out of the coffin. The group of rabbit demons also escorted the fat prison guard out of the coffin. There's a sound barrier in this small garden. It prevents people from using their divine perception to scan the surroundings? Wang Ke asked curiously. The group suddenly stared at the fat prison guard. Sound barrier. The rabbit monarch waved his hand. The group of rabbit demons immediately used their powers to form a barrier around the area. Little fatty, how dare you lie to us? Are you courting death? Beat him up. The rabbit monarch glared at him. Woo, 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 woo. The fat prison guard whimpered in pain because his mouth was gagged. All right, we finally escaped from the floating prison. We should be safe now. Little fatty has helped us. Stop beating him up. Let's take a look at the situation first. Wang Ke said. Wang Ke leaped onto the top of the wall and looked outside. Outside the walls of the courtyard, a large number of soldiers were standing densely. Countless soldiers were holding swords and sabers in their hands, surrounding the large residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In this situation, Wang Ke's group seemed to have been surrounded in the center, and there was no way for them to escape. Boss, what's outside? Why did your expression change? The rabbit monarch asked curiously. Nothing. We seem to have been tricked by this little fatty. Continue beating him up. Let's talk after beating him up. Wang Ke glared at the fat prison guard angrily. Woo, 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 woo. After being beaten up by the rabbit demons, the fat prison guard became even fatter with tears in his eyes, until the cloth gagging his mouth fell off. Senior, I know my mistake. Senior, please spare my life. I'm innocent. The fat prison guard immediately cried out. Innocent? What's the situation outside? Why are there so many people surrounding us? Is this the palace? Wang Ke glared at him. The fat prison guard's expression froze. He didn't know what to say. Beat him up. Continue beating him up. The rabbit monarch glared. Don't hit me, I'll talk. The fat jailer said anxiously. Tell me, where is this? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. This is still the Red Lotus Emissary Island, the palace of the Red Lotus Emissary. The fat prison guard said bitterly. Not the palace of the evil emperor? Was it the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's palace? Why are we here? Wang Ke asked solemnly. Senior, You wanted to break out of the prison. I wanted to help you, but originally, the fat jailer stuttered. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Just kill him and we'll investigate it ourselves. Wang Ku threatened. No, I'll tell you. The fat jailer was terrified. Everyone looked at the fat prison guard coldly. Every 3 months, the floating stone mine will be sent to the palace of the evil emperor. It's true. However, it was not delivered in this coffin. The floating stone in this coffin was secretly sent to the Red Lotus Saint envoy, the fat prison guard said. In other words, you colluded with the Red Lotus Saint envoy and secretly sent the floating stone to the palace of the evil emperor to the Red Lotus Saint envoy? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. Yes, because the floating prison is heavily guarded. Even if you secretly put the floating stone in your storage bracelet, you can't take it out. That's because the people who come out have their storage bracelets checked. In order to send the floating stone to the Red Lotus Saint envoy, we had to do this, the fat prison guard said. You had to do this? What do you mean? You don't want to check the coffin? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. Yes, the floating stone is normally guarded by my superior. We are just the lowest level prison guards who do some chores. For example, we send the corpses of the prisoners who have been struck by heaven's punishment. This coffin is used to store the prisoners' corpses. The guards who are in charge of checking the storage bracelets have a clear division of labor. There are people who are in charge of searching the bodies. There are also people who are in charge of checking the bodies. The people who are in charge of checking the corpses have also listened to my superior and joined the Red Lotus Saint envoy. That's why we were able to get out of the coffin without any problems, the fat prison guard said. In other words, although the floating prison looks heavily guarded, the Red Lotus Saint envoy has already bribed a way in. She can secretly steal some of the floating stones that are sent to the palace and give them to the Red Lotus Saint envoy? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. Something like that. However, the floating stones are usually taken from the corpses. Taking out a few dozen pounds each time is already the limit. We don't want to be discovered by the palace if we take too much. This time, for some reason, we were allowed to take out a few thousand pounds at once. Furthermore, they were extremely anxious. They sent word in the day that they would be delivering it at night. The fat prison guard explained. Then why did you lie to us earlier? The rabbit monarch glared at him. You want us to hide in the coffin, and then you want to kill us with a borrowed knife? When we reach the Red Lotus Saint emissary's palace, you want her to kill us, Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Aye. The fat prison guard's expression froze. The prisoners in the prison had been fooled by Wang Ke and thought that Wang Ke had a good relationship with the Red Lotus Saint envoy. However, the prison guards had seen with their own eyes that Wang Ke didn't know the Red Lotus Saint envoy at all. He had only said a few words before entering the prison. What about you? You thought that the Red Lotus Saint envoy would definitely kill us after we saw her stealing the floating stones that are exclusive to the royal family. You didn't expect us to bring you out as well. The rabbit monarch glared at him. Everyone, please spare my life. Everyone was quite peaceful at night. We had arranged for the coffin and were about to set off. Who knew that you would suddenly chisel the floating stones to summon the heavenly punishment? I had no choice but to go over to avoid attracting attention. Who knew that you would suddenly kidnap me and break out of prison? What should I do now? If I didn't agree to your request and got into a fight with you, I would be in big trouble if I couldn't deliver the coffin that the Red Lotus Saint envoy wanted on time. I was in a hurry to deliver the coffin for the Red Lotus Saint envoy, but you were delaying it. So I decided to beat you at your own game and appeased you so that you could come out with the coffin. The fat prison guard said anxiously. This little fatty is dishonest and wants to kill us with a borrowed knife. Just kill him. The rabbit monarch glared at him. No. Seniors, bosses, I am innocent. Although I didn't tell you the truth, I still brought you out. The fat prison guard said anxiously. Then what do we do now? There are thousands of soldiers outside the garden. How do we get out? Wang glared at the fat prison guard. Thousands of soldiers? Why are there so many? I don't know either. There seems to be a lot of soldiers in the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's palace these days. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Senior, I am just a small fry. I don't know what to do either, the fat prison guard said anxiously. Damn it, we saw through the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's theft. Once we are discovered, we will be hacked to death. This is the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's palace. There are thousands of soldiers outside, and the Red Lotus Saint Envoy is inside. Isn't this place more dangerous than the floating prison? We might as well not come out. In the prison, we can still fend off sneak attacks from all sides. Here, we are doomed, the rabbit monarch said in despair. The group of rabbit demons glared at the fat prison guard. They wanted to tear him apart. Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. But you held a knife to my neck just now. I didn't lie to you. Now that the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's actions have been exposed, I am doomed. By delaying the things that the Red Lotus Saint Envoy wants tonight, I am still doomed. I am helpless too. Senior, I have no choice either. I have a dying mother and an infant son waiting to be fed. I can't die. The fat jailer immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Damn it, this is the excuse I gave you previously. Are you shameless enough to use it? The rabbit monarch glared at him. Ah! The fat prison guard's face froze. Knock him out and take his storage bracelet. I will take 70% and you'll take 30%. Wang said in a low voice. Bam! The rabbit monarch immediately took action. The group of rabbit demons quickly divided up the fat prison guard and gave the benefits to Wang Ke. They placed the fat prison guard in a coffin at the side. The rabbit monarch and the rest climbed up the wall to take a look. Then they shrank back in fear. The Shura army of the Red Lotus Saint Envoy? Damn it, why? Why? The rabbit monarch said in horror. The Shura army? Wang Ke asked curiously. Yes, this army is the best of the best. It is the strongest army of the Red Lotus Saint Envoy. They are invincible. They even dare to challenge a martial god. Boss, are we doomed? The rabbit monarch said in despair. Don't be nervous. Let's go. We will find if there are any servants nearby. Knock them out and change into their clothes. Then we will sneak out. Wang Ke said in a low voice. All right, the rabbit monarch said nervously. Wang Ke led the group of rabbits to a dark corner at the edge of the corridor and started searching. This shouldn't be. Why is there not a single servant here? The rabbit monarch said in shock. Let's continue searching. Wang Ke said in a low voice. The group quietly moved around the palace. There wasn't even a maidservant, let alone servants. It wasn't that they had gone to sleep. It was just that there was no one in the rooms. With the sound obstruction array, they couldn't use their divine perception. However, it was strange that there wasn't a single person here. I remember hearing the housekeeper's voice when we were in the coffin. Wang Ke said with a frown. There's no one here, the rabbit monarch said in confusion. At this moment, a rabbit demon ran over from a short distance away. Boss, great king, there is light coming from a large hall. There are people there, the rabbit demon said softly. Oh, Wang Ke said in confusion. Immediately, he summoned all the rabbit demons, and the group of them went straight to the main hall where there were people. Indeed, before long, they saw the light of a night illumination pearl in the large hall. They could vaguely hear voices. Wang Ke and the group sneaked over and approached the large hall. They pushed open the window from the side and looked inside. They saw 6 figures standing in the large hall. 4 of them were dressed in black robes, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. As for the other 2, one was a beautiful woman. She stood respectfully at the side and didn't dare to speak. The other person was the Red Lotus Saint Envoy that Wang Ke saw yesterday. The Red Lotus Saint Envoy was bowing respectfully to one of the black-robed men. This scene made Wang Ke's eyelids twitch violently. What was going on? Who were these 4 black-robed men? The Red Lotus Saint envoy was bowing to one of them? The Red Lotus Saint emissary was second only to one person in the Red Lotus dynasty. Other than the Red Lotus Emperor, the Red Lotus Saint envoy didn't bow to anyone. What was going on? Were these big shots plotting something? P.S. First update. Chapter 665. Red Lotus Sage's Palace. Wang Ke and the Rabbit Monarch could see what was happening inside the palace through the gaps in the walls. Wang Ke was shocked, but the Rabbit Monarch was terrified. The Rabbit Monarch's knowledge of the Red Lotus Sage was not something Wang Ke could compare with. What a powerful big shot! The second in command of the Red Lotus Empire, even in the evil dynasty, had a high status and was comparable to a demon god. More importantly, the Red Lotus Sage was a peerless martial god. And now, the Red Lotus Sage was bowing to a black-robed man in the palace? What was the background of this black-robed man? Even the Red Lotus Sage bowed to him? More importantly, there were 4 black-robed men. Huff! The Rabbit Monarch quickly erected a soundproof barrier. We seem to have seen something we shouldn't have seen. The Rabbit Monarch swallowed its saliva. Why don't we retreat? Wang Ke frowned. The Rabbit Monarch could see the danger, but could Wang Ke not? Let's leave quickly. The Rabbit Monarch nodded vigorously. Who would dare to stay? Courting death? This group of big shots was gathering in such a secretive manner. If they were caught, they would definitely kill them. Staying here was courting death? Did they want to eavesdrop? Did they have a death wish? Just as everyone was about to leave, footsteps came from behind them. Who's there? A shout came from behind Wang Ke and the Rabbit Monarch. Wang, Ke, the Rabbit Monarch, and the rest froze. Swoosh! Everyone in the hall instantly turned their heads and looked out of the window. The Red Lotus Sage's expression changed as she waved her hand. Bam! All the windows opened instantly. In an instant, Wang Ke and the rest of the rabbit demons were exposed in front of everyone. A look of despair appeared on the Rabbit Monarch's face. Why the F***CK? Was it so unlucky? Was he going to die for sure? Boss, boss! The Rabbit Monarch cried out in despair. At this moment, even the Rabbit Monarch, who had been the leader of a club, couldn't take it anymore. There was no solution. How could the Red Lotus Sage let them out alive? What are you shouting for? Can't you see that we're having a meeting? Do you want to die? Wang Ke glared at the person who shouted just now. That person's face stiffened. What's going on? You've been exposed, yet you're still scolding me? Butler Chin? What's going on? Red Lotus Saint emissary's face sank. Reporting to the sacred envoy, the people from the floating prison just came to deliver the coffin as usual. This old servant asked them to place the coffin in the backyard. In order to prevent any accidents, I sent them out of the palace first. When I returned to the backyard and opened the coffin as usual, I found that the coffin was gone. Instead, there was an unconscious prison guard lying inside. This old servant felt that something was wrong and rushed over to report. However, when I arrived, I saw this group of people sneakily eavesdropping on the sacred envoy's secret conversation, so I scolded them. Oh! Saint Emissary Red Lotus squinted her eyes and looked at Wang Ke's group. In an instant, the Red Lotus emissary exuded a murderous aura that rushed towards Wang Ke and the rest of the rabbit demons. The Rabbit Monarch's legs turned to jelly and was about to kneel down. Pa! Wang Ke held the Rabbit Monarch with one hand and stopped it from kneeling down. The Rabbit Monarch widened its eyes and looked at Wang Ke in shock. Why are you still holding me up at a time like this? Red Lotus Saint Emissary, have you forgotten about me? Wang Ke said with a smile. Wang Ke had seen all kinds of storms. Although the situation in front of him was dangerous, it wasn't to the extent of kneeling down. You? Red Lotus Saint Emissary raised her brows. Do I know you? He is Wang Ke, sacred envoy. He is the prisoner that Wang Tinfeng sent to the floating prison yesterday. His name is Wang Ku. Sacred Envoy asked me to investigate him. It has only been a day and a half. This old servant hasn't received enough information yet. Butler Chin said immediately. Oh. Red Lotus Saint Emissary squinted her eyes and looked at Wang Ku. Wang Tinfeng brought him here? A black-robed man looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Why are you here? Red Lotus Saint Emissary's eyes turned cold. Is there anything wrong with me being here? Everyone, why didn't you inform Old Huang that you are having a meeting? I am here on behalf of Old Huang, Wang Ku said immediately. The group of black-robed men fell silent. Red Lotus Saint Emissary's face twitched. Kid, you are here on behalf of Wang Tinfeng? Haha, do you know what we are doing? Of course I know. Why else would I be here? Come, these are my subordinates. What are you waiting for? Come in, isn't it cold outside? It is so late at night. It is impolite to talk outside the window. Wang Ku scolded the rabbit monarch. With that said, Wang Ku circled to the side of the main entrance and stepped into the main hall. The reprimanded rabbit monarch widened its eyes. Are you in a rush to die? At this moment, the rabbit monarch didn't dare to speak. It could only lead the other rabbit demons into the main hall. Wang Ku, Wang Tinfeng sent you here? Wait, how did you get out of the floating prison? Moreover, my palace is guarded by the Shura army. How did you break through their defenses and enter? Red Lotus Saint Emissary said coldly. Old Huang sent me here for a meeting. Isn't that enough to explain? Wang Ku raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Red Lotus Saint Emissary said coldly. Wang Ku was shocked. It seemed like this group of people didn't want Wang Tinfeng to know about their conspiracy. He couldn't use Wang Tinfeng as a shield. All right, I will be direct. Old Huang didn't send me here for a meeting. He discovered your secret and sent me here to investigate. Wang Ku said in a low voice. Oh, Wang Tinfeng sent you here to investigate? One of the black-robed men suddenly asked. Whoosh! In an instant, the 4 black-robed men released a murderous aura that enveloped Wang Ku and the other rabbit demons. The rabbit monarch's legs went soft again. Damn it, Wang Ku, what are you doing? Previously, only Red Lotus Saint Emissary revealed her murderous aura. Now, everyone was revealing their murderous aura. Everyone, don't be nervous. What's the point of revealing your murderous aura to me? I'm just a tool. Wang Tinfeng already knows about what you've done. What's the point of revealing your murderous aura to me? Even if you kill me to silence me, you won't be able to keep your secret. Wang Ku immediately advised. Wang Tinfeng knows. Red Lotus Saint Emissary's expression changed. Impossible. What kind of personality does Wang Tinfeng have? If he knew, how could he be so calm? That's right. Wang Tinfeng hasn't made any moves until now. How could he know? If Wang Tinfeng knew, he would definitely take action. Our men have been keeping an eye on Wang Tinfeng's residence. There was no movement at all. The moment he returned, he was recuperating there. The 3 black-robed men immediately refuted Red Lotus Saint Emissary's words. Wang Ku, you lied to us? Red Lotus Saint Emissary's expression turned cold. Who said I lied to you? Who said Old Huang didn't react? You only saw the surface and took it for real. If Old Huang didn't do anything, why would he send me to the floating prison? Why would I appear here? If you don't want others to know, don't do it. I've already appeared in front of all of you. What doubts do you have? Wang Ku glared at them. The group of black-robed men fell silent. Red Lotus Saint Emissary's eyelids were also twitching. That's right. If Wang Tinfeng didn't know, why would he suddenly come to Red Lotus Saint Emissary's island? How much do you know? Red Lotus Saint Emissary asked coldly. At the side, the rabbit monarch stared at Wang Ke, who was bragging. What did Wang Ke know? He had come here by accident. At this moment, how could Wang Ke back down? You'll know how much I know when I come here today. Old Huang asked me to inform you. Red Lotus, Saint Emissary, and everyone else. Stop, or don't blame old Huang for being impolite. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. How would I know what you are plotting? Damn it. How can I show my cowardice at this moment? I have to maintain my imposing manner. Stop? Ha ha ha. What's the point of stopping at this moment? Red Lotus, Saint Emissary, said disdainfully. Wait. I'm afraid this brat is tricking you. One of the black-robed men suddenly became alert. Huh. Red Lotus, Saint Emissary's face darkened. Wang Ke's face also changed. Damn it. There was a capable person among the black-robed men. Capture him and interrogate him, that black-robed man said coldly. Instantly, everyone looked at Wang Ke and the rabbit demons with murderous looks. The rabbit monarch's legs turned to jelly, and it almost knelt down again. This group of people was too smart. They wanted to retaliate immediately. If they were captured, wouldn't they be finished? Should they escape? But could they escape? A group of big shots was watching them, and the Shura army was outside. Were they going to die today? A huge battle was about to break out. However, Wang Ke took a deep breath and said, Wait, old Huang asked me to give you a present. After I give it to you, you can capture me. Huh. Everyone looked at Wang Ke in confusion. Perhaps they were too confident. Although everyone had the intention to capture Wang Ke, they did not act immediately. This was because they were sure that Wang Ke and his group would not be able to escape from them. Wang Tin Feng's present? It can't be anything good, right? Red Lotus, Saint Emissary, said coldly. Don't be anxious. Everyone has a share. Wang Ke took a deep breath and said, You were the ones who wanted to capture me and restrict my freedom. Don't blame me then. The rabbit monarch stared at Wang Ke with its eyes wide open. What are you talking about? A present? Why would a group of big shots like you want a present? As he spoke, Wang Ke flipped his hand, and a huge rock appeared in his palm. Floating rock? Red Lotus, Saint Emissary's expression changed. This piece weighs more than 500 kilograms, right? How is this possible? A black-robed man exclaimed. The rabbit monarch also stared with its eyes wide open. Who chiseled such a huge piece of floating rock? How is this possible? Ordinary people would be struck to death by heaven's punishment if they chiseled 1 or 2 kilograms. Who could chisel so much at once? Don't be nervous. This was glued together at a later stage. I'll split it up for everyone to see. Wang Ke immediately explained. As he spoke, Wang Ke took out a long saber and slashed at the rock. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was split into 6 pieces. This piece weighs about 200 kilograms. This should be just right. Wang Ke took a deep breath. This was glued together? Red Lotus, Saint Emissary frowned in disbelief. The cut Wang Ke made was so smooth. It was obvious that it was originally a whole piece. Saint Emissary, these floating rocks should have been brought out by our men from the floating prison. Our men said that there are more than 500 kilograms of them this time. They are all loose gravel. Butler Chin immediately spoke up to help Wang Ke. What do you know? What loose gravel? What do you mean by yours? Old Huang asked me to bring this to everyone. What does it have to do with us that you lost your things? Wang Ke glared at him and scolded. Butler Chen. The rabbit monarch also glared at Wang Ke because it felt that Butler Chen was right. Previously, Wang Ke had kept all the floating rocks in the coffin. However, how did they become a whole piece? Come, Red Lotus Saint Emissary, each of you have a piece. Old Huang asked me to pass this to you personally. He said that there will be a surprise if you hold on to this floating rock. Wang Ke immediately stepped forward. Smack! A piece of floating rock was stuffed into Red Lotus Saint Emissary's hand. Red Lotus Saint Emissary was puzzled. She didn't understand why Wang Ku would give her a piece of floating rock. Moreover, he said that it was glued together. Red Lotus Saint Emissary carefully examined the cut on the blade. It didn't seem to be glued together. Such a perfect cut was obviously a whole piece. However, there wasn't such a huge piece of floating rock in this world, because no one could withstand such a level of heavenly punishment. Come, everyone has a piece. Take it too. Wang Ku walked around very politely. The 4 black-robed men each held a piece of floating rock in their hands. Red Lotus Saint Emissary had a piece of floating rock in her hand. The ladies standing respectfully at the side also received a piece of floating rock with a puzzled look. Butler Chen, stop staring at me. Your cultivation level is too low. You don't have a share. Wang Ku glared at Butler Chen, who seemed to want to say something. Wang Ku, did Wang Tinfeng ask you to pass this to us? You want to give us a surprise? This is your surprise? If that's the case, that's enough. Now, are you going to surrender yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Red Lotus Saint Emissary said with a murderous look. Stop talking nonsense with him. Do it, ignorant fellow. One of the black-robed men said coldly, Boss. The rabbit monarch was instantly frightened and wanted to escape. Wang Ku wasn't afraid at all. Don't you want a surprise? Come. As he spoke, Wang Ku stretched out his hand and faced the crowd. Ah, you dare to make the first move? Red Lotus Saint Emissary's face turned cold, and she was about to rush towards Wang Ku. However, at that moment, Wang Ku made his move. When he waved his palm, there was no wind. Instead, there seemed to be a suction force that rushed towards the floating rocks in everyone's hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, the energy on the 6 floating rocks seemed to be sucked away by Wang Ku. At Wang Ku's cultivation level, he could form a whirlpool by absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, let alone the turbid true origin of the floating rocks. In an instant, the turbid true origin rushed towards Wang Ku. Everyone suddenly trembled, as if they had sensed some kind of danger. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've been targeted by an expert? Who? Who else? Red Lotus Saint Emissary's face changed. She stopped in her tracks and became alert. No, it's not just you. It's the same for me. A black-robed man said in surprise. Master, I'm scared. Master. The woman who was holding the floating rocks suddenly shouted in fear. Whoosh! There seemed to be a huge aura that instantly suppressed the crowd, causing them to tremble. Red Lotus Saint Emissary was a martial god. It was such a terrifying aura to make a martial god's hair stand on end. Wang Ku, who is it? Who is it? Is this your surprise? Who is it? Red Lotus Saint Emissary suddenly shouted in shock as she looked at Wang Ku. It should be God, Wang Ku said with a strange expression. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was a deafening clap of thunder that shook the entire Red Lotus Saint Emissary's island. Red Lotus Saint Emissary and the black-robed men's faces changed. They seemed to have guessed something, and they quickly lifted the roof. Rumble! Suddenly, dark clouds started to gather toward Red Lotus Saint Emissary's palace. The dark clouds covered the sky and the sun as though they had covered the entire Red Lotus Saint Emissary's island. The dark clouds rotated slowly, and there was a blood-red radiance in the center of the rotating ripples. Roar! 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 A dragon's roar resounded from the blood-red clouds. It was as though the heavens and the earth were giving birth to a monstrous punishment. It locked onto Red Lotus Saint Emissary and the black-robed men, and looked as though it would chop them down at any moment. Divine punishment? What kind of divine punishment is this? How can there be divine punishment? Why did the divine punishment lock onto me? I didn't do anything. What kind of divine punishment is this? Why did it lock onto me? I didn't take anything under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. I only took a floating stone. This floating stone, this floating stone. As Sacred Emissary Red Lotus cursed in horror, she suddenly looked at the 100-kilogram floating stone in her hand. Red Lotus Saint Emissary was not the only one who had noticed it. All the black-robed men had noticed it. The culprit is the 200 kilograms of floating stones in our hands. Just now, Wang Ke gave it to us. He said it was a surprise. P.S. Second update. Chapter 666. Rumble. The terrifying thundercloud of punishment shrouded the entire Red Lotus Sage Island. Strong winds blew across the island. The terrifying pressure made countless people on the island tremble in fear. Who is crazy? How big is the floating rock that you chiseled? Who doesn't want to live anymore? Who is it? A prison guard's cursing voice could be heard from the floating prison. Are you trying to kill us? The thundercloud is so scary. It's fine if you die, but we will also be affected by the aftershocks. Help! Quick, let me out of the prison. I don't want to die. Let me out. The floating prison was in chaos. Obviously, everyone thought that the thundercloud of punishment came from the prison. Someone must have chiseled a huge floating rock. The prison was in chaos. At the Red Lotus Sage Palace, a group of elders stared at Wang Ke. Looking at the 100-kilogram floating stone in their hands, the group of big shots already knew what Wang Ke's surprise was. Although they didn't understand why nothing happened to Wang Ke when he grabbed the floating rock. But they knew that the thundercloud of punishment had locked onto them. Surprise? To hell with your surprise. For every extra pound of floating rock, the thundercloud of punishment would increase by 1 level. Now that there are 200 pounds of floating rock, how many levels would it increase? Wang Ke, you are courting death. I'll kill you. Red Lotus Saint Emissary roared in grief and indignation as she charged towards Wang Ke. Roar! At this moment, a blood-red lightning dragon descended from the sky. It was 10 feet wide and 100 feet long. As it roared, countless blood-red lightning bolts appeared around its body. In an instant, it reached the ground. The Red Lotus Sage Messenger wanted to kill Wang Ke, but she didn't dare to do so now. She hurriedly took out all her magical treasures. Break! The Red Lotus Sage Messenger roared. Hum! With a loud explosion, the large hall that everyone was in suddenly exploded. Countless buildings in the palace instantly exploded. Even the Shura army outside the palace was blasted away by the impact. For a moment, the entire place was in a mess. What happened? What's going on? This heavenly punishment is coming for the temporary imperial residents? A group of soldiers exclaimed. Wang Ke, the rabbit monarch, and the others were naturally the first to bear the brunt of the lightning explosion. Even if Wang Ke and the others turned around and ran, it was too late. The explosion was too close to them. Boss, why are you using me as a cushion? I can't block it either, the rabbit monarch exclaimed. Boom! In the huge explosion, Wang Ke and the rabbit demons were instantly blown away. Boom! The group landed on a pile of rubble. The rabbit monarch's body was charred black, and Wang Ke's clothes were in tatters. Fortunately, the rabbit monarch was in front of him. Wang Ke's injuries weren't serious, and his cultivation level didn't increase. My king, Puff! The group of rabbit demons crawled to their feet with difficulty. It's all right. We're already far away from the source of the explosion. I wonder how Red Lotus Emissary is doing. Wang Ke said anxiously. Everyone looked towards the source of the explosion and saw that the palace had turned into a huge crater. In the huge crater, Red Lotus Emissary was blasted into the ground. Her clothes were in tatters, and there were many charred spots on her body. Blood could be seen in the gaps between the charred spots. Puff! Red Lotus Emissary spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty. Red Lotus Emissary is still alive, the rabbit monarch exclaimed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. It's not over yet. The heavenly punishment has just begun. Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Roar, roar, roar. Another 5 blood-red lightning dragons roared as they charged down. No, split up, we have to split up, a black-robed man exclaimed. However, it was too late. The lightning dragons were too fast. When the heavenly punishment descended, no one could escape. Amidst the exclamations, the 5 lightning dragons instantly engulfed the temporary imperial residence once again. Boom! The dazzling lightning instantly lit up the entire night sky. Ah! 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 Blood-curdling screams could be heard once again. It wasn't just the few people who were suffering from the heavenly punishment. The entire temporary imperial residence was being destroyed by the huge explosion. The Shura army under Red Lotus Emissary was sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. As for Wang Ku and the rabbit demons, they naturally fled outside at the first moment. Ah! In midair, the rabbit monarch spat out another mouthful of blood. Boss, why are you using me as a scapegoat again? The rabbit monarch exclaimed in grief. I'm the boss. You're my bodyguard now. Aren't you going to protect me? Quick! Bring me to the Black Lotus Emissary Island. We can't stay here any longer. Wang Ke shouted. The rabbit monarch was depressed. Let's go, let's go. The group of people immediately escaped. Wang Ke wasn't the only one who was escaping. Countless people near the temporary imperial residence were escaping as well. This heavenly punishment was too terrifying. The Shura army was carrying out their duties and didn't dare to escape. At this moment, they were suffering from the huge explosion and were in extreme pain. After the second wave of heavenly punishment, a huge pit was formed in the temporary imperial residence. The group of black-robed men and Red Lotus Emissary were in a sorry state as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. We can't stay together. It'll be harder for us to survive the heavenly punishment. Let's split up and leave. Let's go through our own heavenly punishment. Otherwise, the heavenly punishment will accumulate. One of the black-robed men shouted in frustration. This is really a King surprise. Uft! Another black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the distance. Damn it! It's just 200 kilograms of floating stones. Is there a need for such a huge heavenly punishment? Let's go, let's go. The 4 black-robed men and Red Lotus Emissary were so frustrated that they spat out blood. Who would have thought that Wang Ku, whom they thought was a game of cat and mouse, would end up being tricked by the mouse? How could there be such a strange thing? The 4 black-robed men flew in 4 different directions of Red Lotus Emissary's island. However, they didn't manage to avoid the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds seemed to know how to split themselves. One tribulation cloud split into 5, and 4 of them chased after the 4 black-robed men. The tribulation clouds were as fast as the black-robed men. Roar! Suddenly, each tribulation cloud spat out 5 blood-red lightning dragons and charged towards Red Lotus Emissary and the 4 black-robed men. As for the woman from before, she seemed to have died in the first wave of tribulation clouds. Ah! Red Lotus Emissary endured another wave of heavenly punishment lightning dragons. Blood splattered all over her body and she was in a tragic state. Amidst the tragic state, Red Lotus Emissary was about to fly out of her island. However, when she was in midair, she suddenly saw Wang Ku and his group, not far away. Wang Ku and the rabbit demons were escaping towards the south. While they were escaping, they were also looking around at the heavenly punishment. At this moment, their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Boss, how did you do it? Such a terrifying heavenly punishment. The rabbit monarch was shocked. The rabbit monarch thought that it was going to die today. It didn't expect that it would be able to escape death. Although it didn't know how Wang Ke did it, it was overjoyed at this moment. Hurry up and escape. Red Lotus Emissary saw your smiling face. He might go crazy and chase after us. Wang Ku chided. Okay. The rabbit monarch was anxious as it brought Wang Ku and flew away quickly. Wang Ku and the rabbit demons had already reached the safe zone. However, the fourth wave of heavenly punishment above Red Lotus Emissary's head was about to arrive. This time, there were 9 blood-red lightning dragons. Red Lotus Emissary looked at the 200 kilograms floating stone in her hand and was filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, 200 kilograms of floating stone. How much did she offend him? Each wave was more vicious than the previous one. She couldn't even chase after Wang Ku? To hell with the surprise. All of the Shura army, listen up. Don't bother about me. Go and chase after Wang Ku. I want Wang Ku dead. If he's alive, I want to see him alive. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Go and catch them. I want Wang Ku dead. The Red Lotus Emissary pointed in the direction of Wang Ku and shouted. Yes, the Shura army felt as though they had been pardoned. They immediately rushed towards Wang Ku and chased after him. Why are you chasing after me? Go and protect Red Lotus Emissary. Wang Ku shouted from afar. Rabbit Monarch, hurry up and fly. That Shura army is coming. Wang Ku shouted to the Rabbit Monarch. I know. Uft. Why do I have to run for my life every time I meet you? Boss, are you a jinx? The Rabbit Monarch flew with all its might. Jinx your sister. If not for me, you would have died just now. Hurry up. They are coming. Wang Ku scolded. I'm risking my life. Wasn't it because of you that I met Red Lotus Emissary and the rest? The Rabbit Monarch said gloomily. Cut the crap. Wang Ku scolded again. Huh. The Red Lotus Emissary went through the fourth wave of divine punishment. However, there seemed to be no end to the divine punishment. It came one wave after another. It was magnificent. It wasn't just the Red Lotus Emissary Island. At the end of the sea, the other 4 black-robed men were also enduring the same divine punishment. Wang Ku, you damned bastard. I'll kill you when I get back. Screw your surprise. Wang Ku, you've killed me. Damned bastard. When will this divine punishment end? Rumble. The huge commotion caused by the heavenly tribulations caused huge waves to rise in the surrounding seas. The loud noise spread across the 8 islands and even the demonic god capital island in the center. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. The powerful people of the 8 islands came out to look at the land of divine punishment. The powerful people of the demonic capital island also flew to the sky and headed towards the Red Lotus Emissary Island. The next morning, the big family clans and officials would definitely discuss the huge commotion of the divine punishment. Everyone wanted to know first-hand information so that they wouldn't miss out on any opportunities during the gathering tomorrow. Other than the shocking scenes, there was also a chase on the sea that attracted the attention of many powerful people. It was the Shura army of the Red Lotus Emissary chasing after a big rabbit. The rabbit demon grew bigger and grabbed 10 little rabbits and Wang Ku as it chased after the Black Lotus Emissary Island. Stop! Don't run! Shoot the arrows! Don't let them run away! Damned bastard! How dare you run away after offending the Red Lotus Emissary? Catch them! The Shura army chased after them. Boss, I think I got shot in the back. Help me block the arrows. The Rabbit Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry. It's just a superficial wound. We'll block the arrows for your heart and head. Let's go to the Black Lotus Emissary Island first, Wang Ku said immediately. Superficial wound? Why do I feel like the arrowheads are coming out of my chest? The Rabbit Monarch cried out. Don't worry. Your heart and head are protected. You won't die if you get shot in other places. Out of sight, out of mind. We're almost there. Put in more effort. Wang Ku urged. The Rabbit Monarch. Out of sight, out of mind. Because you didn't get shot, but I got shot. I'm spitting out blood. Can't you see? P.S. End of third watch. Chapter 667. Under everyone's gaze, red lotus sages, Shura army chased after a big rabbit. The big rabbit led Wang Ku and a group of small rabbits and flew quickly. Behind them, arrows and flying swords rained down. Boss, the Black Lotus Sage's island is just ahead. I've been hit by so many arrows. The rabbit monarch shouted gloomily. Go straight to the Black Lotus Sage's palace, Wang Ku said in a deep voice. But the Black Lotus Sage's palace is a forbidden area. The Black Lotus Sage has said that anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. What if I get injured by accident if I rush over? Rabbit Monarch said anxiously. Are you out of your mind? You've been hit by so many arrows. If you don't enter the Black Lotus Sage's palace, do you want to turn into a porcupine demon? Are you still doubting my relationship with the Black Lotus Sage? Wang Ku glared at the Rabbit Monarch. Fine, fine, the Rabbit Monarch said gloomily. The Rabbit Monarch rushed to a new island below. Oh no, they have entered the Black Lotus Sage's island. General, what should we do? The Black Lotus Sage's palace is a forbidden area. A Shura army soldier said anxiously. Are they courting death? Entering the Black Lotus Sage's palace means death. Why are they still rushing in? Should we watch them die in the hands of the Black Lotus Sage? We can't go in anymore. Another soldier shouted. No, what if they don't die? The Red Lotus Sage has ordered that we must see Wang Ku if he's alive or dead. We must kill him. Charge in. A general shouted. General, we can't go in. You know the Black Lotus Sage's personality. What if he goes crazy? The Lord has already gone crazy. If we don't go in, how are we going to answer to the Black Lotus Sage? Let's go in and help the Black Lotus Sage eliminate the invaders. But listen to my order. Attack with all your might. Yes. The soldiers shouted in unison. A blood-red light burst out from the Shura army soldiers and rushed towards the 20 Shura army soldiers at the front. The 20 Shura army soldiers instantly sped up and caught up to Wang Ku. Kill! The 20 soldiers shouted in unison. 20 sabers streaked across the sky and instantly slashed towards the Rabbit Monarch and Wang Ku. No! The Rabbit Monarch cried out in despair. At this moment, the Rabbit Monarch's body had already been pierced by a large number of arrows. It was already heavily injured. So how could it possibly withstand these 20 sabers? He was about to die. Wang Ku's expression changed. He took out the godly king's seal and was about to use more merits to defend himself. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Who? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared on the battlefield. The black figure waved his hand, and a laser beam streaked across the 20 sabers. In an instant, the sabers flashed and miserable cries sounded out. Ah! The 20 Shura army soldiers at the front screamed in agony as the sabers in their hands shattered. 3 of them were sliced in half by the laser beam. The rest either had their right arms or right hands chopped off. They instantly lost all their sabers. Who? The people who had their arms cut off roared angrily. Everyone, including Wang Ku and the Rabbit Monarch, looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. They saw a black-robed man standing between Wang Ku and the Shura army. The black-robed man had long hair and wore a devil mask. He stood calmly in the sky as he glanced at Wang Ku. Then he turned his head and looked at the Shura army soldiers who were chasing after them. Devil Lord? Wang Ku's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Black Lotus Sage? The Rabbit Monarch was shocked as well. The Rabbit Monarch knew that Black Lotus Sage was very powerful, but it did not think that he would be this powerful. The 20 Shura army soldiers earlier were the top experts in the Shura army. How could 20 of them be defeated in one move? Black Lotus Sage? The Shura army soldiers stopped in their tracks as they looked at the devil-masked man in shock. Have you all forgotten my rules? Or have you never heard of them before? This is the area of Black Lotus Sage's temporary imperial residence. Those who enter without permission will be killed, without mercy. Black Lotus Sage looked coldly at the Shura army soldiers. The Shura army soldiers swallowed their saliva as they were filled with shock. Looking at the corpses of 3 of their comrades on the ground and 17 of their comrades who had lost their arms and legs, they could only clench their fists. Black Lotus Sage, Wang Ku, is a fugitive from Red Lotus Sage. He has just caused a ruckus in Red Lotus Sage's temporary imperial residence. We are under orders to capture him. It is Red Lotus Sage's order. You. One of the soldiers who had lost his arm stepped forward and tried to reason with the black-robed man. Whoosh! Black Lotus Sage waved his hand and a beam of light shot out from his fingertips. It was as fast as lightning as it streaked across the sky and split the soldier in half. I am not talking to you. I am informing you. Those who trespass will die. None of you will be able to escape. Black Lotus Sage said coldly. Black Lotus Sage, don't think that we are afraid of you. Get into formation. One of the Shura army soldiers shouted. Walala! The group of soldiers immediately changed their positions and got into a military formation. However, Black Lotus Sage was even faster. He waved his hand and a laser beam flashed. The 12 soldiers who were in the formation were instantly cut in half at the waist. The instant death of his opponent caused everyone to reveal a look of horror. The 3,000-strong Shura army soldiers rushed over. However, when they saw Black Lotus Sage in the air, they stopped in their tracks and did not dare to take a step forward. Who else wants to try stepping into the circle of the temporary imperial residence? Come. Black Lotus Sage said coldly. The expressions of the Shura army soldiers immediately changed. When they saw that they had almost stepped into the circle, they immediately retreated. Black Lotus Sage, sorry for disturbing you, one of the Shura army soldiers said with an unsightly expression. General, the other Shura army soldiers said unwillingly. Black Lotus Sage wants to protect Wang Ku. This is not something we can decide. Quickly go back and report this to Red Lotus Sage. Let Red Lotus Sage deal with this. We will go back and protect Red Lotus Sage. That general said. Yes, the group of soldiers said gloomily through clenched teeth. The Shura army had always been fearless and invincible. Everywhere in the world, when people heard the name of the Shura army, they would tremble in fear. However, today the Shura army had no choice but to lower their heads because the Black Lotus envoy before them was too strong. Black Lotus Sage had enemies all over the world. However, he was still alive and well. This showed that he was too powerful. He was so powerful that his enemies did not dare to do anything to him. Did I allow you to leave? Black Lotus Sage glared at the general. Black Lotus Sage, what are you going to do? We did not offend you again. The general of the Shura army said warily. You can leave now. There are still 16 of the 20 people who barged in. Stay here. Black Lotus Sage said coldly. You, don't go overboard. If you force us into a corner, we will die together, the general shouted. However, Black Lotus Sage was not threatened at all. He pointed his finger and a beam of light shot out. No, General, save me. The 16 men screamed and ran toward the Shura army soldiers. Attack! The general of the Shura army shouted. 100 Shura soldiers immediately rushed forward to protect the 16 men who had lost their arms. Humph! It was enough to leave them alive. You are asking for death. Black Lotus Sage shouted coldly. Whoosh! Black Lotus Sage's body swayed, and afterimages appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, 10 Black Lotus Sages appeared in the void. The 10 Black Lotus Sages waved their fingers and shot out beams of light at the same time. The 10 beams of light intertwined to form a huge net and covered the 100 men who were resisting. No, let's die together. Explode! No, we are not fighting anymore. With a loud bang, the 100 Shura army soldiers and the 16 men were cut in half. They lost all their combat power and did not even have time to self-destruct. They were killed in one move. It caused the night sky to suddenly become silent. In the distance, the intense explosion under the heavenly punishment divine lightning was not as terrifying as the scene here. Many people looked over. Many families and officials of the evil gods were staring at them. They realized that this was the most silent place. The rest of the Shura army soldiers did not dare to move forward. They were all frightened and kept retreating. "Let's go!" someone shouted. The remaining Shura army soldiers immediately fled in panic. The afterimages of Black Lotus Sage merged into one and stood in the sky, looking down at them from above. It was just an ordinary figure, but in the eyes of countless people it was so frighteningly huge. Black Lotus Sage turned his head and looked at Wang Ku and the Rabbit Monarch. The Rabbit Monarch was shocked and hid behind Wang Ku. This Black Lotus Sage is indeed terrifying. "Wang Ku, don't lie to me. If Black Lotus Sage wants to kill me, I won't be able to escape." "Greetings, Devil Lord." Wang Ku bowed. Black Lotus Sage replied softly. This reply was like music to the ears of the Rabbit Monarch. "Does this mean that Black Lotus Sage will not kill us?" Black Lotus Sage did not like to be ostentatious. He walked back to the courtyard below. He seemed to be giving instructions to one of his subordinates. Wang Ku naturally followed him with the Rabbit Monarch and landed below. Not far away, the people from Black Lotus Sage's palace quickly collected the corpses and cleaned up the bloodstains. No one dared to touch the treasures on the corpses of the Shura army soldiers. Even if the corpses fell to the dark corners, no one dared to go near them. Wang Ku and the rest landed in a courtyard. An evil spirit immediately went forward and bowed. "Greetings, Divine Dragon Sect Leader." "Oh, it's you?" Wang Ku's eyes lit up. "Yes, I used to be a branch leader and played mahjong with Divine Dragon Sect Leader. With the help of Divine Dragon Sect Leader's God King supermarket, I broke through to the nascent soul realm and had the opportunity to follow the Demon Lord to the 100,000 great mountains to do some work. We're all on the same side. Rabbit Monarch, don't be afraid." Wang Ku smiled. "Divine Dragon Sect Leader, Devil Lord asked me to settle you down. He wants you to clean up and meet the Devil Lord. Let's go. I'll bring you there." That person immediately said politely, "Okay, lead the way." Wang Ku nodded. The Rabbit Monarch and the group of rabbit demons looked at Wang Ku in surprise. They followed Wang Ku and passed by several courtyards. Wherever they went, the subordinates of Black Lotus Sage bowed to Wang Ku respectfully. Although this group of people was only in the nascent soul realm, they used to hold their heads high when they met primordial soul realm experts. They were superior and had never lowered their heads to look at others. In the past, the Rabbit Monarch did not dare to provoke this group of people because he was afraid of provoking them. However, when this group of people saw Wang Ku, their respectful attitude seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts. Wherever Wang Ku went, everyone was extremely respectful to Wang Ku. It was as if Wang Ku was the second in command of Black Lotus Sage's palace. This made the Rabbit Monarch feel uncomfortable. Damn it. Why is Wang Ku doing better than me on his first visit to the demonic god city? P.S. First update. Chapter 668. After cleaning up, Wang Ku took a bath, changed his clothes, and went to meet Devil Lord. Under the lead of a group of Black Lotus Sage envoy palace guards, Wang Ku came to the backyard by the sea. Devil Lord stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the Red Lotus Sage envoy who was resisting the heavenly punishment. "Devil Lord." Wang Ku bowed respectfully. "You did this heavenly punishment." Devil Lord looked calmly into the distance. You can say that. I used a special method to store the floating stones and gave them to the Red Lotus Sage envoy and the others. The moment they touched the floating stones, The heavenly axiom sensed it and gave each of them 200 kilograms of floating stones. The heavenly punishment descended, so Wang Ku smiled bitterly. Devil Lord suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Ku. Don't spout nonsense. Nonsense? No, I don't dare to lie to Devil Lord. Wang Ku immediately emphasized. Devil Lord wore the devil mask and stared at Wang Ku for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and turned his head away again. Who else knows about this secret? Do those rabbit demons know? If they know, kill them, Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Ah, kill them? Devil Lord, this isn't a big secret, right? Wang Ku said in shock. Don't you think it's a big secret to be able to fool the heavenly axiom? Devil Lord said coldly. Wang Ku's expression changed. Yes, even the heavenly axiom was fooled. Wouldn't others be suspicious? If the big shots wanted to study it, would I be able to stop them with my small arms and legs? Ah, I pushed the blame to Wang Tinfeng, Wang Ku said. Oh, Devil Lord was puzzled. Wang Ku immediately told Devil Lord everything that happened. After hearing this, Devil Lord was silent for a while. Obviously, he didn't know what to say about Wang Ku. After pondering for a moment, Devil Lord nodded. God fiend Wang Tinfeng? Forget it then. However, you have to be careful not to be discovered by others in the future. Devil Lord, what do you mean? The martial god realm can hide from the heavenly Tao? Wang Ku asked curiously. Martial gods can't chisel down the floating stones like you, but they can use special methods to wrap up the scattered floating stones without touching them. However, they can only wrap them up and can't use them at all. Moreover, if they're careless and are noticed by the heavenly axiom, they'll be punished by the heavenly punishment. Therefore, very, very few people dare to do it, the Devil Lord explained. Oh, Wang Ku was slightly startled. Does this mean that I was right to blame Wang Tinfeng? It's only been 2 years, and you've come out of the 100,000 mountains? The Devil Lord said in a deep voice. There's nothing much to do in the 100,000 mountains, so I came out for a walk. Wang Ku smiled bitterly. You came out for a walk. You went to the Daisan dynasty to get married, right? The Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Ku's face stiffened. Devil Lord knew about this? Didn't you ask me to lurk in the righteous path? I've already become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites of the Daisan dynasty. If you don't praise me, why are you watching me get married? You can say that. I've mentioned this to Devil Lord. I was lucky enough to meet 3 people in the 100,000 mountains. This time, I came out of the 100,000 mountains for them. Wang Ku took a deep breath and didn't hide anything. 3 people? The Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Yes, I don't know if Long Yu is here. Devil Lord, can you let me see Long Yu? Wang Ku looked at the Devil Lord. You've already chosen Princess, Serene Moon. Don't think about Long Yu, the Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Ku's face stiffened. I asked the Devil Lord to fulfill my wish. Fulfill? Why do you want to see Long Yu? What do you want to say to her? The Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Ku looked strange. Of course. I have something to say to Long Yu. But you're a man. Why should I tell you? I'll say it myself when I see Long Yu. Wang Ku shook his head and refused to say anything. The Devil Lord clenched his fists and took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't ask in detail. You were brought back by Wang Tinfeng this time? Why were you locked in the floating prison? The Devil Lord took a deep breath and asked. Wang Ku immediately told the Devil Lord everything that happened during this period. Tiger Emperor, Yin Mountain, Ghost Deity Sword. Wang Tinfeng admires the evil emperor? The Devil Lord narrowed his eyes and pondered. Yes, that's the general situation. Wang Ku nodded. It's good that Wang Tinfeng is back. At this moment, a storm is brewing in the evil god city. It's a place of great strife. With one more disruptor, I won't be so passive. The Devil Lord frowned and said in a deep voice. A storm is brewing in the evil god city? Wang Ku asked curiously. There are still 2 years until the evil emperor's birthday celebration. However, 2 years in advance, the various emperors and sacred envoys have been coming to the evil god city. Something big must have happened. I only received the news 2 months ago and specially came here. I won't miss this storm, the Devil Lord explained. Devil Lord means that there will be chaos in the evil god city? There might be a big war? Since there is going to be a big war, why did the Devil Lord come here? Wang Ku asked curiously. You don't understand. If you want to fight for the world, you have to stand firm. If you don't fight, you might lose everything. You should have heard the legends about me, right? The Devil Lord said in a deep voice. Yes, I heard the Rabbit Monarch and the others mention it. The Devil Lord is extremely murderous. He killed from the Black Lotus Dynasty to the Red Lotus Dynasty, the White Lotus Dynasty, the Purple Lotus Dynasty, and even the Evil Dynasty. Everywhere he went, blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the land. He killed everyone, and not even a blade of grass survived. Although he is only in the primordial spirit realm, his deterrence is even greater than the sacred envoys in the martial god realm. He has enemies all over the world. Wang Ku said with a nod. If I don't kill, some people will take a mile after taking an inch. If I don't kill them all, they will try to snatch my things. If I don't kill, everyone will think that I am easy to bully. I have enemies all over the world. However, if I don't have enemies all over the world, they will devour all of my things. I want to kill. I want to kill until they fear me. I want to kill until no one dares to touch my things. I want to kill until no one dares to use their schemes on me. I want to kill. 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 Devil Lord said sullenly. Wang Ku remained silent as he stood at the side. Do you think that I am too cruel? Devil Lord asked sullenly. No. A general builds his success on 10,000 corpses. Devil Lord wants to fight for the world and gain a firm foothold. Naturally, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. To an ambitious and ruthless person, this is understandable. Wang Ku shook his head. An ambitious and ruthless person? Ha! Devil Lord chuckled. It was unknown whether this chuckle was out of helplessness or joy. When I first entered the Black Lotus Dynasty, everyone around me wanted to use me as a puppet. Those clans that should listen to me wanted to make me a figurehead. Below me, a group of subordinates wanted to manipulate me. Above me, the Black Lotus human sovereign wanted me to obey. If I did not fight, I could only be manipulated. After I killed them, no one dared to manipulate me. The Black Lotus human sovereign also found me troublesome and no longer bothered with my matters. I want them to know that I am not to be trifled with. Devil Lord said sullenly. Black Lotus human sovereign? He also wants to deal with you? Devil Lord, aren't you the Black Lotus sage envoy? Weren't you conferred by the Black Lotus human sovereign? Wang Ku asked curiously. Of course not. Devil Lord said sullenly. Oh, Wang Ku asked curiously. Although the 5 evil demon dynasties seem to be led by the evil dynasty, in truth, they're still centered around the evil dynasty. Back then, the 4 Lotus human sovereigns were conferred lands by the evil emperor. Each of them was an emperor. The 4 sage envoys were also personally chosen by the evil emperor. Devil Lord explained. Ah, they were all conferred by the evil emperor? The evil emperor has such great authority? Wang Ku raised his eyebrows in surprise. That's right. The Black Lotus Sage Envoy was conferred by the evil emperor. My position in the Black Lotus Empire is second only to the Black Lotus human sovereign. Do you know what my true mission is? Devil Lord said sullenly. Is it to divide power? Wang Ku's expression changed. That's right. The evil emperor is using me to restrain the Black Lotus human sovereign. It's not just me. The other sage envoys are the same. Our goal is to help the evil emperor restrain the other human sovereigns. At the same time, we are monitoring the other human sovereigns to prevent them from rebelling, Devil Lord said sullenly. Wang Ke had a strange expression. The evil dynasty is really complicated. It's different from the five righteous empires. The five righteous empires' relationship is still rather loose. However, the five demonic empires' power is extremely concentrated in the hands of the evil emperor. When the evil emperor rules over the world, no one dares to disobey him, Devil Lord explained. Then why were the four Lotus empires conferred in the first place? Couldn't they have just created the evil dynasty directly? Wang Ku asked curiously. The four Lotus human sovereigns are too strong. If they weren't conferred, the evil emperor alone wouldn't be able to suppress them. Even if he could, the price he would have to pay would be too great. In order to balance things out, the evil emperor came up with this plan. He conferred the four human sovereigns and placed the four sage envoys to restrain them. That's the only way to balance things out, Devil Lord explained. That is to say, Devil Lord, the one directly under your command is the evil emperor? Wang Ku asked curiously. Devil Lord nodded. That's right. Many things have been very strange recently. I've been keeping them in my heart for a long time. Devil Lord also felt that he was very strange. He had kept these secrets in his heart for too long. According to his character in the past, he definitely wouldn't have revealed them to anyone. He didn't know why he wanted to tell Wang Ku. The human sovereigns and sage envoys rarely come to the evil god city. But now they have come to the evil god city, one after another 2 years in advance. Moreover, they are staying here for a long time. I felt that something was wrong and followed them here. During this time, I went to see the evil emperor twice to ask for the reason. However, the evil emperor's attitude has changed very strangely, Devil Lord said with a frown. His attitude towards you is bad? Wang Ku asked curiously. Devil Lord shook his head. No, his attitude towards me is too good. Ah, the evil emperor's temperament is very fickle. His mood is very bad, and his words are very harsh. Even when facing me, the Black Lotus Sage envoy, his words are very harsh. But these 2 times his attitude towards me is very gentle. It's like Devil Lord frowned and pondered. A different person? Wang Ku asked curiously. Yes, it's like a different person. The evil emperor's aura is still the same. But I feel that he is not the evil emperor, Devil Lord said with a frown. Devil Lord? That can't be right. I heard that the evil emperor is the most evil person in the world. Who can change him? Wang Ke said in astonishment. I don't know. The evil emperor's words are gentle and clear. He also advised me not to think too much and to just do my own things. Although he didn't directly ask me to leave the evil god city, he mentioned the various dynasties several times as if he wanted to send me away. I am very conflicted now, but I don't have any evidence. I don't know what to do. Should I continue to suspect him? Devil Lord frowned. What's wrong with that? Devil Lord, since you suspect him, there must be something wrong with the evil emperor. I believe you, Wang Ke said with a serious expression. You believe me? Devil Lord frowned. That's right. Devil Lord's judgment has never been wrong. For example, he saw that I, Wang Ke, was a promising talent, so he did everything he could to promote me. The facts have proven everything. Whether it is your judgment or your sixth sense, they are the most correct. You have to trust your intuition, Wang Ke said with certainty. Devil Lord, was it right to promote you? P.S. Second update. Chapter 669. 5 days later, Black Lotus Sage's palace. Wang Ke sat in a pavilion with Wang Tin Feng in front of him. The rabbit monarch poured a cup of tea for the two of them with a strange expression before retreating to the side. This rabbit demon escaped from the floating prison with you? How dare you? Wang Tin Feng glared at them. The rabbit monarch trembled. Spare me, god fiend. I had no choice. All right, you may leave. Old Huang was just saying a few words. Why are you trembling? Wang Ke glared at it. The rabbit monarch looked at Wang Ke blankly, because Wang Tin Feng was also glaring at Wang Ke, who said, I was just saying a few words. Wang Tin Feng glared. Old Huang, I did bring the rabbit monarch and the rest out of the prison. However, this matter is not under your jurisdiction. Why are you criticizing me? Wang Ke glared at him. Can't I interfere? Wang Tin Feng said coldly. Of course you can interfere, but you don't have to. You are not in charge of the floating prison. Isn't it like you are a dog trying to catch a mouse? Wang Ke glared at him. Wang Ke, you are courting death. Wang Tin Feng slammed the table and glared. All right. Old Huang, don't be anxious. Let's talk things over. I specially invited you over, but you threw a tantrum the moment you arrived. How can we talk? Wang Ke immediately frowned and consoled it. Wang Tin Feng glared at Wang Ke. I'll hang you up and torture you. Won't I get anything I want? What are you waiting for? Why aren't you leaving? Can't you see that I want to have a private conversation with Old Huang? Wang Ke glared at the rabbit monarch. Sigh, all right. The rabbit monarch was filled with doubts as it quickly retreated as though it had been granted amnesty. The rabbit monarch was completely baffled by the relationship between Wang Ke and Wang Tin Feng. He originally thought that Wang Ke was bragging in the floating prison and had purposely used Wang Tin Feng to intimidate others. But why was it that they were actually related? And his tone after the rabbit monarch left. Wang Tin Feng narrowed his eyes at Wang Ke. Wang Ke, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're hiding in the Black Lotus Palace. Humph! No one in the evil dynasty can stop me except for the evil emperor. Wang Tin Feng said coldly. All right. You're amazing. Now let's talk business. Wang Ke said solemnly. Serious business? You sent someone to tell me that you've found a gift for me to make the evil emperor smile? Wang Ke, if you can't make the evil emperor smile, I won't go easy on you. Wang Tin Feng said coldly. Wang Ke's face darkened. So, you're so nice because I helped you chase the evil emperor? What else? Wang Tin Feng glared at him. You said that you would help me put in a good word for me in front of the evil emperor and help me clear my name. You told me to stay in the prison while you took action. Where's your action? Wang Ke glared at him. Wang Tin Feng's face stiffened. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Wang Ke glared at him. The day I came back, I went to see the evil emperor. At that time, we talked about some national affairs, so... Wang Tin Feng said awkwardly. National affairs? I think you've forgotten about your friends because of your lover. When you saw the evil emperor, you completely forgot about me. Wang Ke's face darkened. What do you mean by forgetting your friends because of your lover? Who's your friend? Wang Tin Feng glared at him to hide his guilt. Wang Ke looked at Wang Tin Feng with a darkened face. I'm your savior. I helped you rack my brains to think of a way to chase the evil emperor. Yet you put me in prison? Do you still have any humanity left in you? Wang Tin Feng looked a little embarrassed. Well, didn't you escape a few days ago? Forget it. Let's not talk about these irrelevant things. You should have seen the evil emperor in the past few days, right? Did you notice anything different about the evil emperor? Wang Ke frowned. What's different? Why are you asking this? Wang Tin Feng frowned slightly. Think about it carefully. What's different about the evil emperor? For example, he's become much gentler and more emotionally stable? Wang Ke said solemnly. Wang Tin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ke. How do you know? What are you trying to say? I've received some news. The evil emperor might be fake. Wang Ke said solemnly. Bullsh *T. Wang Tin Feng immediately stood up and scolded. Old Huang, don't be so agitated. Let's talk about it calmly. You don't want anything to happen to your goddess, right? I'm just suspecting you. Wang Ke immediately tried to persuade him. Wang Ku, do you know how powerful the evil emperor is? Only Xianghua can compare to her in this world. How can the evil emperor be fake? A few days ago, when I went to see the evil emperor was much gentler to me. Do you know? I'm flattered. If she can always treat me like this, nothing else matters. Wang Tinfeng glared. So, it's because the evil emperor suddenly became gentler to you. That's why you've forgotten all about me being in prison. Wang Ku glared. You even said that you'd forget about your friends when you're not in love. It's already confirmed. Anyway, you're not allowed to slander the evil emperor. You're not allowed to say anything bad about the evil emperor. Wang Tinfeng glared. No, old Huang, calm down first. I'm not saying that the evil emperor is bad. I'm also thinking for the evil emperor. What if this is a fake the evil emperor? The evil emperor is suffering, but you're addicted to the gentleness of the fake the evil emperor. Don't you want to save the evil emperor? Wang Ku immediately said. Impossible, impossible. The evil dynasty's virtuous cloud is still here, which means that the evil emperor is still here. Wang Ku, I'm warning you. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Tinfeng said coldly. In the past few days, other than Xianghua being gentler to you, are there any other strange things? Wang Ku asked. No, why would there be, other strange things? Wang Tinfeng narrowed his eyes. There is? Wang Ku stared at Wang Tinfeng. Wang Tinfeng fell into deep thought and frowned slightly. Speaking of which, I feel like I'm being watched these few days. Being watched? Wang Ku asked solemnly. Yes, but I can't find out who it is. However, I do have this feeling. If someone is watching me, they have to be at least a martial god. How many martial gods are there in the evil god capital? Wang Tinfeng frowned. Wang Ku took a deep breath and said, The evil emperor is acting strangely. You are one of the 3 great demon gods of the evil dynasty, but you are being watched. There must be something wrong. Wang Ku, what do you mean? Wang Tinfeng said coldly. Although he didn't like people talking bad about the evil emperor, Wang Tinfeng's vigilance instantly became serious. Wang Ku, did the Black Lotus Sage ask you to ask those questions? Wang Tinfeng asked with a frown. That's right. The Black Lotus Sage noticed that the evil emperor is acting strangely. I was the one who suggested asking you. Both you and the Black Lotus Sage are suspicious. There must be something fishy going on. Maybe something really happened to the evil emperor. Wang Ku said solemnly. Impossible. Impossible. Wang Tinfeng stared at Wang Ku. Then let me ask you, if the evil emperor is in trouble, are you willing to help him? Wang Ku looked at Wang Tinfeng. Isn't that obvious? Wang Ku stared at Huang Xiaolong. What if I'm wrong and the evil emperor is fine? Isn't that even better? I mean, what if the evil emperor is really in trouble? This time, you really need to be the hero to save the damsel in distress. Wang Ku said solemnly. The evil emperor is in trouble? Wang Tinfeng frowned. He still couldn't believe it. Old Huang, you can't forget that the evil emperor is in trouble just because another woman is gentle to you. You can't ignore the evil emperor just because the fake the evil emperor is gentle to you, right? Wang Ku said solemnly. Bullsh *T. I already said that it's impossible. Wang Tinfeng frowned. What if it's true? We have nothing to lose by making a bold guess. On the contrary, there are benefits. If it's true, you'll be the only hope to save the evil emperor. You'll be the hero of the evil emperor. No matter how the evil emperor treated you in the past, the evil emperor's attitude towards you has changed since you risked everything for him. This is better than any gift. It won't just make the beauty smile. It might even make her fall in love with you. Wang Ku said. Wang Tinfeng fell into deep thought. Besides, you know what kind of person I, Wang Ku, am. When have I ever lied to you? Wang Ku said earnestly. Wang Tinfeng looked at Wang Ku with a gloomy face. It's because of your character that I hesitate. I don't want you to do anything. Go back and check carefully. find out if anything big happened during this period. I heard from Saint Envoy Black Lotus that many human emperors and saint envoys came to the evil god city this time. Don't you think it's strange? Wang Ke said solemnly. Wang Tin Feng pondered for a while. If something happened to someone else, Wang Tin Feng might not care at all. However, if something happened to the evil emperor, it was different. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Wang Tin Feng did not dare to take the risk. Originally, I didn't know the evil emperor, and this matter was not under my control. However, someone schemed against the evil emperor, and it will certainly involve Saint Envoy Black Lotus. Similarly, it will also affect you. Think about it. Whether the evil emperor is real or not, it has nothing to do with me. Do you think I'm looking for trouble? Old Huang, I'm only taking the lead because I'm giving you face. I'll say the same thing again. If we're wrong, no one will lose anything. If we guessed right, and the evil emperor is really in trouble, you'll make a fortune by saving the damsel in distress, Wang Ke said solemnly. Bullsh ***, who wants to make a fortune. I'm just worried about the evil emperor. Wang Tin Feng glared at Wang Ke. So be it. Go back and find out who the evil emperor has met during this period, what happened to him, and what happened to him before and after the human emperors and saint envoys came to the demonic god city. You must find out the truth, Wang Ke said solemnly. Humph. Wang Tin Feng snorted coldly. Apparently he agreed. Since Saint Envoy Black Lotus found out, why didn't he tell me himself? Why did he ask you to tell me? Wang Tin Feng frowned. It's because of Saint Envoy Red Lotus. That lunatic came to find trouble with me, and Saint Envoy Black Lotus helped me stop him. Moreover, Saint Envoy Black Lotus is not close to you. How can he be as close as us? He went to deal with Saint Envoy Red Lotus and asked me to talk to you, Wang Ke explained. Who's close to you? Wang Ke, you're really taking advantage of me. Wang Tin Feng glared at him. All right, there are no outsiders here. Why are you so agitated? I saved your life. Are you going to turn your back on me? Wang Ke glared at him. Wang Tin Feng looked at Wang Ke with a black face. He had never seen such a thick-skinned person. Boom! At that moment, there was a sudden explosion. Not far away, a palace exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. After the palace exploded, 2 figures, one black and one red, flew into the sky. They stood in the air by the sea and looked at each other coldly. Devil Lord? Wang Ke's expression changed. Saint Envoy Black Lotus and Saint Envoy Red Lotus? Did the 2 of them fall out? Wang Tin Feng looked at the sea in surprise. He saw Saint Envoy Black Lotus and Saint Envoy Red Lotus staring at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Saint Envoy Black Lotus, do you know that I was tricked by Wang Ke and suffered a heavy blow from heaven's punishment? I was severely injured and needed a few days to recover. Are you trying to stop me from capturing him? Saint Envoy Red Lotus said with a murderous look. Saint Envoy Red Lotus, I have already said this to you. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for killing you. Saint Envoy Black Lotus said coldly. Ha ha, you want to kill me? You are only in the primordial spirit realm. Do you think you can hurt me? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compete with me just because you killed a bunch of ants? I have already given you face by saying so much to you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for teaching you how to behave. Saint Envoy Red Lotus said fiercely. Then let's cut the crap and do it. The one who survives will decide everything. Saint Envoy Black Lotus said coldly. At that moment, Saint Envoy Red Lotus frowned. Even Wang Tin Feng's eyes widened. This Saint Envoy Black Lotus is so stubborn. He is only in the primordial spirit realm, and he dares to challenge a martial god. Is he courting death? Wang Tin Feng said in shock. P.S. End of the 3rd watch. Chapter 670. In the sky above Black Lotus Sacred Envoy Island. Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy, and Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy were at loggerheads with each other. A battle was about to break out. It attracted the attention of many experts from all around. It had already been 5 days. Those who should have received the news had already received it. Naturally, they could tell that the Red Lotus Saint Emissary was here to capture Wang Ku, while the Black Lotus Saint Emissary was protecting Wang Ku. This also made countless people extremely curious about Wang Ku. Just who was it that made the two sacred emissaries go against each other? Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy, don't be so reckless. No matter how powerful you are only in the primordial spirit realm. You are not qualified to challenge me until you become a martial god. If you continue to protect Wang Ku, I will kill you. Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy, said coldly. I will not show mercy. Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy, said coldly. Ha! You are overestimating yourself. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy, said coldly. As she spoke, Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy, turned into a flash of red lightning and charged towards Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy. She was so fast that one could only see her afterimage. It seemed like she wanted to kill Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy, with one punch. At that instant, Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy did not dodge. Instead, he steadied himself and threw a punch at Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy. Both of their fists collided, and the surrounding seawater immediately surged with huge waves due to the huge shock waves. Boom! Black Lotus Emissary took a step back. However, Red Lotus Emissary was also blocked. Good. Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy. You are so powerful when you are only in the primordial spirit realm. However, you are still in the primordial spirit realm. You are not as powerful as me. I will not give you a chance this time. Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy, said coldly. It is my turn this time. Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy, said coldly. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and a laser shot out from between his fingers. The laser shot towards Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy's glabella like an arrow. Humph! You are just projecting your true origin. What is it? Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy sneered. As she spoke, Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy waved her hand and a red shield appeared around her. Suddenly, a wave of air rushed towards Black Lotus, Sacred Envoy. Bow! With a crisp sound, the red shield was instantly pierced by the laser beam. The laser beam did not slow down at all as it headed straight for Red Lotus Emissary's forehead. What? Red Lotus's expression changed. In a hurry, Red Lotus Saint Emissary quickly retreated and waved her hands to block the attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, a burn mark appeared on Red Lotus Emissary's arm. Blood flowed out from the burn mark. It was obvious that Red Lotus Sage was injured. Although the laser beam did not hit her forehead, she was still bleeding. In an instant, all the spectators sucked in a cold breath. This Black Lotus Emissary is really something. Sacred Emissary Red Lotus had just become a martial god. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus had actually injured Sacred Emissary Red Lotus with the might of a primordial soul? Seriously? Wang Tin Feng exclaimed. Devil Lord has always been so powerful. Wang's eyes flashed with admiration. In the distance, Saint Envoy Red Lotus looked at her wound as a look of shame flashed across her face. Not only was she injured, more importantly, she was injured by an essence spirit state being. After today, she would definitely become a laughingstock. You are courting death. You are courting death. Red Lotus, Sacred Envoy, charged ferociously. Humph! Sacred Emissary Black Lotus snorted and charged forward. Boom! 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 The two of them instantly started fighting again. Suddenly, a huge storm blew around the two of them and engulfed them in it. The two of them fought more and more fiercely. They even fought on the surface of the sea. Seawater was swept up by the storm and quickly shot up into the sky, engulfing the two of them. Looking from the outside, one could only hear the sounds of explosions and the exploding seawater. Many people were shocked when they saw this. "King, we seem to have followed the right person." A rabbit demon looked at the rabbit monarch and said, "Yes, I only knew that sacred emissary Black Lotus was powerful and was a malefic star. He could kill primordial soul realm experts as easily as slaughtering chickens. However, he is still in the primordial soul realm. Now I finally know how terrifying he is. He is fighting a martial god head-on and even has the upper hand? Damn it, why is he so domineering when they're both in the primordial soul realm?" The rabbit monarch said in shock. Apart from the shock, the rabbit monarch felt a little comforted. Although following Wangke would mean being labeled as sacred emissary Black Lotus, it did not seem that dangerous now. In the sky, the two sacred emissaries separated again with a loud bang. In an instant, the surrounding wind calmed down. At this moment, sacred emissary Black Lotus hair was a little messy, while sacred emissary Red Lotus had a few more wounds on her body. Blood splattered everywhere. Clearly, sacred emissary Black Lotus had the upper hand. Ha! No one has forced me into such a sorry state. Sacred emissary Black Lotus? How dare you injure me? How dare you injure me? Sacred emissary Red Lotus said ferociously, "If you don't leave, I won't just injure you. I will kill you." Sacred emissary Black Lotus said ferociously, "Azura!" Sacred emissary Red Lotus shouted ferociously. Boom! Behind sacred emissary Red Lotus, a huge monster that was 500 feet tall suddenly appeared. The monster had horns on its head and was red all over. As it stepped on the sea, countless red flames were burning around its body. A huge flame aura swept across the sea, causing steam to rise from the nearby seawater. Roar! The horned monster roared like a savage beast. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. What kind of monster is this? Why is its aura stronger than sacred emissary Red Lotus? Wangke said in shock, "This is sacred emissary Red Lotus's primordial soul dharma power, Azura." Wang Tinfeng said in a deep voice, What is this? Azura?" Wangke was stunned. That's right. Sacred emissary Red Lotus's cultivation skill is called Azura Power Skill. The Azura primordial soul is powerful, and its aura is at the middle rank martial god realm. I'm afraid sacred emissary Black Lotus will. Wang Tinfeng said with a frown. Apparently, Wang Tinfeng did not have high hopes for sacred emissary Black Lotus after seeing Azura. Sacred emissary Black Lotus, it has been a long time since anyone has forced me to this extent. Today, I will kill you with the power of Azura. Sacred emissary Red Lotus said ferociously. Sacred emissary Red Lotus took a step forward and entered the body of Azura's primordial soul. In an instant, the flames around Azura's primordial soul surged. That Azura's primordial soul has solidified. Wangke was shocked. Of course, when one is at the primordial soul realm, the primordial soul is illusory and weak. However, when one reaches the martial god realm, the primordial soul will be as strong as a physical body and naturally solidify. Sacred emissary Red Lotus will merge with his primordial soul dharma power. From now on, sacred emissary Red Lotus is Azura, and Azura is sacred emissary Red Lotus. Wang Tinfeng explained. Merge? This is not Ultraman merging. No, this is not Gundam's man-machine merging. Wangke stared at sacred emissary Red Lotus. What are you talking about? Wang Tinfeng was confused. Forget it. You don't understand anyway. What should we do now? Sacred emissary Red Lotus has become more powerful. What about Devil Lord? Wangke asked anxiously. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus's eyes turned cold when he saw Azura charging at him from afar. I am the best in the world. Bam! Sacred Emissary Black Lotus's body suddenly emitted an endless amount of black light. The black light shrouded the entire space as though a huge Buddhist shadow had appeared behind him. However, this Buddhist shadow was pitch black. The Buddha had one hand pointing to the sky and one hand pointing to the ground. A black lotus was under his feet, showing how mysterious the Buddha was. There was no powerful aura, but Sacred Emissary Black Lotus was already shrouded in a black fog, making him look blurry. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus pointed to the sky and one hand pointing to the ground. At this moment, the laser appeared on his fingertips again. However, this time, the laser wasn't shining. Instead, it was black. There was a fog in the darkness, and it looked extremely mysterious. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus's primordial soul dharma power is Gautama Buddha? Wang Tinfeng was shocked. Kill! Azura roared. Bastard! Surrender now! Sacred Emissary Black Lotus shouted coldly. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus dashed out of the black light and black fog instantly. Boom! Azura and Sacred Emissary Black Lotus started fighting again. Suddenly, a huge storm appeared on the surface of the sea again. Seawater surged into the sky. The battle between the two powerful experts caused tsunamis in all directions. Rumble! The battle didn't end immediately. Instead, it became more and more intense. The two of them fought from the sky to the sea and from the sea to the sky. Suddenly, seawater splashed everywhere, and it started raining heavily. At this moment, everyone finally realized something. Wrong. Everyone is wrong. Although Sacred Emissary Black Lotus is only in the primordial soul realm, that's just an illusion. He has the power of a martial god. He has the power of a martial god. Rabbit Monarch exclaimed. Sacred Emissary Red Lotus had been forced to use her trump card. However, she still couldn't defeat Sacred Emissary Black Lotus. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus's combat power was so strong that Rabbit Monarch didn't have to be afraid anymore. Countless experts from the various clans who had a grudge against Sacred Emissary Black Lotus were shocked. Fortunately, they had admitted defeat. Otherwise, even if they had the protection of a martial god, their clans would have been wiped out. Impossible! Impossible! Sacred Emissary Black Lotus, you are only in the primordial soul realm. Why are you so powerful? Roar! Azura roared furiously in the storm. Ananda, Kasyapa, flower-pinching finger! Sacred Emissary Black Lotus shouted. Bam! A loud sound rang out, as if something had been pierced through. The battle just now stopped in an instant. The surrounding storm and seawater were instantly swept away by this power, revealing the two peerless experts inside. However, upon seeing this scene, practically everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Above the sea, Azura was still huge, while Sacred Emissary Black Lotus was still small. However, Azura didn't move at all. He just stared at Sacred Emissary Black Lotus with his eyes wide open. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus had formed a flower-pinching fingerprint and pointed at Azura's glabella. There was a big hole in Azura's glabella. The flower-pinching fingerprint had pierced through Azura's glabella. Pierced through? Sacred Emissary Black Lotus had pierced through Azura's glabella? Sacred Emissary Black Lotus had one? How is this possible? Azura revealed a look of shock. You're not dead yet. Let's do it again. Ananda, Kasyapa, flower-pinching finger. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus pointed at Azura again. The black laser at Sacred Emissary Black Lotus's fingertip turned into a big black ball. It looked like it was going to pierce through Azura and kill Sacred Emissary Red Lotus. No. Sacred Emissary Red Lotus shouted in despair. Boom! At this moment, a white light appeared and the Azura was dragged away by the white light dodging the attack. The surrounding seawater was instantly frozen by the white light. Boom! Saint Envoy Black Lotus's flower-pinching finger hit the sea below the ice, causing huge waves to surge in the sea and shattering the ice that had just condensed. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus missed? Sacred Emissary Black Lotus looked over coldly. He saw Azura's primordial spirit retreating into Sacred Emissary Red Lotus's body. Sacred Emissary Red Lotus had returned to normal. However, there was a bloody hole in her glabella. She was bleeding badly, but she was still alive. At that moment, a man in white suddenly appeared and helped Sacred Emissary Red Lotus up. The man in white was as white as snow. He was handsome, and even his hair was white. He looked at Sacred Emissary Black Lotus in shock. Sacred Emissary White Lotus? Are you here to interfere with the battle between me and Sacred Emissary Red Lotus? Do you want to fight with me? Sacred Emissary Black Lotus said coldly. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus, I am working for the evil emperor. I am not here to fight with you. I just want to persuade the two of you. The evil emperor's birthday is around the corner. Why don't the two of you stop fighting? Sacred Emissary White Lotus tried to persuade them. Sacred Emissary Black Lotus narrowed his eyes and looked at Sacred Emissary White Lotus. Sacred Emissary Red Lotus looked at Sacred Emissary Black Lotus with hatred. However, she was still being supported by Sacred Emissary White Lotus. If Sacred Emissary White Lotus had not appeared to save her, she would have died here. P.S. First update. Chapter 671. If White Lotus Emissary had not intervened, Red Lotus Emissary would have been killed by Black Lotus Emissary. A primordial soul realm cultivator killing a martial god? This would have been a huge joke in the past. However, the truth was right before their eyes. Some of the aristocratic families who had wanted to take revenge on Black Lotus Sage had completely given up. What revenge was there to take? Who said that he was the weakest sage? Was he still the weakest? If we take revenge on Black Lotus Sage, do we want to be annihilated? At this moment, the Rabbit King was the happiest. Haha, Black Lotus Sage is so powerful. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid of anyone, the Rabbit King said excitedly. In a pavilion not far away, Wong stared at the sky and said, White Lotus Sage and Red Lotus Sage are on the same side, right? Why didn't you come out to stop the fight just now? It's 2 against 1. How shameless. White Lotus Emissary is indeed biased. However, if White Lotus Emissary hadn't intervened, Red Lotus Emissary would have died. TSK, this Black Lotus Emissary is really powerful, Huang Tianfeng exclaimed. Of course. What's so great about being a martial god? Devil Lord can still kill him, Wang Ku said proudly. Wang Tinfeng shook his head and said, No, and Primordial Soul Realm Cultivator is still in Primordial Soul Realm Cultivator. If I'm not wrong, Black Lotus Sage should be exhausted. His flower-pinching finger is powerful, but he should be at his limit after using 2 fingers. If he continues, I'm afraid 2 fingers should be enough. If White Lotus Sage had not intervened, Devil Lord would have killed Red Lotus Sage. What's the point of 2 against 1? Wang said angrily. It's not 2 against 1. Black Lotus Sage is not invincible. He can fight against other sages, but he's no match for human sovereigns, Wang Tinfeng said in a deep voice. Human sovereigns? Wang Ku frowned and said, That's right. Azura's power is only at the intermediate level of the martial god realm. The 4 Lotus human sovereigns are at the advanced level of the martial god realm. Moreover, they have their own trump cards. Don't underestimate the 4 human sovereigns. If Sacred Emissary Black Lotus continues to cause trouble, I'm afraid not only the White Lotus Sacred Emissary, but also the human sovereign will intervene. At that time, I'm afraid Sacred Emissary Black Lotus will be in trouble, Wang Tinfeng said. Wang Ku's face darkened. Although he didn't know the Devil Lord's limit, Wang Ku could roughly guess. The Devil Lord only used one move to kill people. After fighting with the Red Lotus Sage for such a long time, it meant that the Devil Lord was about to reach his limit. Wang Tinfeng had just said that the Devil Lord had used up a lot of energy to play with the flower-plucking fingers. If he were to fight with the White Lotus Saint, he might. Frowning, Wang Ku took a step forward and charged into the battlefield. Wang Ku, are you crazy? Wang Tinfeng said in shock. Why did you suddenly run away when we were talking? Wang Tinfeng wasn't the only one who was shocked. Not far away, the Rabbit King and many other pairs of eyes looked at Wang Ku in shock. One had to know that the 3 sacred emissaries were at each other's throats. It was like the center of a maelstrom. Who would dare to go forward and seek death? Was Wang Ku courting death? Of course not. Wang could guess that the Devil Lord had reached his limit and had used up a lot of energy. If the battle continued and the White Lotus Sacred Emissary found an excuse to attack, the Devil Lord would be at a disadvantage. With the Devil Lord's pride, he definitely wouldn't lower his head. It was even more impossible for him to compromise just because someone else appeared. For the sake of the Devil Lord's pride, Wang Ku could only go forward and be the lubricant. Whoosh! Wang Ku abruptly flew close to him. Wang Ku! The Red Lotus Sacred Emissary glared at Wang Ku fiercely. The White Lotus Sacred Emissary also narrowed her eyes at Wang Ku. There seemed to be anger in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Why are you here? The Devil Lord also looked at Wang Ku coldly. Devil Lord, I have the same goal as the White Lotus Sacred Emissary. I'm here to stop the fight. Wang Ku immediately said, The Devil Lord looked at Wang Ku with a deep voice. The White Lotus Sacred Emissary also narrowed her eyes at Wang Ku. Who has the same goal as you? White Lotus Sacred Emissary, this is the first time we've met. I didn't expect you and I to have the same thoughts. You'd rather offend someone to protect the harmony within the evil dynasty. Wang Ku said with a smile. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Although the White Lotus Sacred Emissary had a murderous look in her eyes, she still smiled coldly. You caused the 2 sacred emissaries to fight to the death. How dare you say that you're protecting the harmony within the evil dynasty? That's why I'm here to advise the Black Lotus Sacred Emissary and the Red Lotus Sacred Emissary not to damage the harmony because of me. Wang Ku immediately said, The White Lotus Sacred Emissary's face turned cold. Obviously, she didn't buy Wang Ku's words. Black Lotus Sacred Emissary, you've made such a big fuss because of me. Please punish me. At the same time, let's end today's battle here. Don't cause any misunderstandings between the 2 sacred emissaries because of me. Wang Ku immediately stood behind the Devil Lord and apologized. He didn't want the Devil Lord to punish him. He wanted to give the Devil Lord a way out. At the same time, he wanted to give the White Lotus Sacred Emissary an excuse to attack him. Wang Ku, do you think I'll let you go just because you're apologizing? The Red Lotus Sacred Emissary glared at Wang Ku. I didn't apologize to you. Why are you so agitated? Wang Ku suddenly frowned and scolded the Red Lotus Sacred Emissary. How dare you? The Red Lotus Sacred Emissary glared at Wang Ku as if she was about to pounce on him. I'm the subordinate of the Black Lotus Sacred Emissary. Isn't it natural for me to apologize to my boss? It's none of your business. Moreover, if the White Lotus Sacred Emissary hadn't saved you, you would already be a dead man. Why are you still yelling? Do you know how difficult it is for the White Lotus Sacred Emissary? The White Lotus Sacred Emissary helped you stop the fight. Can't you give him some face and stop stirring up trouble? Do you know how much the White Lotus Sacred Emissary sacrificed for you? Are you worthy of the White Lotus Sacred Emissary? Wang Ku glared. The White Lotus, sacred emissary, looked at Wang Ku with an ugly expression. You're scolding the Red Lotus, sacred emissary, while praising me. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to shut me up? Wang Ku, are you here to die? The Red Lotus, sacred emissary, said ferociously. Who's here to die? Do you think I want to talk nonsense with you? It's all because old Huang said you were trying to act shamelessly. Why would I come up? Wang Ku glared. Old Huang. The White Lotus, sacred emissary, frowned. There, it's over there. We drank tea together just now. Wang Ku pointed at a pavilion not far away. In the pavilion, Wang Tinfeng held his teacup. His expression froze. Wang Ku is pointing at me. Damn it, is he trying to drag me into the battle? Who said I'm helping you? Are you trying to create hatred for me? Wang Tinfeng immediately looked at Wang Ku with a black face. Do you see that? Old Huang's face is black. Don't you know how to restrain yourself? Let me tell you, old Huang will not interfere in your battle. Don't go overboard. Forcing old Huang to fall out with you? Wang Ku glared at the Red Lotus, sacred emissary. The Red Lotus, sacred emissary, and the White Lotus, sacred emissary, looked at Wang Tinfeng below them. Their eyelids twitched. How could the two of them have imagined that the demon god Wang Tinfeng would be in the Black Lotus, sacred emissary's palace? Is there some kind of action? Wang Tinfeng was drinking tea in the Black Lotus, sacred emissary's palace. He must have some kind of tacit understanding with the Black Lotus, sacred emissary. If they were to fight again, would Wang Tinfeng interfere? Once Wang Tinfeng interfered, things would become even more complicated. Wang Ku, don't talk nonsense. Wang Tinfeng shouted coldly from below. I know. Old Huang, you can continue drinking your tea. You don't have to do anything. I'll just say a few words for you. Wang Ku shouted down. Wang Tinfeng's face darkened. Who asked you to say a few words for me? You can only speak for yourself. Okay. It's the same. I only speak for myself. Old Huang, you can just sit there and rest your feet. Wang Ku shouted towards the people below. Wang Tinfeng glared at Wang Ku. Damn it. Wang Ku had taken advantage of him today. Obviously, it was useless even if he tried to distance himself. He was drinking tea in the Black Lotus sacred emissary's palace, and Wang Ku called him Old Huang. In the eyes of others, they were so close. How could he not help? Now it was useless even if he tried to explain to others that he would not do anything. Moreover, with his status, wouldn't it be too degrading for him to go out and explain? The White Lotus sacred emissary and the Red Lotus sacred emissary looked at Wang Tinfeng with complicated expressions. The White Lotus sacred emissary took a deep breath and restrained her killing intent. Today, Wang Tinfeng was here. She could not take any action. If they continued to fight, more and more experts would be drawn out. There would be no end to it. The Red Lotus sacred emissary looked at Wang Tinfeng with resentment. Humph, yellow demon god. I will remember the gift from Tian Fa. The Red Lotus sacred emissary said coldly. Gift from Tian Fa? Wang Tinfeng was stunned. What's going on? What gift from Tian Fa? I don't know. What does your Tian Fa tribulations a few days ago have to do with me? Wang Tinfeng was about to ask. Wang Ku beat him to it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you blaming old Huang? I was the one who gave you the Tian Fa tribulations a few days ago. Why are you blaming old Huang? Old Huang did not offend you. Why are you accusing him? Wang Tinfeng looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Are you speaking up for me? You don't seem like it. Let's go. The Red Lotus sacred emissary ignored Wang Ku and turned to leave. The White Lotus sacred emissary looked at the Black Lotus sacred emissary. Black Lotus sacred emissary, today's matter ends here. White Lotus sacred emissary, don't keep protecting the Red Lotus sacred emissary. Otherwise, he will drag you down sooner or later. Also, the Red Lotus, sacred emissary, old Huang and I both saw it just now. You even asked for help to stop the fight. We said that young people like you don't have any morals. We hope you know what's good for you. Wang Ke said to the two of them, who were about to leave. The White Lotus, sacred emissary turned and looked at Wang Ke with a complicated expression. Then, she looked at Wang Tinfeng. The Red Lotus, sacred emissary, was so angry that she wanted to pounce over. However, she was stopped by the White Lotus, sacred emissary. The Red Lotus, sacred emissary, glared at Wang Ke fiercely and then looked at Wang Tinfeng resentfully. Wang Tinfeng's face darkened. Damn it. Young people don't have any morals. Know what's good for you. I didn't say that. Red Lotus, sacred emissary. Why are you looking at me resentfully? It was Wang Ke who added the sentence himself. I didn't say anything. However, Wang Ke didn't say that he said it himself. Is he trying to make me a scapegoat for no reason? Wang Ke, do you want to die? Wang Tinfeng said fiercely. Old Huang, calm down. I'll apologize to you. We still have something important to work together on. When we're done with that, you can settle the score with me. Calm down. Wang Ke immediately flew down and comforted Wang Tinfeng. At that moment, although Wang Tinfeng was angry, the Red Lotus, sacred emissary, and the White Lotus, sacred emissary, did not know that Wang Ke was just pretending to be powerful. Instead, they looked coldly at Wang Tinfeng and flew away. Devil Lord stood in the sky and looked at the Red Lotus, sacred emissary, and the White Lotus, sacred emissary. Then he looked at Wang Ke, who was flying down with a complicated expression. How could Devil Lord not see through Wang Ke's intention? Wang Ke had purposely come to help him out of this situation. He didn't even need to say a word to resolve the conflict. Devil Lord sighed softly as he looked at Wang Ke's back view as he apologized to Wang Tinfeng. However, a rare smile flashed across his eyes under the devil mask. P.S. Second update. Chapter 672. Wang Tinfeng left the Black Lotus Sage's palace with a long face. However, this did not affect the Black Lotus Sage's battle results. The Black Lotus Sage's reputation as the weakest sage had been completely erased. Some of the enemies of the Black Lotus envoys calmed down instantly. Why would they risk the lives of their entire tribe to kill such a ferocious person? After sending off Wang Tinfeng, Wang Ke went to look for the Devil Lord. However, he was told that the Devil Lord was in seclusion. Seclusion? In the Devil Lord's cultivation room, the Devil Lord was motionless. However, sweat was dripping down his cheeks under the mask. It was obvious that the Devil Lord's battle was not as easy as it seemed. It was not easy for a primordial spirit realm cultivator to kill a martial god. Wang Ke did not mind that he could not see the Devil Lord. Now that the Devil Lord had become famous, no one would dare to step into the Black Lotus Sage's palace. Wang Ke went to look for the Rabbit Monarch. Boss, you are here. The Rabbit Monarch welcomed him happily. It thought that it would be unlucky to follow Wang Ke. However, it seemed that it had worried too much. The Black Lotus Sage was so powerful that his enemies must be scared out of their wits. Rabbit Monarch, you have lived in the demonic god city for the longest time. I want to buy something now. Help me buy it. Wang Ke took a deep breath and said, Boss, leave it to me. The Rabbit Monarch said confidently, Immortal ice. Wang Ke said, Wah, what? The Rabbit Monarch stared at Wang Ke. It's the immortal ice. I wanted to buy it in the good god's capital, but those warriors said that the immortal ice came from the great evil dynasty. It's rare for me to come to the evil god's capital, so of course I have to buy more. You go and buy some for me, but remember to learn how to bargain. I'm buying a lot, so the price must be lowered. The Rabbit Monarch's face stiffened. Boss, you don't know? Know what? Wang Ke was puzzled. Most of the immortal ice came from White Lotus Sage. You seem to have offended the White Lotus Sage just now. If you want to buy more immortal ice, I'm afraid. the rabbit monarch said with an ugly expression. White Lotus, sacred envoy. He monopolized the immortal ice? Wang Ke's face stiffened. That's right. Celestial ice is produced in the snow demon mountain of the White Lotus dynasty. The White Lotus sacred envoy controls everything about celestial ice. If you want to buy it, you basically have to look for him. The rabbit monarch explained. *CK, is it so hard to buy some celestial ice? Wang Ke's face turned ugly. Boss, what did you say? You're buying immortal ice for the sake of eating it? The rabbit monarch glared. What are you doing? I didn't say I was going to eat it. Wang Ke glared. Obviously, he didn't want to reveal too much. Celestial ice is a type of ice poison, but its true effect isn't poison. The toxicity was average. It was a top-notch material for sealing formations. Boss, aren't you buying celestial ice to set up formations? The rabbit monarch asked in shock. Don't worry so much. Find a way to get more celestial ice for me. Although the White Lotus sacred envoy monopolized the celestial ice, there must be some scattered on the market. You're more familiar with the demonic god, so help me find some. If you really can't find any, bribe some people and get them to secretly buy celestial ice from the White Lotus sacred envoy. Anyway, I'll give you money, so get it for me. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Boss, how much do you want? The rabbit monarch asked curiously. I want as much as you have for now. Go and ask around. Once you know the price, come and get the money from me. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Okay. The rabbit monarch nodded. What's so difficult about buying things? The rabbit monarch naturally agreed. 3 days later, on the Red Lotus sacred envoy's island, in a hidden palace, four black-robed men looked at the Red Lotus sacred envoy. Have you recovered from your injuries? One of the black-robed men asked in a low voice. Yes, I've completely recovered. I'm sorry for making you worry. The Red Lotus sacred envoy said with a bitter smile. It's good that you've recovered. Continue to keep an eye on this place. One of the black-robed men said in a low voice. I've been keeping an eye on this place. Nothing will happen. However, something's not right. Wang Tinfeng's sudden return is one thing. But why is he with the Black Lotus sacred envoy? The Red Lotus sacred envoy said with an ugly expression. The group of black-robed men fell silent. That's right. It's not peaceful recently. These days, I've been keeping an eye on Wang Tinfeng and was almost discovered by him several times. Wang Tinfeng has also been investigating the evil emperor and us. He's digging deeper and deeper. As you know, Wang Tinfeng is a demonic god. If he wants to investigate something, everyone in the demonic god's metropolis will make it convenient for him. I'm worried that Wang Tinfeng will be able to find some clues soon. Another black-robed man said in a low voice. The group of black-robed men suddenly fell silent. We can't expose this matter. Once it's exposed, I'm afraid. Another black-robed man said. It's not that we can't expose it. However, they've already taken action. Should we continue to wait? I'm worried that something will happen if we continue to wait. The Red Lotus sacred envoy said with an ugly expression. That's right. The strength of the Black Lotus sacred envoy also shocked us. The black-robed man said. The Black Lotus sacred envoy? The Red Lotus sacred envoy said with an ugly expression. You almost died in his hands when you fought with him previously. What do you think of him? The black-robed man asked. The Black Lotus sacred envoy? He's very strong. However, he's not much stronger than me. It should be about the same. That day, if it wasn't for Wang Ke's sudden appearance, the Black Lotus sacred envoy might not have been able to hold on for long. His flower-pinching finger can only be used twice, which is the limit. The Red Lotus sacred envoy recalled. The Black Lotus emissary has been staying in the demonic god city for a long time. I'm afraid he must have discovered our tracks. I'm guessing that Huang Tianfeng's sudden return was also informed by the Black Lotus emissary, a black-robed man said in a low voice. However, they haven't talked before. The Black Lotus, sacred envoy, has never spoken to Huang Tianfeng. Why would he suddenly? Another black-robed man said. Therefore, things are getting out of our control. Although Huang Tianfeng and the Black Lotus, sacred envoy, can't stop us, even if they work together. Who knows what will happen if we continue to drag this out? We have to eliminate these threats, the black-robed man said. Eliminate? You mean we have to eliminate the Black Lotus sacred envoy? The Red Lotus sacred envoy said in surprise. The group of black-robed men remained silent for a while before they nodded in unison. If you make a move, it will be easy. However, won't we be exposed? The Black Lotus human sovereign? The Red Lotus sacred envoy's eyes lit up. However, the black-robed man shook his head and said no. I was already a martial god 1,000 years ago. Wouldn't it be easy for me to eliminate him? I saw the battle 3 days ago. Just as you said, although he could kill you, he was already at his limit. I didn't need to use my full strength. The Red Lotus sacred envoy was shocked. She nodded and said, All right, I'll have to trouble you. Black Lotus human sovereign. At the Black Lotus sacred envoy's palace, Wang Ke looked at the rabbit monarch in front of him. It's been 3 days, and this is the answer you gave me? Wang Ke said, glaring at the rabbit monarch. Boss, I don't have a choice. I've asked around in many places, but there's nothing. The fairy ice on the market is all gone. It was all bought by a mysterious buyer. There's not a single piece left. The rabbit monarch said bitterly. Wang Ke glared at the rabbit monarch and said, Do you think I can't afford it? It's really not a matter of money. I've really pulled many strings, but there's not a single piece left. I even asked a friend to go to the White Lotus Sacred Envoy's island and try to buy it. However, the White Lotus Sacred Envoy has stopped selling it recently. She's not willing to sell a single piece. This is strange, the rabbit monarch said gloomily. Wang Ke looked at the rabbit monarch with a dark expression. Did I make a mistake in accepting this subordinate? Is this all you've got? You can't even buy a piece of fairy ice? Boss, I've really tried my best, the rabbit monarch said gloomily. The rabbit monarch was too embarrassed to answer to the boss's first order of business. However, I've been running around for the past 3 days without rest. I can't do anything about it. Forget it. I'll find someone else to buy it. Go to Huang Tianfeng's residence now and ask him if there's any news. Ask him to pass it on to you. Wang Ke said, glaring. Go to the yellow demon god's residence? The rabbit monarch said in surprise. What? You can't buy anything, and now you don't even know how to run errands? Wang Ke glared. No, I'm afraid they won't bother with me. Besides, I'm a fugitive from the floating prison. What if? The rabbit monarch said nervously. Wang Ke's face darkened. You've been running around for 3 days, and no one has caught you. What are you afraid of? For the past 3 days, I've been buying fairy ice outside with my face covered. I'm going to the yellow demon god's residence now. I'll definitely have to show my face. I'm afraid, the rabbit monarch said worriedly. Wang Ke looked at the rabbit monarch with a dark expression. It's because you're covered that no one dares to sell you the fairy ice, right? Everyone thinks you're a robber. Who would dare to sell it to you? Did I take in an idiot as my underling? Take this token. Wang Ke glared at the rabbit monarch and handed him a token. Black Lotus Sacred Envoy token? The rabbit monarch looked at the token in his hand in surprise. Now, will anyone still dare to catch you? Wang Ke glared. No. With this token I can rest assured, the rabbit monarch said excitedly. Devil Lord had become famous 3 days ago. Who would dare to find trouble with him now? Then why aren't you going? Wang Ke glared. Right away. The rabbit monarch turned around and ran. Wang Ke took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. At this moment, a guard of the Black Lotus sacred envoy walked over. Divine Dragon sect leader. The guard said respectfully, "Oh, aren't you Devil Lord's guard? What's the matter? Why are you looking for me? Devil Lord has come out of seclusion?" Wang Ke's eyes lit up. "No." Devil Lord said that he's going into seclusion and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. He asked me to inform you that Devil Lord's disciple will be coming tonight. He wants you to receive him. The guard said respectfully. Devil Lord's disciple? Wang Ke frowned. Suddenly, Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Who is Devil Lord's disciple? Isn't that Long Yu? Long Yu is coming tonight. Where is he? I'll go and receive him. Wang Ke said excitedly. He's at the small stone island, next to the Black Lotus sacred envoy island. It's in that direction. I pointed it out to you 2 days ago. Devil Lord said that he'll arrive after dark and wants you to receive him. Divine Dragon sect leader, why don't I arrange for some people to accompany you? The guard said immediately. No, please don't. I'm enough. You guys can rest. Wang Ke stopped him. Are you kidding me? I'm going to see Long Yu. Why would I bring you guys along? I'm not sick. Okay. The guard said. Wang Ke hurriedly turned around and left. Divine Dragon sect leader, it's still early before dark. You're going now? The guard said in surprise. No, I'm going back to my room to take a bath and change my clothes. Wang Ke said and disappeared. The guard was stunned for a while. You're going to receive Devil Lord's disciple? Do you need to take a bath and change your clothes? Aren't you a bit too formal? P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 673. In Wang Ke's room, after taking a bath and changing his clothes, Wang Ke looked at his hair in the mirror. There was a strong expectation in his eyes, and he even started to hum a tune. I haven't seen Long Yu for a long time. This hairstyle should be okay, right? No, it's not steady enough. It's too jumpy. Let's redo it. Wang Ke started to redo his hairstyle. Suddenly, Wang Ke's face changed, and he turned his head abruptly. But there was no one behind him. Voila! Wang Ke instantly opened the door and looked outside. Sect leader, what's wrong? A guard asked curiously. Did anyone come by just now? Wang Ke asked in a low voice. No, we've been guarding nearby. There's no one. The guard said respectfully. Wang Ke walked back into the room with a puzzled look. Did I sense it wrong? Why do I feel that someone was spying on me just now? Am I too sensitive recently? Wang Ke muttered to himself with a puzzled look. Although he was puzzled, Wang Ke still threw himself into redoing his hair. In the palace of the Black Lotus Sage, in the main hall where the Devil Lord was in seclusion, the Devil Lord had changed into a white dress, and he looked extremely gentle. Who else could it be but Long Yu, whom Wang Ke couldn't get? Long Yu was combing her hair in front of the mirror. Suddenly, Long Yu raised her eyebrows. She straightened her face and chuckled. You're quite alert. You can even sense my divine sense? With a smile, Long Yu stopped spying on the outside world and focused on looking at herself in the mirror. Glib tongue. You used to tell me that you'd be satisfied with one of the three. Now you've changed your mind? You're not satisfied with one of the three? Humph. Do you have to see me before you tell me what's in your heart? All right, I'll listen to you tonight. Long Yu took a deep breath and gently tied up her hair. After tidying up her disguise, Long Yu looked at herself in the mirror again. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she was about to leave. Suddenly, Long Yu's pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. Black Lotus emissary, I'll be waiting for you in Hai Shi. A cold voice sounded in the hall. Long Yu's face sank, and her eyes flickered. Looking at herself in the mirror, Long Yu took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, a black robe appeared over his body. At the same time, he brought out a yiksha mask and slowly put on. He once again transformed into the image of Devil Lord. Turning his head, The demon sovereign looked in the direction of Wang Ku. There was a gloomy look in his eyes. He clenched his fists and disappeared from the hall in a flash. On the other side, Wang Ku walked out of his room in a good mood. Holy Dragon Sect Leader, you're a little different today. A guard said in surprise. Of course, where can I find roses around here? Wang Ku looked at the guard. What kind of flowers? The guard was stunned. Ah, you won't know even if I tell you. Forget it, I'll look for them myself. Wang Ku ignored the guard and walked away happily. 2 hours later, on a deserted island in the west of the sea where the demonic god city was located, 2 men in black robes stood on the deserted island. One of them was Devil Lord, who was wearing a mask. The other was wearing a black robe and holding a skull scepter in his hand. Wherever he stepped, the mound seemed to have turned into a huge skull. It wasn't just the gigantic skull. It was as if the soil and stones around the island were also undergoing bizarre transformations. Slowly, they began to transform into skeletons and skulls. The stone under Devil Lord's feet was not affected, but Devil Lord was extremely alert. Black Lotus Human Emperor, you called me here just so that I can stand here with you? The Demon Lord said coldly. The black-robed man held the skull scepter and muttered to himself. Black Lotus Sage Envoy, you have been slaughtering people in the Black Lotus Dynasty all these years. Did I make things difficult for you? Make things difficult for me? The people I killed were my subordinates. What right do you have to make things difficult for me? Devil Lord said coldly. The Black Lotus Human Emperor said, do you think that if I wanted to make things difficult for you, you would still be able to slaughter people? What are you trying to say? Devil Lord asked. I won't do anything to you. I won't suppress you. It's not because you were conferred the title of the Evil Emperor and cannot keep up with the Evil Emperor. It's because I value your ability. You are a talent. I admire you, the Black Lotus Human Emperor said. The Demon Venerable said in a low voice. Unfortunately, you are a man. How unfortunate. If you were a woman, I would do everything in my power to marry you into my harem and make you the master of my harem, the Black Lotus Human Emperor said. Humph, are you insulting me? Devil Lord said coldly. No, I already said that I admire your ability. Are you willing to follow me? The Black Lotus Human Emperor asked. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Follow you? This heavenly venerate has never followed anyone. Devil Lord sneered. Today is your last chance. I only said so much to you because I value talent. Otherwise, I would have made a move earlier. The Black Lotus Human Emperor said. Make a move? Do you know where this is? No, you are unscrupulous. You want to make a move on me here? Are you the mastermind behind the Evil Emperor's accident? Devil Lord's pupils suddenly constricted. The Black Lotus Human Emperor stared at Devil Lord for a while. You are indeed vigilant. Something happened to the Evil Emperor? You even discovered it. Yes, you guessed right. Something happened to the Evil Emperor. No one in this world can protect you. As long as you submit to me, not only will I let you go, but I will also help you reach a higher level in the future. Impossible. Impossible. The Evil Emperor's strength is the strongest in the Central Continent. How could you injure the Evil Emperor silently? This is impossible. You are lying, Devil Lord suddenly retorted. Lying? Look at this. The Black Lotus Human Emperor sneered. As he spoke, the Black Lotus Human Emperor threw out a jade pendant. The jade pendant landed in Devil Lord's palm. Is this the jade pendant that the Evil Emperor always wears in front of his chest? The jade pendant that he never takes off? It's true. Something really happened to the Evil Emperor. The Evil Emperor in the palace is a fake. You even made a fake jade pendant? Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he stared at the Black Lotus Human Emperor. This jade pendant is actually not a powerful artifact. It is just a souvenir. It doesn't matter if I show it to you. At this moment, you should be aware of our methods and understand the situation you're in, right? Now, I will give you another chance to submit to me. As long as you submit to me, I will let you continue to have everything you have. At the same time, I will let you have even more. The Black Lotus Human Emperor said solemnly. Did you just say our methods? It means that you are not the only one dealing with the evil emperor this time. There are other human emperors who are on par with you. Are there other human emperors? Devil Lord narrowed his eyes. Submit to me, and I can tell you everything. I can even let you join in. Submit to me, and I will place a curse on you. From then on, you and I will share honor and disgrace. You will be able to enjoy endless glory, splendor, wealth, and supreme power. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The Black Lotus Human Emperor said. Place a curse on me. From then on, I will become your slave. Ha! Ha ha! Black Lotus Human Emperor. Do you think this Venerate will agree? Devil Lord said coldly. I saw the battle between you and Red Lotus Divine Envoy. That day was your limit, right? The primordial spirit realm will always be the primordial spirit realm. Red Lotus Divine Envoy is the weakest of the 4 divine envoys. Defeating him is nothing. However, you also exposed your inadequacies. If I want to destroy you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. If you do not submit now, you will vanish into thin air. The Black Lotus Human Emperor said. Let's give it a try then. Devil Lord stepped forward, wanting to leave. Boom! The Black Lotus Human Emperor's skeletal scepter instantly smashed into the huge skull on the ground. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 4 gigantic skeletons broke out of the water in all directions around the island. Each of the skeletons was 150 feet tall, like 4 giants that were 150 feet tall. They gave off a monstrous aura. The moment the 4 skeletal giants appeared, they immediately roared at the sky. Roar! As the skeletal giants roared, the sky changed color. Countless black winds immediately enveloped the surroundings. The surging black winds seemed to form a massive ritual array encasing the desolate island. Devil Lord stepped on the air and shot into the distance. However, at this moment, one of the skeletal giants instantly threw a palm strike at him. Honk! There was a loud sound, and this skeletal giant forced Devil Lord back. This is the might of a newly advanced martial god. Devil Lord looked at the skeletal giant's strength in shock. Not far away, the Black Lotus Human Emperor swung his skeletal scepter. Walala! The earth and rocks around the desolate island turned into dried bones. Many skeletal soldiers crawled out of the piles of bones. They held bone sabers and pointed them at Devil Lord. Black Lotus Sage Envoy, you are very talented and strong. However, you know nothing about strength. Back then, your master, the Dragon Emperor, was only conferred the title of Black Lotus Sage Envoy. He left in a fit of anger and went to the 100,000 great mountains to dominate. Do you think he was just angry? That was because he could not defeat me. He kept saying that he wanted to make a comeback. However, he died in the end. What a joke! Back then, the Dragon Emperor was not a match for me. This is my bone sea domain. You are just a primordial spirit realm cultivator. You can't even break my domain, right? Haha! The Black Lotus Human Emperor guffawed. Kill! The countless skeletal soldiers shouted. Boom! Instantly, all the skeletal soldiers charged at the Black Lotus Sage Envoy. The 4 skeletal giants formed a large ritual array, blocking Devil Lord's path. An intense battle immediately broke out. Devil Lord instantly fell into a huge predicament. Rumble! A shocking battle broke out in the Bone Sea Domain. Unfortunately, no one in the audience could see it. On a small stone island beside the Black Lotus Sage Envoy's island, Wang leaned against a large rock, holding a Chinese rose that looked like a rose in his mouth as he waited patiently. The sky was getting darker and darker. For some reason, Wang Ke suddenly felt a sense of irritation in his heart. Aren't I waiting for the dragon jade? Why do my eyelids keep twitching? Why isn't Long Yu here yet? Long Yu, hurry up and come. Wang Ke frowned as he paced back and forth beside the large rock. The bright moon slowly rose into the sky. However, at this moment, Wang Ke felt more and more irritated. What's wrong with me? I am about to see Long Yu. Why do I feel more and more uneasy? Wang Ke did not know what was wrong with him. P.S. First update. Chapter 674. On a small stone island beside the Black Lotus Sage's island, Wang Ke had fallen asleep. He was lying on a big stone and had a long dream. The scene in the dream was not from anything else. It was from the 1986 version of Journey to the West that Wang Ke had seen on Earth. In the dream, he had become the Jade Emperor. Gautama Buddha was standing beside him. The demon monkey was standing on the palm of the Gautama Buddha. The Gautama Buddha flipped his hand and pressed the demon monkey down. Demon monkey, watch carefully. This is called the Five Fingers Mountain. Go. The Gautama Buddha shouted. Boom, 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 boom. The Gautama Buddha broke 5 of his fingers and turned them into 5 mountains. They fell from the sky and pressed the demon monkey under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Roar. The demon monkey roared violently. Unfortunately, it could not withstand the power of the 5 Fingers Mountain. It was completely pressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Boom! The 5 Fingers Mountain landed on the ground and emitted a golden light. However, the Gautama Buddha's right hand was missing 5 fingers. Gautama Buddha, have you suppressed the demon monkey? The Jade Emperor, who was Wang Ke in the dream, asked. The demon monkey has eaten the Saturn Peach and the 9 transformation elixir. It is very powerful now. The 5 fingers alone will not be able to suppress it for long. Let me use this talisman to seal the demon monkey under the 5 Fingers Mountain. The Gautama Buddha said, Talisman? Is it the talisman of Om Mani Padme Hum? Gautama Buddha, please use the talisman quickly. The Jade Emperor, who was Wang Ke in the dream, urged immediately. The Gautama Buddha nodded and was about to take out the talisman. Suddenly his face froze. The Gautama Buddha immediately used his unbroken left hand to search his body. However, after searching for a while, he did not manage to take out anything. Below him, the 5 Fingers Mountain shook. Gautama Buddha, the demon monkey, is about to break the 5 Fingers Mountain. Where is your talisman? Hurry up! The Jade Emperor, who was Wang Ke in the dream, urged. The Gautama Buddha's face froze. When I left the house today, I left in a hurry. I think I forgot to bring it. You didn't bring it? What should we do now? In the dream, Wang Ke's face stiffened. Boom! There was a loud boom in the lower realm as the demon monkey broke through the 5 Finger Mountain. Old fogey Jade Emperor, old fogey Tathagata, you lied to me. Die! The demon monkey roared. However, the Jade Emperor that Wang Ke had transformed into shuddered and suddenly woke up. After waking up, Wang Ke was stunned for a while. He fiercely wiped his face. What the hell? Why am I dreaming of the 1986 version of Journey to the West? Damn it, do I really want to go back to Earth? Even your dreams are a mess? Wang Ke had a puzzled look on his face. She looked up and saw that the moon had risen high in the sky. It's already midnight? Long Yu hasn't arrived yet? Wasn't I annoyed before? How did he fall asleep? I am my roses. Wang Ke's face suddenly turned gloomy. The roses that she had carefully prepared were actually crushed when she accidentally fell asleep just now. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint stream of light flashed in the distance. An aura rushed toward the stone island where Wang Ke was. Wang Ke's face changed and turned to look. He saw Long Yu, who was covered in blood, rushing over from afar. Wang Ke saw that Long Yu was covered in blood. His face suddenly changed, and he rushed toward her. Long Yu! Wang Ke exclaimed. Bam! Hugging Long Yu. Wang Ku was also slammed onto a big rock. Long Yu, what happened to you? Why are you covered in blood? Wang Ku exclaimed. Long Yu was very weak at this moment. She looked at Wang Ku and said softly, Quick, run, run. Run? Run for what? Long Yu, we are safe. This is the Devil Lord's palace. We are safe. Let's go. I will take you to find the Devil Lord. Wang Ku immediately said, anxiously. Long Yu is injured like this. Wang Ku was anxious at this moment. While feeding Long Yu healing pills, he was also checking her injuries. Suddenly, he found that the blood on Long Yu's body was all Long Yu's own, and the place where the blood was flowing was her right hand. The 5 fingers on Long Yu's right hand were gone. Although the blood had stopped, the wound made Wang Ku's eyes turn red in an instant. Who was it? Who hurt you? Tell me, who hurt you? I will kill him. Wang Ku suddenly roared angrily. Cough, cough. I used a forbidden technique and broke my 5 fingers. It only stopped him for a while. It won't be long before he can break my 5-finger forbidden technique. Let's go. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Long Yu anxiously said. With me here, you can rest assured. With me here, I will protect you. With me here, no one can hurt you. Wang Ku hugged Long Yu, and his eyes flashed with a ferocious color. You will protect me? Huh. Long Yu revealed a wry smile. It's okay if you don't believe me. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt again. This time, I will ask the Devil Lord to bring you to my side. I won't let anyone hurt you again. I will help you find the best doctor for your fingers. I will definitely cure them. Wang Ku hugged Long Yu and said with a determined face, It's useless. No one can cure my broken fingers. My cultivation method is special, unless I can regrow my broken fingers and grow them myself. But Long Yu said bitterly, What kind of cultivation method did the Devil Lord teach you? It can't be cured? No, I know a lot of people. I can help you seek treatment everywhere. There must be a way, Wang Ku said anxiously. Unless there is a Dragon Ball, just like the Dragon Ball you gave me last time. Unfortunately, that kind of Dragon Ball is produced from dragon veins. Even ordinary dragon veins don't have it. Where can I find it? What's more, I need a pure Dragon Ball to recover in a short time. I can even regrow my broken fingers and improve my cultivation. But Long Yu said bitterly. Long Yu was halfway through her words when her face suddenly stiffened because a blue Dragon Ball suddenly appeared in her left hand. Is this okay? I can't find anything else at the moment. I only have this one on me. Can you take a look first? I will help you find it later, Wang Ku said anxiously. Ghost Dragon Ball? You, how do you have a ghost Dragon Ball? Long Yu stared at Wang Ku in astonishment. Just tell me if it's okay or not. If it's not okay, I will think of another way. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will give a reward for you, Wang Ku said anxiously. Long Yu looked blankly at the ghost Dragon Ball in her hand. She swallowed the blood in her mouth and carefully examined it for a while. Yes, I want this kind of pure Dragon Ball. Moreover, your Dragon Ball is bigger than I imagined. With this Dragon Ball, not only can I quickly heal my injuries, but I can also quickly regrow my broken fingers. My cultivation can even break through a big step. Where did you find it? Why can you take it out every time I need it? Long Yu looked at Wang Ku with a puzzled expression. It's good that it's useful. You use it first and heal quickly, Wang Ku urged. Long Yu looked at Wang Ku with a complicated expression. Ghost Dragon Ball? She had spent a lot of money over the years, and even personally searched for hundreds of dragon veins. But she still couldn't find it. Not to mention the Ghost Dragon Ball. She couldn't even find a normal Dragon Ball. But... Wang Ku, are you sent by the heavens to protect me? Long Yu looked at Wang Ku with a strange expression. Wang Ku didn't see the change in Long Yu's expression. Instead, he carried the injured Long Yu and quickly flew to the Black Lotus Sage's palace. As for the ghost dragon ball given to Long Yu, it was taken from the ghost dragon vein that Tiger Emperor refined not long ago. The essence of the ghost dragon vein was condensed in this ghost dragon ball. After losing its essence, the ghost dragon vein shrank and was eaten by the Rat King. Devil Lord, are you out of seclusion? Wang Ke rushed to the palace where Devil Lord was in seclusion. Boom! There seems to be a barrier around the palace, blocking Wang Ke. Divine Dragon Sect leader, Devil Lord is in seclusion. He won't see anyone. A few guards stepped forward and said. At the same time, several guards also saw the woman in Wang Ke's arms. Obviously, none of them had seen Long Yu's true face before. At this moment, no one recognized her. Sigh. Why is Devil Lord in seclusion at this critical moment? Wang Ke said gloomily. Wang Ke turned around and rushed to the palace with Long Yu in his arms. Long Yu, heal your injuries first. Do you want me to help you? Wang Ke said anxiously. No, Wang Ke, quickly leave this place. Long Yu said with a bitter smile. Leave this place? This is the evil god's palace. Who dares to come here? Long Yu, who did you meet before? Who injured you and forced you to break your fingers? Who is it? Wang Ke looked at Long Yu anxiously. Long Yu looked at Wang Ke and bit her lips. Speak! Why are you still hesitating? Which bastard is it? Damn it, I will kill him. Wang Ke said, fiercely. Long Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Devil Lord asked me to thoroughly investigate the evil emperor. I found it. The evil emperor in the palace is a fake. The evil emperor is in trouble now. In trouble? Wang Ke stared at her. Yes, in trouble. I have evidence here. However, the cloud of merits of the evil dynasty is still there, which means that the evil emperor is still alive. He should be trapped somewhere. The people who attacked him should be the human emperors and the sacred envoys of the 4 Lotus dynasties. I don't know who exactly they are, but I know that the Black Lotus human emperor is one of them. Long Yu said with a bitter smile. The Black Lotus human emperor? How many big shots are there? Didn't they say that the evil emperor is the most powerful person in the world? Why is there no movement at all? Wang Ke said gloomily. I guess that the evil emperor has been deceived. They used some kind of trick to trick the evil emperor into a trap. The trap is so powerful that even the evil emperor can't escape from it. Long Yu looked worried. You are being watched? Wang Ke frowned. Yes, there will be experts coming soon. Wang Ke, let's go. Long Yu urged. But we have to at least inform Devil Lord. Wang Ke said with a frown. Just as the two of them were talking, the rabbit monarch descended from the sky. Boss, I've returned from Wang Tin Feng's residence with the latest news. Wang Tin Feng found something, the rabbit monarch said immediately. As it spoke, the rabbit monarch stared at Wang Ke and saw that Wang Ke was carrying a woman in his arms. Although the woman was covered in blood and looked like she was seriously injured, it couldn't hide her beauty. Did I come at a bad time? Boss, you guys go ahead. We will talk later. The rabbit monarch turned around and was about to leave. The boss went to save the damsel in distress. He was going to carry this woman into the boss's bedroom. He was going to carry her into his room. Would the boss hate me for disturbing him? P.S. Second update. Chapter 675. The rabbit monarch turned around and wanted to escape. What are you running for? Long Yu and I are innocent. Wang could be rated with a glare. Only then did the rabbit monarch turn around in confusion. Long Yu, use this dragon pearl to heal quickly. With Devil Lord here, there shouldn't be any danger. If you are still worried, we can go to Old Huang's side. Wang Ke said, Dragon pearl? Dragon pearl? Exclaimed the rabbit monarch. What are you looking at? What has it got to do with you? Wang Ke glared and scolded. Boss, why didn't you tell me that you had the dragon pearl? I need it now too, exclaimed the rabbit monarch anxiously. Scram, I gave this dragon pearl to Long Yu. What has it got to do with you? What's the situation with old Huang? Hurry up and tell me. Wang Ke glared at the rabbit monarch. Demon god Wang Tinfeng used many of his connections and investigated many people over the past few days. Finally, he found out that the evil emperor met a woman before his temperament changed drastically. He even went on a trip with her. After they returned, the evil emperor did not appear for many days. Later on, he changed a little, explained the rabbit monarch. Met a woman? Impossible. The evil emperor never stepped out of the palace. How could he step out of the palace for a woman? There were no signs of it at all. Long Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Although the rabbit monarch was surprised that Long Yu knew about the evil emperor, it did not refute her. Demon god Yellow also found out that the woman appeared because of an official's recommendation. The official who recommended her has gone missing. However, a eunuch mentioned that the evil emperor once called her daughter, said the rabbit monarch. Daughter? Didn't the evil emperor lose his daughter more than 200 years ago? Why did he suddenly have a daughter? Could it be that his daughter came back to acknowledge him? Wang Ke exclaimed, Daughter? I understand now. I understand everything now. The evil emperor has always been emotionally unstable. I heard that she seems to have lost her daughter. For the past 200 years, she has been somewhat deranged because of this matter. If the Black Lotus human emperor and the others want to trick the evil emperor into leaving the palace, they can only use her daughter as an excuse. Long Yu said, her pupils constricting. This woman pretended to be the evil emperor's daughter and tricked the evil emperor into falling into a trap. Then the masterminds found a fake the evil emperor to stabilize the situation and find a way to kill the evil emperor? Wang Ke's face darkened. What a series of vicious schemes. The Black Lotus human emperor and the others had planned everything long ago. Furthermore, they had been preparing for this rebellion and nurturing the impostor of the evil emperor? Long Yu's face sank. It's a pity that the evil emperor's fake daughter is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, we should be able to track her down. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Boss, I was too nervous that day. I don't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me. Previously, at Wang Tinfeng's demon god residence, I didn't dare to say anything. Take a look. Did I remember wrongly? The portrait of the mysterious woman who pretended to be the evil emperor's daughter, the rabbit monarch said with a frown. As it spoke, the rabbit monarch took out a portrait. Wang Ke took a closer look. It's her? Boss, is it really her? Did I remember wrongly? The rabbit monarch asked in surprise. You have seen the mysterious woman who pretended to be the evil emperor's daughter? Long Yu asked in surprise. Wang Ke nodded and said with a strange expression, A few days ago we accidentally broke into Red Lotus Saint Emissary's palace and saw Red Lotus Saint Emissary plotting something with a group of people. At that time, there were 6 people in the palace. There were 4 black-robed men, Red Lotus Saint Emissary, and a respectful woman. That woman is the person in this portrait. Do you mean that the Black Lotus human emperor and the Red Lotus sage are definitely the ones who plotted to kill the evil emperor? Long Yu asked with a frown. Wang Ke nodded. Yes, I'm sure it's her. That woman is now. Long Yu said with a frown. Now, she should be dead. The heaven's punishment was too powerful. She must have been killed in the first wave. Wang Ke said. Long Yu's face stiffened. Boss, should we inform Wang Tinfeng? But that woman is already dead. Even if we tell Wang Tinfeng, he might not believe us, the rabbit monarch said with a frown. We have to get Wang Tinfeng to act immediately. As long as we rescue the evil emperor, all our dangers will be resolved. The great evil ocean of merits and virtue is still intact. The evil emperor must still be alive. We have to act quickly. Long Yu said. Then, should we inform Devil Lord? The rabbit monarch asked. Devil Lord is in seclusion. He can't come out at all. There's no other way. Wang Ke said gloomily. I have a jade pendant here. Bring it to Wang Tinfeng and tell him that the Black Lotus sage has found the truth. The evil emperor in the palace is a fake. The evil emperor is currently in great danger. We have to act immediately. Get Wang Tinfeng to the palace immediately to capture the evil emperor and interrogate the evil emperor about the whereabouts of the real evil emperor. We have to be quick, quick, quick. If we don't act quickly, it will be too late. Long Yu said as she took out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was the personal item of the evil emperor that the Black Lotus Sage had taken out when he wanted to subdue Devil Lord. Ah, the Black Lotus Sage found the truth? The Rabbit Monarch was still a little worried. It was Devil Lord who arranged for Long Yu to investigate this case. What are you doubting? Wang Ku glared. Ah, okay. The Rabbit Monarch took the jade pendant with a doubtful look. Go quickly. Remember, be quick. Get Wang Tinfeng to act immediately. Don't hesitate. Long Yu said firmly. Go quickly. Come back quickly. Wang Ku also glared and berated. The Rabbit Monarch nodded gloomily, took the jade pendant, turned around and flew away. Long Yu, treat your injuries first. We'll talk later. Don't worry. With me around, there won't be any danger. Wang Ku consoled. Long Yu shook her head and smiled bitterly. No, I have to make a trip to the Red Lotus Sage Island. What? Wang Ku glared. Wang Ku, your cultivation is low. Stay here. No, find a place to hide in a nearby city. Don't get involved in this mess. Long Yu immediately said. Bullshit. I'll hide and let you risk your life on the Red Lotus Sage Island? What are you talking about? Wang Ku glared. Long Yu revealed a trace of anxiousness, but her heart was touched. Wang Ku, trust me. I'm fine. Although I'm severely injured, you gave me this ghostly dragon pearl. I'm recovering very quickly. Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Long Yu said. No, we'll go together. Otherwise, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Treat your injuries properly. Wang Ku glared. At this moment, Long Yu was anxious and did not know how to persuade him. However, when he saw Wang Ku's determined gaze, a look of relief flashed across his eyes and he nodded. All right, but you have to be careful and listen to me. Long Yu said. You don't know, but Devil Lord and the Red Lotus Sage Island had a fight recently. It's definitely dangerous to go to the Red Lotus Sage Island now. Long Yu, why don't we not go? Wang Ku advised. Long Yu shook her head. You said that you saw the evil emperor's fake daughter in the Red Lotus Sage Palace a few days ago. Why was she there? I have a guess that the evil emperor is trapped there. Oh! Wang Ku raised his eyebrows. You haven't seen the evil emperor, so you don't know how powerful she is. It's very difficult to trap her. I guess that the fake daughter is the evil emperor's greatest spiritual restraint. Wherever the fake daughter is, the evil emperor will also be there. Long Yu said. So, you purposely asked the Rabbit King to urge Wang Tinfeng to go to the palace? Wang Ku's expression changed. Long Yu looked at Wang Ku in surprise and smiled bitterly. Actually, you're smarter than anyone else. I'll feel embarrassed if you praise me for no reason. Wang Ku had a strange expression. Long Yu smiled bitterly and said, You should have guessed it by now. The Black Lotus Human Sovereign, the Red Lotus Saint Emissary, and the few black-robed men who can resist the heaven's punishment are all the masterminds of this conspiracy. They definitely don't want to be exposed. If we let Wang Tinfeng go to the Red Lotus Sage Ambassador Island now, this group of experts will definitely come out to stop him. By then, not only will we not be able to find the evil emperor, but we might also return empty-handed or even be wiped out. If Wang Tinfeng goes to the palace to catch the evil emperor, this group of conspirators will definitely be worried that they will be exposed and will try their best to stop Wang Tinfeng. If they all go to the palace, the defense of the Red Lotus Sage Ambassador Island will be weakened. So, we should take the opportunity to find the evil emperor's whereabouts? Wang Ku asked curiously. That's right. We have to go immediately. Long Yu nodded. Sigh, it's a pity that the Devil Lord is in seclusion at this crucial moment. Otherwise, Wang Ke looked gloomy. It's okay. I also know the heaven and earth listening technique. Once the area is narrowed down, I can find him quickly, Long Yu said firmly. But you're injured now, Wang Ke said gloomily. We can't let too many people know about this. We have to be quick. I have to find him before dawn. Trust me, I can do it alone, Long Yu said. No, you're injured. How can I be at ease? I'll go with you. I can protect you, Wang Ke said firmly. You'll protect me? Long Yu looked at Wang Ke strangely. In the end, Long Yu smiled bitterly and did not expose Wang Ke. Wang Ke refused to budge, which made Long Yu feel helpless. All right, let's go. Long Yu nodded. Quickly absorb the energy of the ghost dragon pearl to heal your injuries. I'll carry you there, Wang Ke said in a low voice. Long Yu wanted to refuse, but at this moment she finally nodded. City of Evil Gods, Wang Tin Feng's residence. Damn it, you rabbit demon, why are you here again? Aren't you annoying? I've been talking to you for half a day, and you're here to annoy me again? Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're Wang Ke's subordinate. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Wang Tin Feng glared at the rabbit demon. My boss asked me to tell you that the Black Lotus Sage has found out that the person in the palace is the evil emperor. He also said that the evil emperor is in danger. He wants you to capture the fake evil emperor immediately and interrogate the evil emperor about the whereabouts of the real evil emperor. If you're late, the evil emperor might die, Rabbit Monarch said. Bullsh *T. I only found a mysterious woman. How did Wang Ke come to the conclusion that the evil emperor is a fake? If he dares to slander the evil emperor without any evidence, I'll kill both of you. Wang Tin Feng glared at the rabbit demon. My boss said that this is the evidence. Rabbit Monarch handed over a jade pendant with trembling hands. Wang Tin Feng was disdainful at first, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He jumped down from the chair and snatched the jade pendant. Wang Tin Feng held the jade pendant and fumbled around for a while. Suddenly his face turned ferocious. Where did you get this jade pendant? Tell me, where did you get it? The evil emperor will never be able to remove the jade pendant from his neck. How did it end up in your hands? Tell me. Bam! The powerful murderous aura scared Rabbit Monarch so much that it fell to the ground. I don't know. My boss and Lady Boss asked me to say that. They also said that if I don't hurry, it'll be too late. Rabbit Monarch said anxiously. If I don't hurry, it'll be too late? Wang Tin Feng's body suddenly trembled, holding the jade pendant in his hand. Wang Tin Feng's body trembled. The evil emperor had been replaced? The evil emperor was really going to die. No, damn it. Who dares to impersonate the evil emperor? I'll kill you. Where is the evil emperor? Where is he? Wang Tin Feng roared ferociously. Boom! Wang Tin Feng rushed out of the main hall and headed straight for the palace. He had to capture the evil emperor and force her to reveal the whereabouts of the evil emperor. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 676. Evil God's capital, Imperial Palace. A figure dashed toward them. He crashed into the Imperial Palace's protective array. Boom! A loud sound rang out, startling the countless guards in the palace and causing them to quiver. Who's there? How dare you? A shout was heard. Hurry up and open the door, quick! A shout came from the figure. Ah, is that the yellow demon god? Yellow demon god, what are you doing? One of the guards was shocked. Open the gate! Wang Tin Feng shouted. Yellow demon god, it's curfew now. Without your majesty's summons, no one is allowed to enter the imperial palace. Should I inform him? Please wait for a moment. The guard shouted. Inform? Inform who? Damn it, you're wasting my time. Wang Tin Feng glared at him angrily. As he spoke, Wang Tin Feng raised his hand and punched again. Huh. With a loud bang, the first layer of the Guardian formation exploded with a loud bang. Yellow Demon God, you can't do this. Yellow Demon God, are you rebelling? Come on, quick, shoot the arrows. Stop him. Countless shouts were heard in the imperial palace. However, Wang Tinfeng ignored them. He held the evil emperor's jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes were bloodshot. The evil emperor was in danger, and the evil emperor was acting like a tyrant in the imperial palace. Why should he hesitate? Bullsh *T. Suddenly, Wang Tinfeng dashed toward the second layer of the protective array and punched. Boom! Suddenly, a red light blocked Wang Tinfeng's path. When the two fists collided, a shockwave was formed and the surrounding houses collapsed. The Red Lotus Human Emperor? Wang Tinfeng stared. Yellow Demon God, are you rebelling? The man in the red robe who was shrouded in red light shouted. Rebelling? Ha ha ha! You are the ones who are rebelling. I understand now. Your aura is correct. You have been monitoring me these days, right? Plotting to murder the evil emperor. You're courting death. Wang Tinfeng glared. What did you say? The man, shrouded in red light, suddenly shouted angrily. Don't pretend you don't know. Where is the evil emperor? Where's the evil emperor? Wang Tinfeng instantly charged forward. Wang Tinfeng, you're crazy. What nonsense are you spouting? The man, shrouded in red light, said angrily. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, above the imperial palace, the two peerless cultivators clashed fiercely. Terrifying waves of qi spread out in all directions. They clashed again and again, forming towering flames that bloomed above the demonic god's capital. The terrifying impact shocked all the people in the demonic god city. Not only the demonic god city, but the experts from the other 8 islands also looked at the sky above the palace. One should know that that was the imperial palace of the evil emperor, the most sacred place of the evil dynasty. Who would dare to fight there? Did they want to die? But now there were really people fighting there, and they were 2 earth-shattering big shots. Everyone in the imperial palace, listen up. The evil emperor is in trouble. The one sitting on the dragon throne is the evil emperor. Arrest the evil emperor, and interrogate him. I will take all the blame. Do it now. Wang Tinfeng shouted. What? There was an uproar around the imperial palace. How dare you? Wang Tinfeng, how dare you slander the evil emperor? Are you trying to rebel? The evil emperor is the most powerful cultivator in the world. Who can make her suffer? Moreover, the great evil merit sea is still intact, which means that the evil emperor is fine. Who are you trying to fool? Men, take down the crazy Wang Tinfeng. The Red Lotus Emperor shouted. Countless officials rushed over, their faces filled with confusion. However, the battle between the 2 peerless cultivators was getting more and more intense. On the other side of the sea, a black-robed figure rushed over. Black Lotus Saint Envoy, you are courting death. I gave you a chance to be loyal to me, but you don't know what's good for you? Tonight is the day you die. 5-finger mountain forbidden technique? Humph! Let's see how many more times you can break my fingers. You have been severely injured by me and are very weak now, right? Now I am here to take your life. The black-robed figure rushed over. He arrived at Black Lotus Saint Envoy's palace in an instant. A strong murderous aura surged toward Black Lotus Saint Envoy's palace. However, he suddenly saw the battle outside the imperial palace. Damn it! You are quite alert. You went to inform Wang Tinfeng immediately? Damn it! The black-robed figure shouted gloomily. He turned his head and rushed toward the imperial palace. At this moment, Black Lotus Saint Envoy was severely injured and was about to die. He was not worth mentioning. The imperial palace was more important. Boom! The black-robed figure rushed into the battlefield and punched. Black Lotus Emperor, you are involved too? Wang Tinfeng shouted in surprise. Wang Tinfeng has gone crazy. Quick, Follow me and take him down," the Red Lotus Emperor shouted. Rumble. The two human emperors instantly suppressed Wang Tinfeng. Wang Tinfeng could not withstand the attacks. Demon gods? Where are the demon gods? The 13 demon gods? Men. The 13 demon gods are in seclusion. Break open the door and get them out. Quick, roar. Wang Tinfeng shouted. Yes. Wang Tinfeng's subordinates in the city shouted. Obviously, the battle had escalated. Wang Tinfeng could not handle the two human emperors alone. He had to summon another demon god who was in seclusion to help. For a moment, the sky above the demonic god city was in chaos. At this moment, on the Red Lotus Saint Envoy Island, Wang Ku arrived quietly with Long Yu in his arms. In the attic of an inn, Long Yu was holding the ghost dragon ball in her hand. She closed her eyes and seemed to be using some kind of technique to sense something, and the king could stand guard at the side. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the demonic god city. Just now, I saw a few black-robed figures rushing out of the Red Lotus Saint Envoy Island. They were so fast that they disappeared in an instant. They did it. Wang Tinfeng led this group of big shots to the imperial palace. The Red Lotus Saint Envoy Island should be much safer now. Wang Ku's eyes lit up as he looked at the battle in the distance. Although they were separated by the sea, they could still see the dazzling flames in the battle. If the experts left the Red Lotus Saint Envoy Island to deal with Wang Tinfeng, he and Long Yu would be much safer. Buzz. Suddenly, Long Yu opened her eyes. Long Yu, you found it? So fast? What kind of heaven and earth listening technique is this place? Wang Ku said in surprise. Long Yu nodded and stood up. She pointed not far away and said, "Because I caught the evil emperor's jade pendant earlier, I searched for the traces of the evil emperor's aura left behind by the evil emperor. I roughly locked onto a direction. It's there." Long Yu pointed in a direction. Wang Ku looked in that direction and his face stiffened. Long Yu, what technique did you use? Is there something wrong? How? How could it be there? What's wrong? Long Yu asked, confused. That's a floating prison. It's a men's prison. How could the evil emperor be trapped there? Furthermore, there are people in the prison every day. How could no one know that the evil emperor is here? Furthermore, how could the Red Lotus Sage and the others trick the evil emperor into coming to the floating prison? Wang Ku looked at Long Yu with a strange expression. That's impossible. Is there something wrong with your heaven and earth listening technique? There's no mistake. He's trapped there. Furthermore, I roughly know how the evil emperor is trapped. It's that floating mountain. The evil emperor is probably trapped in that floating mountain. Long Yu said solemnly. Wang Ku raised his eyebrows. What you're saying is that the evil emperor isn't trapped in there. He's just worried that if he forcefully breaks open the floating mountain, the heavenly Tao will send down an apocalyptic heavenly punishment that he won't be able to transcend. That should be the case. Long Yu said, but the evil emperor can take the floating stone bit by bit. He can dig a hole and slowly crawl out from the side. Wang Ku said with a frown. I'm not sure. Anyway, I found out that the evil emperor is inside. We must immediately think of a way to release the evil emperor. Long Yu said solemnly. Are you sure that the evil emperor is inside? Wang Ku asked again. I'm sure. Long Yu nodded. Wang Ku fell into deep thought. After all, there were too many things that didn't make sense. However, due to his trust in Long Yu, Wang Ku quickly accepted this fact. All right, I believe you. Wang Ku nodded. But I'm injured now. If I want to force my way into the floating prison, I'm afraid it's a little. Long Yu said with a frown. Don't worry. It's just a floating prison. It's easy. Wang Ku shook his head. Easy? Long Yu was confused. How is it easy? This floating prison can block the barrier of the martial god realm. Moreover, if we make any movements, more and more experts will be attracted. How are we going to get in? Just like last time, Pretend to be Devil Lord again. Wang Ke said. What did you say? I'm pretending to be Devil Lord? Long Yu said with a strange expression. That's right. Devil Lord is in seclusion now. We can't invite the Devil Lord. If we invite the Devil Lord, everything will be easy. We can just kill our way in. Now, we can only pretend to be Devil Lord and scare them. Wang Ku explained. Long Yu was speechless. Didn't we pretend to be Devil Lord to scare the Snake King last time? With the previous experience, what are you still worried about? Just leave it to me. You don't have to do anything or say anything. When the time comes, you just have to pose, and I'll be in charge of blowing it. Wang Ku explained. Long Yu was speechless. Am I going to pretend to be myself again? As for Devil Lord's clothes, you don't have to worry. I have Devil Lord's black robe and Devil Lord's mask here. You just have to change your clothes and mask. Wang Ku immediately took out a set of clothes. You, why do you still have Devil Lord's clothes and mask? Long Yu's expression stiffened. Didn't I tell you last time that I was going to make some quick money and sell some Devil Lord's products? Devil Lord's mask and Devil Lord's black robe. But, my Shenwan company was making money too quickly, so I didn't have time to do it. Didn't that delay my plans? Come on, it's fine. You just have to pretend to be Devil Lord again. Wang Ku persuaded. Long Yu was speechless. Although she was unwilling, Long Yu still went to the side room to change her clothes. Soon, Long Yu, dressed as Devil Lord, walked out. Do we look alike? Long Yu asked strangely with the mask on her face. Yes, you really do. You almost look exactly the same, Wang Ke said immediately. Almost? Are you talking about the broken finger on my right hand? Long Yu was a little uncomfortable. No, who can see your hand in your sleeve? I mean your chest. No, your figure is better than Devil Lord's. After all, Devil Lord is a man and you are a woman. With this figure, even if you wear a black robe. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Long Yu looked at Wang Ku and blushed. Fortunately, the mask covered her face and Wang Ku didn't see it. It's your Devil Lord's black robe. It's a little small. Long Yu rolled her eyes. A little small. Ah, I have a bigger design here. Try it. Wang Ku immediately took out another black robe. P.S. First update. Chapter 677. Red Lotus Emissary Island. Long Yu had changed into a black robe that was a size bigger. She looked almost identical to Devil Lord. Aren't we leaving now? Long Yu looked at Wang Ku. There's still some time before daybreak. We can still make it. The battle over there won't end in a short while. Let's wait a little longer. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Wait? Wait for what? Long Yu asked in surprise. Wait for help. Long Yu, rest and recuperate for a while. Didn't I instruct the Rabbit Monarch's subordinates before I left? Tell the Rabbit Monarch to come to Red Lotus Emissary Island to look for us after sending the letter back. Wang Ke said. But, Long Yu said worriedly, we're not tricking a snake this time. We're tricking a lot of people this time. There are close to 100 prison guards and 3,000 prisoners. In order to prevent any accidents, the two of us definitely won't be able to pull this off. We need help and an organization. Wang Ke said. Long Yu was stunned. You seem to be very familiar with scams like this? Don't worry about it. I used to make a living. Take this opportunity and use the Ghost Dragon Pearl to recuperate. Recover as much as you can. Wang Ku immediately changed the topic. Okay. Long Yu nodded. As he spoke, Long Yu began to close his eyes and adjust his breathing, healing his injuries. Wang Ku walked out of the door with his bamboo hat on. He took out a piece of red cloth and hung it on the roof of the inn's attic. He waited patiently for a while. What the F***CK is the Rabbit Monarch doing? Didn't I leave a message for them? They still haven't come. Didn't I leave a message saying that they would hang a piece of red cloth on the roof? Wang Ke frowned as he waited. Ah, sir, why are you out so late at night? A waiter of the inn passed by Wang Ku's room with hot dishes. "It's nothing." Wang Ku, who was wearing a bamboo hat, said in a low voice. "Ah, dear guest, you helped us hang a red cloth on the roof of the attic? Really?" The waiter's eyes widened. "Ah." Wang Ku's expression changed. "I was waiting for the rabbit monarch's signal. Have I been discovered?" "Thank you so much, sir. I was going to look for it. Other inns have hung it up, but we haven't. The shopkeeper told me to buy a red cloth to hang it up, but I forgot." The waiter suddenly laughed. What did you say?" Wang Ke glared. As he spoke, Wang Ke jumped onto the roof and looked at the countless inns in the surroundings. He saw that there were red strips of cloth hanging on countless inns. "Sir, you don't know, but a few days ago at the Red Lotus Saint Envoy's palace, we were all afraid of the lightning and fire of the heavenly punishment, so we all hung a red cloth and prayed to the heavens, hoping that the heavenly punishment would not descend." The waiter explained. Wang Ku. What should he do now? How did the rabbit monarch find him? Did I leave the wrong signal? In his depression, Wang Ku ignored the chattering waiter and immediately ran to the street. Not long after, the waiter heard hoarse shouts from the streets. The betrothal gifts have been given. "Those who want to marry little sister Dao, come and find me." The waiter heard the shouts from afar and had a strange expression. There are so many strange things happening recently. Why are they shouting about betrothal gifts in the middle of the night? Little sister Dao. What the hell? Curfew in the city. Quiet down. Who's shouting? How dare you? Who's little sister Dao? Can't you let us rest? Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? After 2 hours, the shouts on the streets finally quieted down. As for Wang Ku, he brought the rabbit monarch and the 10 rabbit demons back to the inn. Wang Ku's face darkened. The rabbit monarch and the rest also had strange expressions. "Boss, can you change the way you summon us the next time? Can you not mention little sister Dao again?" The rabbit monarch said with a dark face. "All right, cut the crap. There's going to be a big operation later. Do you know how hard it was for me to find you? For the past 2 hours, I've been hiding from the patrolling guards. Damn it, I was almost caught. But you guys took so long to find me." Wang Ke glared at the rabbit monarch. The rabbit monarch's face twitched. "How can you blame me for this? You changed locations just because you called little sister Dao. It was so hard for us to catch up to you." "A big operation? Then why are we here at this inn?" The rabbit monarch asked curiously. "There's one more person." "Wait here," Wang Ke said. "Is it the lady boss?" The rabbit monarch asked curiously. Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. The rabbit monarch had seen Long Yu? No, he had to put on an act later. If he couldn't even fool his own people, how could he fool others? "No, she went back to rest. It's someone else. If you don't want to die later, be more serious." Wang Ke glared. "Oh." The group of rabbit demons looked puzzled. Wang Ke walked up to Long Yu's room in the loft. Wang Ke had placed a simple flag array in Long Yu's room beforehand. It blocked out divine senses and sound. It had been 2 hours. He didn't know how much Long Yu had recovered. The moment he entered the room, Wang Ke's expression changed. "Long Yu, what happened to you?" Wang Ke screamed and pounced forward. However, all he saw was Long Yu's white face. It was as if she had been frozen stiff. She had fallen to the ground and was motionless. Even her mask had been thrown to the side. Wang Ke immediately lifted Long Yu up. "Ah, what happened to me?" Long Yu suddenly woke up. Cold air was coming out of her mouth. "You fainted just now. Long Yu, didn't you use the ghost dragon pearl to heal yourself? Why is your entire body so cold?" Wang Ke cried out in alarm. Long Yu ignored him. Instead, she reached out her right hand from her sleeve and looked at her right hand. "What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. Didn't you use the ghost dragon pearl to heal yourself? Why are your injuries getting worse?" Wang Ke said anxiously. "It's grown out. Look, Long Yu looked at Wang Ku with a smile. Wang Ku looked at Long Yu's right hand. However, he saw that the 5 fingers on her right hand, which had been broken, had actually grown out. Her 5 fingers were as slender as jade. There was no trace of her having been broken. If it's grown out, it's grown out. What happened to you just now? You gave me a fright. I thought there was something wrong with this ghost dragon pearl, and it hurt you. Wang Ke had an anxious look on his face. Long Yu looked at Wang Ke's concern and shook her head. I was indeed a little anxious just now. I used all the energy extracted from the ghost dragon pearl to regrow my broken fingers. I didn't suppress my injuries and was injured by the yin qi. It's fine. I'll be careful next. Why are you in such a hurry to regrow your fingers? Heal your injuries first, Wang Ke said with a wry smile. I don't want to keep breaking my fingers. Long Yu looked at Wang Ku. Long Yu didn't finish her sentence. The complete sentence in her heart was, I don't want you to keep looking at my broken fingers. Unfortunately, Wang Ke couldn't hear the voice in Long Yu's heart. All right, if you want to recover, then recover. However, didn't you say that the ghost dragon pearl was something you urgently needed? Why did it make you faint just now? Wang Ke said worriedly. Because its yin qi is too strong. Long Yu frowned. Didn't you want a pure yin dragon pearl? Wang Ke asked curiously. That's right, the cultivation method that the demon venerable imparted to me. At my current stage, I do need a pure yin dragon pearl to increase my cultivation, but I also need a pure yang item to balance it otherwise. Long Yu frowned. You mean that although the ghost dragon pearl can make you stronger quickly, it's like drinking poison to quench thirst. It will harm your body's foundation? You must use an item of extreme yang in order to improve your yin and yang coexisting? Wang Ke frowned. More or less. Long Yu smiled bitterly. What cultivation method did Devil Lord pass to you? Isn't this cheating you? Wang Ke said gloomily. I chose it myself. Long Yu smiled bitterly. Then what extreme yang item do you need? I'll buy it for you, Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. It's best if it's a Buddhist extreme yang item, Long Yu said. A Buddhist item? I only have the Daluo golden bowl. Why don't you give it a try? Wang Ke took out the Daluo golden bowl. Long Yu shook her head. No, the Daluo golden bowl is useless. The Daluo golden bowl is useless? Then tell me what it is, and I'll buy it for you later, Wang Ke said eagerly. Saraira, Long Yu said solemnly. Saraira? Wang Ke was stunned. Yes, at least an Arhot's Saraira. Long Yu nodded. That's it. You don't have to buy it. I'll look for Bujia later and ask him for some. He's an Arhot, so he should have some. If he doesn't, I'll get him to break 2 bones to refine a Saraira for you, Wang Ke said immediately. Long Yu looked at Wang Ke strangely. You want Bujia to break 2 bones? You don't have to look at me like that. Bujia is an Arhot, not a mortal. Losing 2 bones won't kill him. Since you can regrow your fingers, he can do it too. At most, I'll give him more benefits. All right, leave this to me, Wang Ke said solemnly. Long Yu. Do you need me to help you? Wang Ke asked. No need. I'm fine now that I've woken up. With my fingers regrown, I won't faint anymore. It's just that I'm still heavily injured and can't do anything. Long Yu frowned. There's no need for you to do anything. You just have to pose. Come, put on the Devil Lord mask. Let's go, Wang Ke said solemnly. Long Yu nodded and reached out to pick up the devil mask and put on. The 2 of them tidied up their clothes and removed the array formation in the room. They opened the door and walked out slowly. Outside, the rabbit monarch and a group of rabbit demons were waiting in boredom. Just as they were guessing who was in the room, the door opened. Wang Ke was the first to walk out. The rabbit monarch took a step forward to take a look. However, it got a shock when it saw who it was. Black Lotus Sage? Greetings, Black Lotus Sage. The The rabbit monarch's expression changed as it exclaimed. The group of rabbit demons also got a shock and bowed. Devil Lord, I've already summoned them. Although the rabbit monarch and the rest aren't very capable, they can still help. Wang Ke said respectfully. At the side, Long Yu looked at Wang Ke with a strange expression. You're starting to act now. Okay. Long Yu lowered her voice and nodded. Let's go to the floating prison. Rabbit monarch, lead the way. Wang Ke said. Okay. Follow me. The rabbit monarch's eyes lit up. I was just bringing a letter to Red Lotus Sage Island to see if it was dangerous. What's there to worry about now? Black Lotus Sage is invincible on Red Lotus Sage Island. Even Red Lotus Sage is no match for him. Why should I be afraid? Immediately, the rabbit monarch and the group of rabbit demons flew into the sky arrogantly. Wang Ke took Long Yu and soared into the sky, heading straight for the floating prison. Bam! The group landed at the entrance of the floating prison. Who's there? A guard at the entrance of the prison shouted. Is it the rabbit monarch? Haha, we didn't dare to capture you when you went to Black Lotus Sage's palace. How dare you come back? Are you walking right into our trap? Another guard laughed. Are you blind? How dare you capture me? Come on. The rabbit monarch scolded arrogantly. Aya, you're just a little rabbit demon. How dare you be so arrogant? Are you courting death? Do you still have something to rely on? You, Black Lotus Sage? That guard had just stepped forward when he exclaimed in shock. However, he saw Wang Ke standing behind the rabbit demon. Beside Wang Ke was a black-robed man. That familiar devil mask made the guard swallow the words he was about to say. Why was this malefic person here? P.S. Second update.